Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Boom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello. Today is I was gonna see what it was on the screen. I forgot which today's Tuesday. I forgot which day with today. Hello, I'm big on your screen. It is Tuesday. It is going to be verdict watch day. I am so excited. I've been pumping myself all morning at work. It's like it's good day. Colin will go to jail, to prison probably for the rest of his life. Hello, everyone. Hello, Kay. Hello, Lois. Hi, Denise. Hi, Susan. Hello, everybody. If you're watching on this on rewatch, hello, you. Don't forget to leave your like on your DNA on the like button. And I am ready. I know today is a good day. My boss actually he came to me today at work and he was like, well, it, enjoy lurking, Denise. We'll if you want. Oh, by the way, before, how good morning, Paula. Hello, everybody. Oh, my days, you guys are all here. Yay! I'm so excited. So if you want to change your choice of verdict, you have until the end of closings to do so. As soon as the prosecution does the rebuttal of their case on the closings, that'll be it. No more choosing. So make sure that you are all in. I've got everyone's thing on a piece of paper. It's all written. And then, but you have until the end of closings to change your opinion. After that, sadly, you can't change and has to just roll with the punches. But I was telling before, my boss today came to me and he was like, it was very apparently he's very impressed with my work. Says that like I am too fast for even my own good. I was like, normally people have so that's the correct Nightbot, not Nightbot. That is the computer Nightbot, um not Nightbot, my partner Nightbot. That is because Denise used the command lurk, and that's thing the Nightbot. So it's not my Nightbot. It's the stream Nightbot. It's a different Nightbot. We have two Nightbots. It's all right. It's okay. But he's a lurker. He's just got home from work, so he'll be probably a little bit. Oh yeah, I know it's not confusing at all, is it? Okay. That's why people asking if it is a real person or it's just a normal Nightbot. But it is a funny thing in our channel, and I love it. But yeah, so my boss was just saying that I am too fast for my own good, and I need to slow down. But I don't have that button. I don't think I was built with a button to slow down because I start at 5 a.m. my time. Well, my time, I start at 5 a.m. and we have to bake, pack, label, and put out all the bakery stuff. So, and I am done about 9 o'clock in the morning. So I take 4 hours to bake, pack, and stuff, and it is quite a big of a section of the. Oh, cutie pie. I will tell him that, Denise. I'll tell Nightbot when he comes in. I'll tell him and then we'll decide. But the thing is, he is cutie, but it's all mine. I'm very defensive of it. No, I'm joking. But so yeah, so I take 4 hours to do everything, and I work 6 hours. So what I was like is like, you can do your job, but you do it slower. I don't know how. Because first of all, I only have one coffee in the morning, right? And then I have another coffee about mid morning. and then another coffee when I get home before my stream. And I'm always too energetic. And I think that probably it is not the correct thing to do. But I will I was like I like to get my job done, and I get worried about like time frames that we have to take to do things one day. Maybe I can show you now, because I can very quickly probably find to show you guys how big is the section that I have to fill every morning. Good morning, Toxic. Welcome in, welcome in. Please, everybody, take your seats. Court hasn't started yet. I'm just looking to see if I can find very quickly um the picture of the my bakery section. See, and I just found it. So this one was taken actually not today, was taking another day, so it's actually two pictures. um Bear me 1 second, I need to send it to the computer so then I can share it with you guys. This is where I work, my day job. Oh, hello, good morning, buenos dias. Hello, are you awake? Are you ready as well? um are you ready for possible? We are gonna be possibly absolutely on verdict watch today. So let me see, let me open the photos and show you guys. uh where is the thing there? um and I am it's like every single time I still don't know how to do this 100%. So share screen, there we go, and share the window. Okay, so you should see in a second where this is where I work. So all of that, let me see if I can put it bigger. uh, so I have to fill from the end to this, and there has like more bread and stuff. So this is all more baked and packed in the morning. So every morning we have to kind of fill. Obviously, they already has some stuff, and then this is the other side of the bread. So of the bakery section. So that's the whole thing we have to do every day of the bakery. This is in the shop that I work, and it's all fresh. Well, this one's on top. I think you can see now. This one's on top. They are like display bread, just to like tell people how the bread looks. So it's not like the actual thing. So oh, hello, Stephanie. Hi, good morning. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. So I'm just showing where I work and like the bakery, because the I don't know, we're talking about it. I'm just talking that my boss had a conversation with me today about like I'm actually doing a good job and I'm enjoying it, because I was in a different department before I moved to this store. So of course, I want you guys to be a part of, is we are a community, and I would like to share. I don't mind sharing this kinds of bits, and there's other sneak little pics that we gonna you guys gonna have on the members video on Sunday that I've been like recording. Oh, it is organized then. Now, well, I can do try to take a photo every day how I live it, but we'll see. Sometimes I do forget to do that, and then I feel bad. But I was gonna say, what was I saying? I don't know. Oh, in the members video on Sunday, there is gonna be a bit more information. It's just I'm recording a little bits every day, so then you guys have like a look inside of my week. And actually, today I did a video, and I remembered I did a video at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I was very impressed with that when I was still half asleep. I don't know what I recorded. I need to watch that again to make sure. So oh, it is very open, and it is a lot of work, but I like it. And I do that. I fill all of that section in about 4 hours, which I think people think that I am insane. Um Sorry, I was just shaking my head because Nightbot has come home and is asking if I want a cup of tea. And of course, in the true British style, of course I want a cup of tea. That is not even a question that you need to ask your wife when you come home. Just make no, I'm joking. He is very sweet and he's very caring. And I need to tell him his new name. Um that Denise has suggested. Sorry, I can't say that word. So doing a bit of a recap of our new trial. We were actually talking in chat, me and Kay and everybody. We were talking and we were saying that there is advancement. So they have selected 17 jurors so far. I think they want about 20 to 25 jurors. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know why they want so many when they only think need 12 of them for the case, but because of the it's a very popular case, and due to that, I think they want very spares of jury just in case anything happens. So I think the judge is being very conservative in terms of it's better having more jury than less, and then we're okay. And if we don't need it, we don't need it. If we need, they are there. So I think it is quite reasonable to think that, and I agree. So they have 17. They're still going to be doing, I think, jury selection today. Um, I haven't heard anything of openings or anything, because all that I see, all the information that I see is when they do select a jury, the openings will be the next day. So if they still in jury selection today, openings will be tomorrow, which I mean for us would work better, because during verdict watch today we can just chat a little bit more, because like we need to chat anymore. Sorry, see, here is my mug. This is one of my favorite mugs. Definitely says what I cannot do today. It's definitely always a day for that, because I can't adult. um and then I have another favorite mug that it's like a pills bottle, but it's for coffee prescription, which I need always. um yeah, true, but all the news agents and news media and everything that I see say that the openings will be the next day. We'll see. I mean, um well, okay, that will be Nightbot. You're gonna have to talk to him to make sure that he can give a tea to everybody that is in chat. It's not that many people. It's only 13 teas that he has to make, so I think you'll be fine. um well, yeah, exactly. We'll see. Whatever happens, whatever happens. If we have the opening straight away, we'll during jury deliberation, we'll be going to that. That's Oh no, no, like Stephanie, I am very jealous. I wish I would be in bed right now and chilling, but I'm doing something that I love anyway, so I can't complain with that. So I am doing something that I love. I'm with friends, so all is good. And now Nightbot is home. It's even better. It's like the cherry on top of the cake. So, um, like I was saying, as soon as there's a feed up, we'll go to it. Tonight, when we're on verdict watch, we'll go to it. So then we're not too behind. If it starts tomorrow, even better. I don't need to either start a new stream or having to change the thumbnail on this one. We'll see what happens. But we are going to be finishing this case today. I don't think the jury is going to take that much deliberation. Stephanie, we are playing a game in the channel that with verdict. So if you want to participate, you are more than welcome to. Just put your verdict of guilty, not guilty, and then the time they're gonna deliberate, and then who wins, who gets closest to the time of deliberation, wins a prize. But your verdict has to be correct, and the duration, it is the closest that you can get to. Obviously there's going to be very hard to get the specific time. So yeah, so if you want, just let me know what you think in a chat, and I'll note you down with everybody else's guess. um like I was saying, today we're going to do the openings. We're going to be on verdict watch. We're either going to chat. Awesome, let me know what you think then. We're going to chat a bit about the case, about the closings, and then see, this is the real Nightbot. This is the human Nightbot, everybody. So the one that's going to be on your screen, it's the human Nightbot. The other one is just the functional Nightbot that does what this Nightbot doesn't want to do, which is probably everything. No, I'm joking. So what I was saying is we're gonna chat. We're gonna probably watch some parole hearings that we have to catch up, because they've been actually working, which is interesting. So um yeah, so that's the plan if our new case doesn't start. If start, we'll move to it and it will be awesome. Oh, I hope you can get some relaxing Paula though, and you can enjoy and the verdict and enjoy the stream today. Also, there is some developments on a case that we might have kind of exclusivity to it over here. So it is. I'm always cheeky. I'm actually in a very good mood tonight, but so don't ruin my good mood. So, which is interesting. So feed hasn't kicked in yet. By this time, normally every single day had kicked in by now. Kicked in. What did I just say? But today he hasn't really say. Oh, Nightbot, they are requesting you to come to the camera because they have a new name for you. I think he can't because he's eating, but because he has a big thing of food to him. Okay, work chat is going crazy. I need to just check it 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Just my boss asking me a question. You know, if the boss asks you a question, you almost have to reply straight away because otherwise, you will be in trouble. But yeah, I think, yeah, night. But I can tell them, Nightbot. People want to call you Cutie Pie.
Oh my days, no.
He said, "All my days, no." That's don't. But I think I might just change his name, without him saying so. Yeah, but Paula, take it easy. Maybe have a well, if you can, relaxing day, or just chill a little bit. But because on Friday you guys are gonna be hanging out with Nightbot because I'm going to a concert. On Friday night. So you're gonna be hanging out with him, so you can make his mind over then, and yeah, then you can just have fun. Then, I mean, it's very surprising, but the feed is not up yet, and they are like a minute away from when they're supposed to start. Do you think all the audio problems that they've been having is finally accumulated of not having a feed? Well, I don't want people to cancel me. No, I'm joking. So it's not the real thing, obviously, because she's not doing any more concerts at the moment. So it's a fake Taylor Swift concert. I'm calling fake because Stephanie, oh my days, welcome. Oh my days, you're amazing. Thank you. Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much. Oh, I just nearly put my finger. Oh my days, thank you. Welcome to Rookie. So yeah, so it's not like a stalker. Welcome to the Rookie gang, Stephanie. Well, thank you very much for your support. You guys are amazing. Um, you can check all the videos that I have done for members so far. It's not been a lot. We're still um growing up, and I'm still figuring out. Oh, I can do one of those. You know what? I'm gonna write that down, Lois. That is a great idea. A soundbite with me saying "on my days," because I think I say that a lot. Because here in the UK, they don't really believe saying "oh my god," so I've gotten into the use of saying "oh my days" because that's something that they do a lot quite now. But that could be a very good idea. I I love that idea actually. Definitely gonna be working that because it's not gonna be hard to find something that I say like that, saying "oh my days." And the feed is not up yet, guys. Let me have a quick look on the YouTubes, seeing if there's somebody else with a feed because they haven't gone straight into deliberations, have they? They can't because they didn't do the. Yeah. Oh. Oh, Paula, I am so sorry, Paula. I'm sending you a warm hug to you. I know it's very, very hard. I am so sorry, darling. I'm sending you a big, big hug, and yeah, take as much time as you need. If you need to step away a little bit, absolutely do it. Take a moment. I'm sending you a big, massive virtual hug. And Stephanie, you look great in green. Oh, you look so cute in green. No more gray people. Well, we like gray people too, but you know what I mean. Um, let me just see if there is any because I mean technically they should have been come back 2 minutes ago. So um yeah, so interesting. There was nothing. Uh-oh. I think you guys are gonna have to listen to me talk for the rest of the day. That could be dangerous. That could be very, very dangerous. Oh yeah, the only person that is not in green is Nightbot. So Nightbot needs to become a member of the Green Gang. Um, I do need to work as well in a lot of like emojis and everything. If you have any ideas, let me know. Oh, and toxic. Sorry, toxic and toxic as well. We need to hit toxic. Well, we don't need to hit toxic. You know what I mean. I'm not saying we need to hit toxic. You know what I mean. We need to. Yeah, I'm not gonna bury myself even further down because I don't think that would be a good idea. Um. So yeah, everyone looks fantastic. So the Green Gang, we all look great. It's definitely the Green Gang. I love it. Um. But we need. Oh no, don't worry, toxic. It's I absolutely fine. I mean, you're not green, but you blue. So and you are a very appreciated mod like Nightbot is, even though he doesn't do anything. No, I'm joking. He does. But you are in a lovely blue color, which is looks great on you too. So and yeah, I appreciate that as much as I appreciate every single member. Fit is not up. My tea's going cold. This is not a good start. I'm trying to stay positive, but they've never been late to put the feed up. Um, hello, hello, feed. Please come back. Sorry, boss again. It's just because he's seeing the same stuff that I left last night. Um, no, Nightbot. No one wants to see that. No one wants you to eat. What do you even eat? At least share with the gang that what you eating, because we need to know, isn't it, people? We need to know what you eating. I need to know because he's not even sharing with me, and that is the sad thing. So yeah, so Mustang and Trials. Yeah, this is very unusual. Let me see if there's anything on X, Twitter, whatever you call it. That if there's anything, because this is very awkward. Mukbang and Trials. Yeah, I was gonna say Mustang. Well, we do like cars. Um, Black bean noodles and chicken. That sounds weird. But again, then again, it's Nightbot. Nightbot is always weird. Okay, let me have a look. 1 second. There's anything on Colin? Let me search. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me see. Oh no. No. Not even Core TV is doing. Hmm. Because it's just very unusual that they are late. Um Oh, I mean, as long as he shares with you, Stephanie. I mean, I think he can, but he does need to share with you, because that is not good if he doesn't share. Because I am very upset that Nightbot is not sharing with me. But to be fair, I am talking, so I don't know if black beans would be something I would like. Sadly, um, yeah. No, I'm okay. Thank you, not butter. You can eat it. I'll eat something else. I'll eat my sweets you brought me because you brought. Ooh, that'll be the sweets for today. So it's sour mini bites like strawberry pencil things, but sour candy because I love. Yeah, I get it. Ooh, feed is up. Feed is up. Huh. I can breathe that feed is up, and you guys will eventually stop hearing me talk, which everyone is probably celebrating. So that's I understand that. I don't think I like that thing like people watching me eat. I don't know how I feel about that. I think I'm a little bit weird on that aspect, but people do people. But definitely sweets I will eat. There's nothing that will take me away from eating my sweets and drinking my tea. So that's definitely. Oh, Paula, thank you very much. You're so sweet. I don't like. Yeah, I'm not gonna impose that on people that to listen to me for too long, because the thing is, then eventually I do run out of things to say. Even though I can talk for like we have an expression here is I can talk for England, and I think I can because I can talk forever. If you give me a topic to talk about, I'll definitely talk about, especially when it comes to food, pastries, technology. Of my days, technology. So Nightbot, we have a room that is the craft room, and then we when we moved in together after we got married, he brought stuff that he had from his mom and dad's house, um and he just shoved it in the craft room. So McNightbot. And then we shoved everything, and he has this bag of like technology stuff that I did not know about. So I'm rummaging through and finding all the good stuff. So it's even had like a Nintendo DS in there that my days is amazing. And another thing that I'm absolutely going crazy, I'll show you because it's just behind me. It is this, right? Doesn't look like much, but if you open before the course opens, it's a whole keyboard. It's like I can go like, for example, to court, take this keyboard and take notes in court, and not having to take a massive computer. How cool is this? This is so cool. So I've been charging it to see if it actually still works. And I hope it does, because I'm very excited. Very, very excited because the
Good morning,
judge was
ladies and
saying,
gentlemen. Welcome back again. My humblest thanks for your continued service in this case. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm sorry, was there an issue, Miss Samaro? Oh, nope. Notepads? Are there notepads not in the chairs?
Oh, I suppose she walked out of this.
Okay. All right. As I mentioned at the end of the day yesterday, both the state and the defendant have rested their cases. The attorneys will now have the opportunity, if they wish, to make a closing argument. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence, nor is it your instruction on the law. However, do pay close attention to what they have to say. Their arguments are intended to aid you in understanding this case. Each side will have equal opportunity, but the state is entitled to divide its argument between an opening and a rebuttal after the defendant has given a closing argument. Does the state wish to give a closing argument?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the brutality and the carnage that Collin Griffith unloaded on his mom on September 8th of 2024 is as real as it gets. First, I'd like to thank you for not only being here, but for your attention. When you came to jury selection, you had no idea what type of case you might encounter. Would it be a petty theft, a DUI? But what you ultimately heard and sat on was a first-degree murder case. with the second count of kidnapping. So to hear and see what you had to go through is not something that jurors see every day. And most certainly most people never think about or see. But you've heard and seen the evidence, and later this morning and into the afternoon, you will be doing what you came here to do. And that is to dispense the ultimate form of justice. Not because I'm asking you to do this or suggesting you do this, but based upon the facts and the evidence, the defendant sits there, a guilty person who stabbed his own mother in the neck and then watched her bleed out in front of him. The lady that brought him into this world here on earth, he took out of this world and this earth. But see, at the end of this, he has to watch you come back through those doors. And he has to stand and he has to listen to the verdict. And that verdict is out of my control. It's out of their control. It is 100% in your control. And I have faith and confidence based upon what you heard and saw that you will do the right thing and you will hold him accountable for the fury he unleashed on his mom. Because the cold hard facts and the reality is quite unthinkable when you really think about it. The reality of what that person did to his mom is a second-by-second nightmare for her. She left this world knowing that the person that took her out was the son that she gave everything to. When you're in the quietness and the privacy of the jury room, I want you to take a close look at that knife. And remember, each inch that knife went flying through Kathy Griffith's neck, through each part of her human anatomy that Dr. Graveran described. Because the reality of it, there isn't just a defendant and a victim and this happened and that happened, but the reality of it, for what the defendants accomplished, which is exactly what he wanted to do for so long. The writing was on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. The writing was on the wall. The defendant knew what he wanted to do, and it was just a matter of time. Why? Why did he have such deep-seated hatred for his mom? The lady that was just concerned about him making it to Domino's to work his 4 o'clock shift on Sunday. That's all that she wanted. They can say whatever they want about Kathy Griffith. It's all right. I'm not afraid. You shouldn't be afraid either. Because on Sunday, September 8th, Kathy Griffith did no harm, meant no harm to her son, Collin Griffith. She had one objective only that cost her her life. And I don't know if it's sad or if it's admirable, but she knew and was willing to die and knew she would die at the hands of her son just to spend some more time with him. We heard from Detective Lacey Zenoniani that Kathy Griffith literally said she knew she would die, but as long as it meant that she could spend some more time with her son, it was worth it to her. And what thanks did Kathy Griffith get from her son? What thanks did she get? She got a foot-long butcher knife rammed into her neck. And you heard the pathway of destruction. Feeling everything through her neck, through those neck muscles, through the esophagus, through the trachea, through the cartilage, and on and on and on, as it ripped through her neck, and the shock and pain going through her body as the defendant was happy. as he followed through with what he said he would do. If nothing else, he's a man of his word. He said he would kill his mom, and he took her out. But you know what? Now he's in a court of law. Now he has to suffer whatever comes his way in the form of a verdict. And that verdict is guilty. That's guilty for what he did to his mom. As she's on the floor trying to get up, but she can't get up. She's got a gaping, open wound in her neck, compliments of her son. Thanks, Collin Griffith. Appreciate that. Kathy, who was literally dusting off his domino shoes, doing us laundry, buying him Starbucks, taking him to the movies, buying him things, getting him a phone, a computer. Now, yes, these are things that you would hope a mom would do, but not all moms do that. Whatever issues Kathy had, she didn't lack for love of her son. She wasn't there to do him harm on September 8th. Her motives were quite simple. Her motives were for Collin Griffith to return to her household by 10 a.m. Sunday. That's all she wanted. She wanted her son, who she was dusting off his domino shoes and making sure that he had a clean uniform, to be home in time to go to work. That's all she wanted. The clock was ticking. Once he turned 18, she knew he was gone. He wanted nothing to do with her. He had told her flat out he wanted to kill her. He had attacked her before. He had already killed somebody in Oklahoma. And she knew what was going to happen to her. But despite that, all that she wanted was every single minute she could have with her son. Well, she got to spend the last seconds of her life with her son as he watched down, as she gushed blood out of her open, gaping wound. The death was not instantaneous. She bled internally. She bled externally. She was fighting to get up. You see her arm finally comes underneath the island. And there comes a certain point, ladies and gentlemen, where that last drop of blood came out of her, where she took her last breath and she died and left this earth knowing that her son butchered her. And that's the reality of it. You take a look at that knife and you'll know what it went through, who it went through, who was holding it, what their intention was, and what they wanted to do. Operation Kill Mom accomplished. That's exactly what Collin Griffith did. This little PowerPoint here for some things to look at, for you to remember when you deliberate. September 8th, 2024, Kathy Griffith was murdered by Collin Griffith. That's as simple as it gets. But going back a year earlier, the first person the defendant killed before he killed Kathy Griffith, he killed that person when he shot that person 2 times with a handgun, once in the chest and once in the head. Now, you'll remember the importance of that as we continue on. You'll recall when they downloaded the defendant's phone and they saw something on September 8th that Kathy texted Collin. Now, Collin Griffith didn't need a reason or an excuse to be mad at his mom. You've heard through so many witnesses, law enforcement, countless witnesses, that the defendant explicitly verbalized that he would kill his mom. Not only that, but he thought about different ways to accomplish that. And a reoccurring theme was that he would stab her. You don't have to guess what he was thinking or what he wanted to do. You heard from multiple law enforcement officers the defendant's statements about that he would kill his mom. And when they asked how, he gave a plethora of ways, including throwing her out of a car, shooting her, but stabbing her was a reoccurring theme. For whatever reason, the defendant got off on that. And you will recall that the defendant's anger towards his mom, it was already over brimming. But his anger was just intensified when on Sunday, September 8th, the last day of Kathy's life, she wrote the following to Collin. Mind you, her only intention, despite all these threats that she didn't want to have to carry through with, was to get the defendant home. That's it. But she wrote to him, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, and then she wrote the person's name, and planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. Let's stop for a minute. The defendant called and thinks his mom was an evil bitch. That has just so much malice and hatred, once again, to the lady that was trying to do everything she could. I mean, God, we saw Ring videos. She's cleaning all the time. She's doing laundry. She makes sure that his house is stocked with food. She has clean clothes for him. He has his own room. He has his own Xbox, computers, cell phone. She's giving him the credit card to go to Starbucks to buy sandwiches and drinks, taking him to the movies, anything and everything to make him happy. And you know what kind of thanks she got. Thanks to Collin Griffith, stand-up guy that he is. And then what did she expect from him? Did she expect for him to be remodeling the house or doing all this work? No. She wanted minimal things. She wanted respect, as any mother deserved. She wanted the defendant to pick up a damn finger and do some chores, to weed whack the backyard. Was it 10 acres of property that she wanted him to go outside in the 90-degree weather and push a lawnmower? No. It was a nice, modest backyard that she wanted the defendant to take care of some business, like the man he was supposed to turn into. But if it interfered, God forbid, with him playing video games or him taking his walk, then piss on his mom. That was his attitude. It's 100% his attitude. He didn't want to be bothered. She wanted him to put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to do it. She wanted him to clean up the room because there were a bunch of ants and cockroaches that were crawling around Collin Griffith's candy bags, but it might interfere with him getting some fresh air. So he just blew her off. Day after day, time after time, the defendant wanted to do nothing but what he wanted to do. And you know what? Life would go on if that was the worst of his ways. But he also had that hatred. So every time his mom would ask him to do something reasonable, that hatred would brim. He has told you what he thinks of his mom, that she is an evil bitch. This is what he's saying about his own mom who brought him into this world, his own flesh and blood, and that's what he thinks of her. Kathy continues on. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, email, text, and phone records are all being sent. So we continue on with the PowerPoint. This is the last day of Kathy Griffith's life. The defendant's life would go on, but Kathy Griffith would cease to exist here on this earth. And there she is on Sunday, unsuspecting the violence that would be coming her way from her son. It should have been just another Sunday afternoon. Should she have not gone over there? Should Collin have gone somewhere else? You know, these questions really don't matter because the reality is what happened. She said there are 2 things that are going to happen. He's either going to come home with me or he can follow in his own car. She didn't say, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to smoke him. I'm going to beat his ass. I'm going to stab him. I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to do any of that stuff. She wanted to go over there and bring him back. She didn't even want to have to go drive 2.5 hours over there. It would have been real simple if the defendant just came home. But once again, that's beside the point because the reality is he didn't come home. He didn't want to come home. That's the way life is sometimes. But she wanted to accomplish one thing, to have the defendant come home, not to do him harm. And she did nothing to him. No violence, no threats, nothing. That was it. She even told her mom one of the last conversations was when she got over there, if he refused to come, then she would call the police. So there's Kathy wearing the exact clothes that she changed into that she would die in. She was a big fan of coffee. The shirt she was wearing said something about coffee or die, kind of like the motto, live free or die. So there's Kathy, unsuspecting of what would happen a few short hours later. With her black t-shirt and her jean shorts and her black Under Armour flip-flops that she would be killed in. She picked up her Kate Spade bag, purse, backpack, put it over her shoulder. Interestingly enough, if you call one of the ladies, I don't recall if it was Miss Bell or Miss Jones, but they said when she pulled up and when she got out of the car that she threw her bag over her shoulder and she went up to the house, which is exactly how it appears that she carried her bag. The same bag, ladies and gentlemen, that she was holding when the defendant attacked her and stabbed her in the neck, the same bag that got blood all over it, holding her bag over her shoulder, and her keys and everything else that fell on the ground when the defendant attacked her. Does that sound like somebody, a lady who's attacking the defendant with their bag over their shoulder, holding their car keys and their charger? Of course not, because it didn't happen that way. And then this was it. You all remember when the door closed. In retrospect, it's quite eerie. The door closes. Kathy never returned to that house. That house that she kept immaculately clean. Kathy went off with her bag over her shoulder. A stock fridge, stock snacks, clean. Doesn't look like there's a thing out of place. Keeping a clean, safe, loving environment for Collin. Did Kathy have issues? She did. But she's a human being. You heard about her history and what she had to endure. Did that mean she should be stabbed and left to bleed out by her own son? Of course not. That's why he needs to be held responsible. So, this fancy overhead picture. What is the importance of this? Well, now I'm going to talk a little bit about the jury instructions. I'm not going to go into a bunch of jury instructions. You're going to hear those. They're very important. They're long, but I'm going to hit you with two quick things. The first degree murder and the kidnapping. I want you to look at this picture here. This is where Collin Griffith murdered his mom with premeditation and intent. This is where Collin Griffith stabbed his mom and killed her. You see the mulch. You see the entryway. You see the carport. Now, you'll recall that Miss Sally Bell, the lady getting ready for church, lived right here. Nancy Jones lived here. Nancy Jones had a more obstructed view just because of the sheer angle of it. This corner here of Susan Detman's house prevented her from actually seeing what was going on. But she did see the defendant reach out, grab Kathy, and pull her in. Now, Sally Bell had a much clearer view. Sally Bell, time is important, okay? Time is important. You guys like a good timeline, and you have a pretty good timeline. Sally Bell goes to church religiously, no pun intended. She gets ready, she leaves roughly a little before 5 o'clock. Every Sunday, her and her husband get ready, they go to church. The defendant wasn't going to church on Sunday, he was getting ready to murder his mom. So Sally Bell, she sees the defendant after Kathy comes over, and is Kathy mad? Is she happy? Of course she's not happy. That doesn't mean she's being violent, and she wasn't violent. She was moving her hands. Sally made it clear. It wasn't threatening or violent or physical. She was animated, moving her hands as she was talking. And she wanted her son to come home. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So Sally saw and heard, and it was loud enough because she was inside looking out her front window. She saw the defendant grab his own mom. Remember, this isn't a stranger, which would be bad enough. He grabbed his own mom by the hair. He thinks she's an evil bitch. He wants to kill her. He's told people he's going to kill her. He's battered her and attacked her before on November 14th in Port Charlotte, and now he's just doing the same thing again. And his mom paid the price. But you know what? He's going to pay the price when you come back with a guilty verdict. He is going to pay the price because of your verdict. And he grabbed his mom by the hair, and she said, stop, you're hurting me, let go. This is his mom begging and pleading for her own son to stop pulling her hair. Who does that? He does that, and he did it. So what happens? Who's doing violence to who? I ask you that. Who is being violent to who? The mom is not being violent in any way, shape, or form to her son. She is doing nothing to him. Nothing to him. But good old Collin Griffith grabs his mom and he yanks her, he pulls her, he drags her. Who cares what verb you want to use? The point of the story is that he pulled her and dragged her into the house. She didn't have a choice because her hair was being pulled and her head and her body was being dragged into the house. Why did the defendant do that? Because he was about to unleash and quench his bloodlust for his mom. He was going to accomplish what he wanted to do for whatever it was, weeks, months, a year. And his bloodlust was going to be quenched at the price and at the cost of his mom and her dignity and her life. So why did he bring her inside? Well, it's quite clear why he brought her inside: to unleash additional violence on her. He wanted to isolate her. He didn't want witnesses to what he was about to do. Okay? That was roughly around 5 o'clock. Now, I want to tell you something. The 911 call was at 6:14, okay? That is an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to tell you something. They weren't talking or hanging out for an hour and 15 minutes. Quite the contrary. This was a powder keg that was exploding. This was a powder keg that was exploding. What was he doing for that hour and 15 minutes after he killed his mom? Connect the dots, do the math. But as soon as he pulled her inside, it was just the continuation of the beginning of the end. So for kidnapping, I'm going to start with count two. Count two, kidnapping. This is what I have to prove. 3 elements. Collin Griffith forcibly or secretly or by threat confined or abducted or imprisoned Catherine Griffith against her will. That's exactly what he did. He forcibly grabbed her by the hair and pulled her inside against her will. Did she enjoy that? Did she walk into that house voluntarily when Collin dragged her inside? When, as she said in one of the videos, when he already beat her ass on a number of occasions? No, quite the contrary. He forcibly did those things against her will. So now Kathy knows what's going to happen. Maybe she doesn't know she's about to get killed, but she knows the violence that's about to happen. Because now the defendant has her all alone with no eyes to see, no neighbors to help, and he has her all alone. He's a lot bigger than her. He's a lot stronger than her. He weighs a lot more. He's younger than her. And she was alone. Now, this is no stranger to her. She shouldn't have had to have been afraid of her own son. But now the reality is he's dragged her in by the hair. She's begging for him to let go. But does he care? No. And he amps it up even more. He yanks her and pulls her so hard that, as we recall, in the mulch here is one of her AirPods. Boom. They go inside. She would, you know what? She never came out of that house again alive. She came out dead with no blood in her body. Thanks to Collin Griffith. This is the last time that she would enter any place. And this is the pathway to further destruction. This is literally the trail to her death at the hands and the knife of Collin Griffith. He yanked her by the hair. She didn't stand a chance. He dragged her, pulled her, get out of the source, use whatever words you want to use, and he brought her, boom, through the living room. Her other AirPod falls out. This is the violence and the force that the defendant's doing. Not only that, she loses her AirPod case. And we know where this is headed. We know the path that this is headed. That house is immaculate. Susan Detman keeps an immaculate house. That is a fact. That is evidence. Susan Detman keeps an immaculate house. Kathy Griffith, her daughter, keeps an immaculate house. There's no signs of a long fight. Kathy Griffith was in no position or no desire to fight. And the defendant had all the power, all the sick, twisted power, all the strength, all the size to his short, defenseless, unarmed mom. Does that sound like a fair fight, or does that sound cowardly and violent? Well, that's what kept going on. There he is. That is the face of Collin Griffith after he murdered his mom. Those are the eyes that looked at his mom as he shoved that knife so deep in her neck that it literally came out the other side of her neck. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Collin Griffith. Collin Griffith dragged his mom over there. Collin Griffith, in his mind, now we're moving on. Well, I suppose before we move on to the premeditation part, I told you there were 3 elements of kidnapping. We've already hit the first one. Second one, Collin Griffith had no lawful authority to do so. Of course, he had no lawful authority to do so. You don't have lawful authority to batter somebody, to grab them by the hair against their will and yank them into a house so you can abuse them and violate them and destroy them more. Element 2 is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And third, Collin Griffith acted with intent to inflict bodily harm upon or to terrorize Catherine Griffith, or to commit or facilitate the commission of any murder. That's a lot of words, but you'll take your time when you have the jury instructions. What did Collin Griffith do? He acted with the intent to harm Kathy Griffith, to physically destroy Kathy Griffith, to terrorize Kathy Griffith, and to kill Kathy Griffith. That third element's proved every which way possible. Because of that, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant is guilty of kidnapping. So when you deliberate and when you talk about the evidence and the law, and when you discuss amongst yourselves, and when you do the analysis, I submit to you that I have proven through the evidence that the defendant is guilty of kidnapping. But only if it could end there. Only if it could end there. Life would have gone on for Kathy Griffith. But it couldn't end there because of the defendant's conscious decisions. Because of his actions, it couldn't end there. Life could have gone on, but it didn't for Catherine Griffith because of what the defendant wanted to accomplish and what he didn't stop doing until he had accomplished it. And then to figure out, dang, what do I do now? But you get to see and hear everything that happened next. So we move on to first degree murder. That, once again, these aren't abstract concepts. This is the reality. That defendant reached into the butcher block and pulled out a knife. It probably made that sound when that metal comes out of the wooden butcher block. Well, Kathy didn't have her AirPods in, so she can hear crystal clear. And that knife comes sliding out of that butcher block. And Kathy would have known at that point that what the defendant had told her, what the defendant had told law enforcement, that he would kill her and stab her, that's how it was going to end for her. So the reality is the defendant pulled the knife. Picture doesn't quite do it justice. I'm not going to stand up here and hold the knife because you're going to look at it in the privacy and solitude of the jury room, and you're going to look at that knife and you're going to see firsthand where that knife has been and who put it there. So Kathy gets stabbed in the neck with such force. You know the pathway, you know everything that happened. You heard from Dr. Garavan, who was very detailed about his expertise, how many countless stabbing cases he's worked. Never has it been an accident or somebody falling on a knife. The force that knife took, the things that it cut through, the open, gaping wound, her bleeding out to the last drop is gone. So, back on September 8th, 2024, after Kathy struggled to get up, struggled to do whatever somebody who's just about to die tries to do, knowing that their son just ensured their death. Mind you, this was at about 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, because that's when Sally Bell saw the defendant yank his mom in by the hair. 5 o'clock. Yet it takes an hour and 14 minutes for the defendant to call 911. Yeah, it did. You're going to hear two clips. One is just the very intro. It establishes the time. It establishes the first words out of the defendant's mouth. Then you're going to hear the defendant's contradictory, absurd attempt at blaming Kathy Griffith for this. For first-degree murder, I have to prove three things. Catherine Griffith is dead. That's an understatement. Number two, the death was caused by the criminal act of Collin Griffith. It was a homicide by Collin Griffith, stabbing his mom in the neck and watching her and letting her and being happy that she bled out and died. And three, there was a premeditated killing of Catherine Griffith. Ladies and gentlemen, when the defendant dragged her inside and dragged her to the back of the house, to the kitchen, when he reached for the knife, when he pulled the knife out, think about it. Any step of the way, he could have thought to himself, you know what? This is messed up. I shouldn't be doing this. I can't be doing this. Yeah, I want to kill her, but this is my mom. You know what? Damn, I'm going to stop. I'm not going to do this. He had time to reflect. But his reflection, was it Collin 1 or Collin 2? We'll get to that a little later. But his reflection was, yeah, I am going to kill, I am going to stab this evil bitch. And that's not me saying it. That's the defendant's own words. He showed his intentions by his actions and by his words and what he said he was going to do. He was going to kill that evil bitch, his own mom. And so he did. So Kathy Griffith is laid out on the floor, has taken her last breath, has bled out her last drop of blood. Catherine Griffith has been murdered by Collin Griffith. The crime is over. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Now, not to complicate things, but there's another way that I can prove first-degree murder, and I submit to you I've proved it both ways. It's my burden, of course, to prove the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt, but there's two different ways that I can prove first-degree murder. Both end with the same result, which is guilty of first-degree murder. The other way that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, but it's called first-degree felony murder. I've already shown you, ladies and gentlemen, why the defendant is guilty of premeditated first-degree murder and why the defendant is guilty of kidnapping. So when you go back and deliberate and when you fill out the verdict form, while it might not be easy and nothing is ever happy about sitting on a murder trial, but you'll know that you did the right thing based upon the evidence and based upon justice. So the defendant's guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated, and kidnapping. Another way that a prosecutor can prove first-degree murder is first-degree felony murder. And I'm going to tell you this first, little insight. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that Collin Griffith had a premeditated design or intent to kill. When you run through the three elements, Catherine Griffith is dead. That's number one. Number two, while engaged in the commission of a kidnapping, Collin Griffith caused the death of Catherine Griffith. And three, Collin Griffith was the person who actually killed Collin Griffith. Her own flesh and blood brutalized her. We'll go to the 911 call, probably an hour or so after he had already murdered his mom.
18/14/11, 2nd September 8, 2024.
911, what's your gasoline emergency?
Anthony Ford, I don't know the fucking, I don't know the secret.
Now, clip two. What I want you to notice about clip two, ladies and gentlemen, is that the 911 operator asks a very clear, simple question. Listen, what caused the bleeding? And you're going to hear and see, and you probably remember, that the defendant didn't respond for many, many seconds, maybe 6 seconds. He didn't respond. And the 911 operator said more emphatically, listen, what caused the bleeding? And then the defendant gave two diametrically opposed different explanations because he wasn't going to tell the truth about what happened. And he was certainly going to try to escape from the charges and blame his mom when he is the person that murdered his own mom. So the first thing he says is, she got into a fight. What do you mean she got into a fight? Like he's trying to distance himself from what actually happened. She got into a fight and she lunged at me with a knife and she fell on it. So that's his first explanation. He's painting a picture that his mom lunged at him with a knife, tripped, and somehow fell on the knife. That's preposterous. Not being disrespectful, but that's preposterous when you think about common sense and you think about physics and when you think about reality. That just didn't happen. The evidence is to the contrary, but that's his first statement, that she lunged at him with this knife and tripped and she somehow falls on the knife. That didn't happen. Then the 911 operator says, where is the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with? And then the defendant says something completely different because it's not the truth. The truth doesn't change. The truth is that the defendant stabbed his mom right in the neck, and then it ripped through and came out the other side. That's reality of what happened. And then the defendant changes his story. He thinks he's helping himself by elaborating or trying to prove to himself what happened or prove to others. And then he changes his story. Instead of her lunging at him and falling on the knife, Now he says, she came at me and we got into a fight for a long time. Then she got on top of me and fell on it. Twisted it back, whatever that means.
So listen, what caused the bleeding? Listen, what caused the bleeding?
She got so tight and she was getting the knife and she fell on it.
Where is the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with?
She got me that we got so tight for a long time. Then she got on top of me and fell on it. This is bad.
Collin Griffith murdered his mom, ladies and gentlemen. This is a picture of Kathy Griffith with the person that murdered her son. This is a picture of Kathy Griffith alive and smiling and happy next to the same person that she knew was going to kill her. Yet she was willing to suffer and pay the ultimate price, that was her life, at the hands of her son in order to spend a little more time with him before she left this earth. So that person, Kathy Griffith, live, full of life, smiling and happy, turned into this person. Bleeding out on her mom's kitchen floor with her good old son standing by to watch her bleed out. And there's her Kate Spade backpack purse that was over her shoulder. Once again, you saw it over her shoulder in the video. You also heard from Nancy Jones that when Kathy went up to the house, she had her bag over her shoulder. And that bag got drenched in blood as it literally spurted out of the huge gaping hole in her neck, compliments of her son. When fire rescue shows up and law enforcement shows up, they say they can literally see through her neck. They can see into the organs in her neck. And that is the end result of Collin Griffith's hatred and violence towards his mom. A gaping hole from that knife. And we saw that as she's getting stabbed, she doesn't stand a chance. She comes out of her Under Armour flip-flops. Her keys crash to the ground. Her purse crashes to the ground, falling off of her shoulder. Her charging cords fall to the ground. She struggles to get up. You can see things she's grabbing onto. And she takes her last breath, and she leaves this earth knowing that Collin Griffith, her own son, murdered her. I'll have a chance to talk to you, ladies and gentlemen, after the defenses with a much shorter wrap-up. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention. And when you come back through those doors, you should come back with nothing short of pure 100% justice. And that's finding the defendant guilty as charged of both counts for what he did to his mom on September 8th, 2024.
Punch off the record briefly.
Okay, so it's just a sidebar, I think, before they start the closings for the defense. Before I even start talking about that, Lois, thank you very much to gifting a membership that went to our lovely new mod, Zio. Amazing. I just find it hilarious that Nightbot has been long on the channel since basically the beginning, and he hasn't gotten one. So
defense, we're going to just take a short 10-minute stretch break.
Oh, okay.
Alright,
So the
please.
defense is doing a 10-minute stretch break, so we can talk some more. Yay! So, um, like Stephanie, actually, Nightbot. I keep wanting to say his name, and I need this. Like, yeah. Oh, next time, Nightbot. It's fine. uh, yeah, I know. It's like a Toxic and Nightbot have been here way longer, and they haven't gotten a membership. And a CEO just came on, and she got one. But oh well, no, it's all right. But Stephanie, Nightbot did had a look on the frame. He went back. The time frame that I thought it was, it did not have anything. But yeah, probably he was just stretching his fingers. I don't know. I mean, this closings, what do you guys think about this closing? I think it was a bit plain. I think Han Solo could have gotten a little bit better. It could have he could have gotten for it and get a little bit spicy and do like Susan was saying, our Susan, the good Susan, very good Susan on chat. It was just saying that it could have been a bit more spicy with the timeline of events. Like things started in February 2023 when he bye-byed his dad, and then go for it and run with it. But oh, we did. It's like, so it's like, I like this attorney, but he was not spicy at all. This case, he was, I think, in my opinion, right, he went with, this is a slam dunk case. I'm gonna do it for win. I'm big by myself and like the macho man, and he would win the case with no problems. But he now is actually probably thinking and rethinking his choices. But it's, yeah, it was not a very good, well, he talked about the fact of the case. He talked about the evidence that was kind of shown, but he said that in the openings, right? He talked about the same thing in the openings, that he talked about what the jury was going to say, and now he just basically said the same thing in the openings of what the jury just saw. So I think it was a little bit bland for me, and I'm glad it did not go for long because I forgot to put our clock. I hopefully I won't forget to put the clock thing when the fans start doing their closings. I actually have almost everything ready. I just need to start the counter. You're probably going to see something in the corner, but it's just a temporary until I can put the counter up. But oh yeah. That, like, that is not even a question to think. They are gonna blame Kathy for everything and everything else. They gonna say Kathy was the one that was the issue causer, the one that led Colin doing what he did, and just blew. And then they're gonna bring, I think, the only testimony that they had in their case, the grandma Susan Deathman, and they're going to bring all of that. I think that it's just going to be literally a repetition of Susan Deathman's testimony saying that Kathy was the worst person on earth, that she was the worst mom ever on the planet, and that she basically deserved to be unalived, because that's basically what the grandma said, that she deserved it, because there was no other way that she, well, there was another way if she could have said it, basically saying that she deserved it. But in another words, basically what grandma said yesterday was that Kathy deserved what she got, and that is not true. So, and I agree, it's not self-defense, and I think and I hope that the judge will agree as well. I just checking one thing, because I probably could have asked, but okay, so that was not a long opening. It was about what, not even an hour opening. You must have reserved like 10 minutes for a rebuttal closing. So if the defense, they come back in about 10 minutes, well, in a few minutes, let's say 10 minutes, they will finish at 20 to 11. So we might even be going into deliberations right before lunch. So that would be good. Um, So it's just absolutely disgraceful. I think the jury is not gonna take long. I think they're not gonna beat Natalie Cochran's jury in terms of the 1 hour and 50 minutes, but I think they are gonna go pretty close. I haven't said my guess, but my guess won't go into the game. Don't worry. Obviously, neither mine or Nightbot's guesses will go towards the game. Obviously, if Toxic, I need to ask Zio actually her guess if she wants to play. But yeah, the won't go. But I am gonna say, and I'm gonna put down my guess. Of course, is guilty because I live in a guilty land. I literally was born there and I live there, and I think I will forever stay there. And I think they're gonna take between 1 to 3 hours. That's my guess. So yes, I've got yours, Toxic. You are actually the first on my paper. Sorry, this is the paper that I did. But I've got everything written and Hood said, and then I have the document as well that has exactly the same thing, so I can see better. If you are one of the lucky winners, I will ask you if you want to. There's a prize to be won. It's nothing like a lot special, but it's something that I'm working on. But you can, I can email it to you. But we can talk about that privately and when it comes to it. But yeah, so that chicken lips, um just 1 hour. Nightbot, I think I've got yours. Yes. You think 1 hour? That's gonna be fast. Well, time to get in there, sign the papers, start discussing who's the foreperson, and then that's it. They just like they do a first vote, and then that's it. No, probably that would take about an hour to be nah. Yeah, but still, but I wanted to be fair, and if I win, I'm not gonna give a present to myself. I do that every day by eating a cheese twist at work. But nah, just to make fair, I can play, I will play, but I won't win. It's absolutely fine, and I get it. But I think it I don't know. It oh, what happened? Hang on, sorry, 1 second. Uh,
I accidentally timed.
oh, the sorry, I was just looking. Sorry, Stephanie. Nightbot, not Nightbot 95, the original Nightbot, as because you put caps. And it was, yeah, I think was your second time Nightbot got you. I'm so sorry for that. I'm gonna teach Nightbot not to do that one. Not Nightbot 95, the other Nightbot. My apologies.
Said it was timed out for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I need to teach the other Nightbot that he should not do that. I need to go and talk to other Nightbot. My apologies. Not It's all right. Yes, you've submitted the form. I've got it. Yeah, I've got it was not you, Nightbot 95, it was the other Nightbot. I think we need to come up with a new name, Nightbot 95. It's getting a little bit confusing now. So I think we're going to be talking about another name for Nightbot 95 so it doesn't cause confusions. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think it's still gonna be between 1 to 3 hours. Because like they're gonna go to deliberate just before lunch, so they're gonna still take the hour of lunch. Consider that as well. So, I mean, you still have until the end of closings if you want to change your thing because they. I know it is. It is. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to decide on a new name for him and come with the consensus of a name for Nightbot. Um, Fritzy, do you like Fritzy Nightbot?
What?
Look at Case comment in the chat to see. So yeah. What I was saying. So yeah, consider that the fact that they are gonna go on lunch when they're gonna go deliberate. So they might take that hour for. Okay, all right. Still one. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. No, Stephanie, it's absolutely fine. I mean, I'm not very picky about that. It's just,
Both lawyers.
yeah,
state's
the bot
counsel
night
is
bot.
present.
It's a little bit.
Are we
I'm
ready
not.
for the
But
jury?
yeah, sorry. Oh, the jury's coming, and oh, you know what? You guys need to help me accountable now. While the jury comes in, please help me accountable every day until I fix the soundboard so we can have the sound bites working. Because the soundboard is here and I can adjust the volume and another thing, but the rest is not, and that's why you cannot hear the sound bites that we do have. But I need to fix that. But the thing is, I keep doing other stuff with the channel instead of fixing the soundboard. So please keep me accountable for that every day until I get sorted. Because if you nag me every day, I will get sorted. I just need, I just need to get reminded, and I need to get that done. Oh, hey, the sun is out in England. Look, guys. The sun is out and I'm glaring again. Yay, that's so awesome again. Yeah, I think I need to get ready to put the watch. The thing is, I'm still leaving objections up because I don't know if Han Solo is going to object to anything because I want the final count of the objections. So, yes, I have my halo on the wrong side that is not there. I know. Yeah, I thank you. I'm on it. I need to stop talking and get the timer sorted. But I will press OK as soon. I'm still gonna leave the objections counter up because I don't know if Nightbot Han Solo is gonna object or not. She did not object throughout the closing, so I'm not imagining that. Yeah, you can see my halo. I'm not gonna sing, don't worry, because I'm starting to think about the song from Beyonce about the halo, and but don't worry, I'm not gonna sing in your ears or in your TVs because no one wants that for sure. So yeah, that's what I'll say. Objection counter area is gonna be there for now, and I'll adjust and then have the timer, and then when they go into deliberation, we'll have the other timer to see how long it is. See, guys, I know I'm learning how to do things. I'm learning how to do new cool stuff on here. See, it will get there eventually. We have a long time to sort out things and to get professional. So yeah, I think the jury is here now. They are sitting, and I will be quiet, and I'll speak to you guys in.
Ms. Thornhill?
Good morning, everyone. Sure seems like the state would like you to focus on the emotion and the drama rather than on the actual facts. You can't ignore the facts in this case. What's your job as jurors? It's to decide whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin kidnapped and murdered his mother, and that her death was not excusable or justified. That's your job. We start with the presumption of innocence, as the judge will remind you again when he reads the instructions. That means that you have to believe that Collin is innocent, unless and until the state can overcome that presumption with evidence beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Not words that they may say, characterizations of how things might have happened, but actual facts. We can offer interpretations of how you should look at various facts. The facts also include testimony, but it is your job to decide what the facts are and what they mean, and whether the state has used those facts to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin is guilty of anything. So the state offered a number of witnesses. You guys have been here for over a week now, and they presented a lot of exhibits and evidence. I'm not going to go through all of the witnesses and all of the exhibits. You all took notes, And the exhibits will all be back there in the jury room with you. So you can look at any number of them. You can look at all the text messages that were admitted into evidence, even if they weren't all played on the screen. You can listen to things. You can watch the ring video. That will be up to you. Those are facts. The witnesses. In a move that you might find surprising, I'm not going to argue to you that the state's witnesses were unreliable or that you shouldn't believe them, with one exception. Most of the witnesses were pretty straightforward in answering the questions. Like I said, it's up to you to decide how to interpret what they said. But the one exception, and it might not even matter in the long run to your inquiry, your decision, because for the most part, what the witnesses told you isn't in dispute. And that one exception is Robert Wolantis. I may have seemed harsh with him when I questioned him, and I apologize for that. I wouldn't wish the death of a child on anyone ever. But Mr. Wolantis wanted you to believe that he was very close with Kathy and with Collin, and that he was close enough with Collin that Collin confided in him several months before Kathy died. So how close was Robert Wolantis with Collin and Kathy? He was not invited to Kathy's celebration of life. He didn't even know that she hadn't been buried. If you recall him going on and on about how funerals are for those left behind. And that's not to say that, it's not to say anything bad about Mr. Wolantis, but it's something you can consider in evaluating the credibility of his testimony. He went on one trip with Kathy a few years ago that Susan paid for. He talked to Collin on the phone a total of 3 times, unless you believe there was this second mysterious phone that Mr. Wolantis claimed that he talked to Collin all the time on for either every week or every other week. There's no evidence of that. Susan told you about a phone that she got for Collin when Kathy had kicked him out one of the several times that she bought for him to use because he'd been kicked out without his phone. It was active for a couple of weeks. It's another thing you can consider in deciding whether you think Robert Wolantis was reliable. You also have to consider whether Robert Wolantis was trying to make himself seem more intimately connected with his daughter's life and his grandson's life, and now with Kathy's death. Remember, he was the one who called Polk County Sheriff's Office. He was not the go-to family member that the detectives wanted to speak to get information. They didn't seek him out. He reached out to them. And he reached out to them only weeks after Kathy died. Not right away, not, oh my goodness, my daughter died. I have this important information that may help in the investigation. No, it wasn't until after he watched Grady Judd's press conference that was extremely detailed in describing the wound that Kathy suffered and how she died that Mr. Wolantis called the sheriff's office. You can consider that in determining whether you think his testimony is reliable. You can also consider the language he used in describing what Collin said to him, allegedly, about wanting to slit his mother's throat and watch the blood and life seep from her. You've heard Collin's words several times on the 911 call, on the ring videos. That sound like something Collin would say, or a way he would describe anything that he says? Or does that sound like Mr. Wolantis putting words in Collin's mouth? All that to say, even if you believe Mr. Wolantis, which I urge you not to believe what he said, he claims Collin told him, but even if you do, that does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin murdered his mother. And you have to remember that too. That's what the state has to prove to you. So dealing with that one witness, let's move on to the charges against Collin. The kidnapping. The state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin, by force, threat, or secrecy, confined, abducted, or imprisoned or isolated Kathy against her will. And at the time he supposedly did any of those things, at that time, he had the intent to commit great bodily harm or terrorize her. Okay? So what did the state present to try to convince you that there was a kidnapping? They presented the witnesses, the neighbors, Sally Bell and Nancy K. Jones. Both of them are neighbors of Susan's. You've seen the photos of where they lived. And you heard them say that Kathy was the one being aggressive right when she arrived. She whipped the car out of the driveway to pull it up against the curb or the grass. She slammed her car door. She slung her backpack over her back, and she marched up to the door and went inside. Went inside that house of her own accord. When she comes back out of the house, she's throwing things into Collin's car. And you can see in the photo of the interior of his car, there's clothes thrown in the back, and there's his computer and his phone on the front seat. And she's yelling and gesturing and stomping around. And then she goes back up to where Collin is standing in the doorway. Because remember, neither of those witnesses told you he was ever anywhere other than in the doorway. Not in the mulch where an AirPod was found, but in the doorway around the corner. So Kathy comes up to him. She's making a scene. Obviously a scene that's loud enough, noticeable enough that the neighbors are looking to see what's going on. She's already drawn their notice. And as she's on the carport floor and Collin's standing in the doorway and she's still gesturing, he puts his hand, and the witnesses differ, on her neck area, on her shoulder, by her ponytail, and they said pulled her inside. Not dragged, not grabbed her by the ponytail, more like, and this is something you can decide, more like an ushering, like, oh crap, you're causing a scene, like Kathy can, seeing it in the state's own evidence. Let's bring this inside so that we don't get the wrath of the neighbors up or cause attention to be drawn even more to our argument. That's a more reasonable interpretation of those facts. It's reasonable to interpret that Collin was embarrassed by his mom and didn't want to air their dirty laundry in the carport. Now, she did say, "Let go, you're hurting me." Okay? That's a fact. That she said that is not in dispute. But you can't just accept a statement by anyone, but let alone by Kathy, at face value. Okay? So she claims, "You're hurting me, let go." Does she pull away from him? Nope. Witnesses never said anything about that. Did she try and stay at the bottom of the steps where she was gesturing at him? No, the witnesses didn't say that. They said that her feet actually moved up the steps. That indicates a willingness to go inside. That's a reasonable interpretation of what those witnesses told you. Did she say, I don't want to go back inside? No. Did she grab onto Collin in some way to get him to let go of her? No. Did it even look like she was actually being hurt? Don't you think, isn't it reasonable that if Sally Bell or Nancy K. Jones thought that Kathy was actually being harmed in any way whatsoever, that they wouldn't have either called 911? Kay Jones would have called Susan because remember, she was house sitting. She was aware that Collin was allowed to be there, that he had arrived the day before, his car hadn't moved. So she's sort of keeping an eye on the house. If either of them thought that Kathy was actually being harmed or being forced to do something against her will, don't you think, as the good neighbors that they were, they would have alerted someone? They didn't, because Kathy's saying she was being hurt and let me go, and they don't know her. But I think you can interpret that statement from Kathy, knowing what you know about Kathy, as being just one of the many things that she claimed happened that didn't actually happen. For instance, when she said on one of her multiple phone calls to Susan or in a text to Collin, there are a lot, so I'm sorry if I don't remember exactly where it came from. She said, I'm scared, Collin, you battered me or you hit me or you beat me before you left on Saturday. Remember the Ring videos in every room in the house except the bathroom. And for the most part, she and Collin are on Ring video. The state has given you some Ring video. The defense has given you some additional Ring video to sort of fill it out a little bit better. On none of that Ring video is Collin ever touching her. So isn't it reasonable that even though she claimed Collin hit her, beat her, struck her before he left the house on September 7th, and there's no proof of that, that her saying, hurt me, let go, was just her making something else up? There's another reasonable interpretation of Kathy saying, you're hurting me, let go. Remember, she was furious with Susan, with her mom, like furious. You heard her yell several times on the Ring video at Susan. She was pissed off that Susan had let Collin come to her house, which, as you may recall, I asked several witnesses about this. And the reason I asked them about this is because I wanted it to be clear that it was permissible for Collin to be at Susan's house. It was permissible to his probation officer, who he emailed. It was permissible to the courts. You saw the pink paper that Kathy tried to make a big deal out of that said Collin may go to visit his grandmother out of county, just notify the probation officer. It was permissible under the 751 plan, the concurrent custody. There was nothing anywhere or in anyone's mind, except perhaps Kathy's, that said that Collin was not allowed to be at Susan's. Nevertheless, Kathy's pissed at her mom because Collin is at her house and hasn't come home as quickly as she demanded. Remember, she'd also made some threats to Susan in her text, saying, your HOA hates you. Susan's dog doesn't have a dog tag, and that's a violation. A violation of what? I don't know. But Kathy's mad enough at Susan at this point that who knows, maybe she was trying to get Susan in trouble with her homeowners association by causing a bigger scene than it actually was. I'm not saying that's for sure what happened. I'm giving you reasonable interpretations of Kathy's behavior. But the bottom line is that there's no evidence that Kathy did anything against her will that day. And certainly no evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she went back into the house that she'd already been in on her own, despite Collin touching her neck, her hair, her ponytail. She was not being dragged. She was not being forced. Plus, once she's in the house, the state has one theory of what may have happened. I'm going to propose some other, I would argue, more reasonable ones. When she's inside the house, she has access to her phone, right? She has access to car keys. The doors are unlocked. You heard Susan say that the doors are kept unlocked. And then you heard Collin say on the 911 call when law enforcement first arrived and they're knocking on the door saying sheriff's office, he says, come in, the door's unlocked. There's no evidence that Kathy was kept in that house against her will. None. In fact, to the contrary, Collin would have been probably really happy if Kathy had left. No one wanted her to have come there. And knowing what you know about Kathy, don't you think it's reasonable that if she had been forced to go back inside against her will, that she wouldn't have fought tooth and nail to avoid doing what she didn't want to do? Remember, this is somebody that the state's own witness, Detective Zanoniani, said it's either her way or the highway. So, knowing what you know about Kathy, if she was being forced to do something against her will, it's reasonable she would have fought it, right? The state himself said it doesn't look like there was a long, drawn-out fight throughout the house. If Kathy didn't want to be back in that house, how did her flip-flops make it all the way to the kitchen? If Kathy didn't want to be back in that house, she would have been flailing like she had been doing just talking to Collin before. And if she had been forced to go back into that house and then forced to go to the kitchen and forced not to leave, the house wouldn't have been in as pristine a condition as you saw. The plant would have been knocked over. Something would have been amiss. Didn't have any evidence from the medical examiner either to say she had any scalp wounds or anything indicating that she had been pulled by the hair. Not to mention the fact that, is it reasonable to you that Collin, despite what the prosecutor says, even though there's no evidence of how tall he is, how much he weighs, you've seen him in court, you've seen a picture of him shirtless. If you believe that Collin could have made his mother do anything physically, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not going to be able to convince you of anything. And if you think that Collin was dragging her by the hair, as the state seems to want you to believe, throughout that house, how come her flip-flops didn't come off right at the front door? Collin didn't make Kathy do anything. Oh, but the AirPods, the one in the mulch, that proves that Collin made Kathy do something against her will. BS. No witness ever saw Collin in the mulch. They never saw him anywhere other than the doorway. But they saw Kathy march her way up from her car to the doorway. Isn't it reasonable that as she's pissed off at Collin, comes in hot and angry, that it fell out while she was just being herself? Same with the ones in the house. Once again, if Collin was ever forcing her to do anything physically against her will, and that AirPod came out because of something he did, you think she would have just been like, okay, I'm going to let you keep dragging me, instead of flailing about and, like I said, knocking something amiss in the house? No, that's not reasonable because none of that ever happened. There was no kidnapping, period. The felony murder count, just also first-degree murder. If you were to find Collin guilty of that, that would mean you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that he kidnapped Kathy and that during that kidnapping, he caused her death. So I've already told you all the reasons why I think the state has utterly failed to prove a kidnapping. But even if you did find that, because I don't want to presume that you're going to find anything. I'm here to make suggestions, not to tell you how to do your job, like the prosecutor was trying to do. That hour and 15 minutes between when the neighbor saw Collin usher his mother inside as she's making a scene and when he called 911 distraught, you would have to believe that Collin forced Kathy to stay in that house that entire hour and 15 minutes and was inflicting some bodily harm or terrorizing her that whole time. That's not reasonable. There was no kidnapping, and this was no felony murder. This was self-defense. So, the state wants you to believe that this was a premeditated murder. In order to do that, once again, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin intended to kill her and beyond a reasonable doubt that he was not acting in self-defense. That's what you would have to find. You heard a lot of outrage from the prosecutor in his closing statement. And this is an awful situation. But there was no outrage about how Kathy had behaved, how Kathy had treated her son, how she had treated other people. And I'm not saying you have to have outrage at that. You've heard a lot of unfavorable things about Kathy. And I am not going to go through every single one because you took notes, you heard and saw, you heard from the state's own witnesses, those things. Susan confirmed them. But remember, the incidents that you heard about Kathy being violent in the past or making things up in the past were all corroborated, either by police reports, DCF reports that Detective Zanoniani had reviewed, or by witnesses, by Susan. I was not presenting those to you to just bash Kathy, to make her look like a horrible person. To the contrary, I was doing my job because the law says, and the judge will tell you, that you have to consider prior acts of violence, prior acts of aggression, a reputation for dangerous and violent behavior, in deciding whether Collin was reasonable in defending himself against his mom on September 8th. I'm not going to read the instruction in detail because, like I said, the judge will do that for you. But the law requires you to consider what Collin knew about his mom to decide whether you think he acted reasonably in defending himself. You have to decide the reasonableness of Collin's actions in light of all of those things. In light of the fact that she had pulled a gun on him before, in light of the fact that she had threatened to kill other people before, in light of the fact that she had attacked other people before with weapons. Some of these things in front of Collin. So it's not even just hearing about it, it's witnessing it. He knew all those things about her. He knew what she was capable of when she was angry. He knew all of this, and it was in his mind when she came to him on September 8th. Collin also knew that Kathy would sometimes make things up to hurt other people, such as he knew that she claimed someone strangled her. She even claimed that she had video of it, but when the police reviewed it, it showed you she was strangling herself. He knew that she had called DCF on her own brother, got them involved in an investigation that was baseless. He knew that his mom claimed to do everybody else's schoolwork, including her own mother's dissertation for her PhD. He knew this about his mother. Now, luckily, those threats and made-up stories that Kathy had told in the past didn't ever result in any serious consequences for those people. But Kathy had never suffered the consequences of making those stories up either. And what happens when you don't suffer consequences? You continue the behavior. And sometimes she was actually even believed when she made things up. One glaring example. The day that she pulled the gun on Collin, threatened to shoot him or herself, and then handed him the gun and said, "Just shoot me," Collin immediately tells his teacher or professor, who talks to the school resource officer, who gets the deputies involved. The deputies go to Kathy at her house, and Kathy says, "No, I never pulled a gun." "What? He's just being a brat. He was failing classes, so I disciplined him by taking away his phone and his AirPods." And they believed her. Okay. Now, at the time, maybe that wasn't so astonishing. But remember what Susan told you. Susan told you that Kathy admitted to her that she had actually pulled a gun on Collin. So Kathy lied to the police. She also lied about him failing his classes. That was never true. And convinced them that Collin was just being a brat. Despite the fact that Collin had given a detailed account of what his mother did to him with her gun, they didn't believe him. They believed that he was just being a brat. Don't get me wrong, Collin could be a brat. I am not trying to make him look like an angel and Kathy look like the devil. You heard him on the Ring video and how he talked to his mom. Disrespectful, absolutely. But that doesn't make him a murderer. Also, look at his role model. That sounds awful, but we all talked about in jury selection that kids kind of do what they know. Their parents are their role models. Their parents teach them by not only talking to them, but by their own behavior. They cussed back and forth at each other. Is it an ideal parental-child relationship? No, but that's how they existed. You heard Kathy cussing at a number of people, including her mom, and cussing and claiming Collin had put a lid on her cup too tight and that it caused her to cut her hand. Did you see a cut on that video? Did you see her trying to stop any bleeding? No. Another example of her making things up. So even though Collin could be a brat and disrespectful to his mom, but what 17-year-old isn't at times? You cannot ignore the fact that Kathy told her mom, yeah, I lied to the police. I actually did pull a gun. You cannot ignore that fact. And it was in response to his mother pulling a gun on him that Collin started making these statements that the state has conveniently termed threats, but without wanting you to consider all of the words in those statements. And that was the same incident where Kathy lied to the police about not pulling a gun on Collin. Remember, he ends up Baker acted because he begins the litany of times that he said, I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid what she'll do to me. I'm afraid if she pulls a gun on me again, I'll have to defend myself. If she does those things that we now know she did, I will defend myself. You even saw him on body-worn camera footage telling the officers that if she does this to me again, if she punches me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. I'm afraid I don't feel safe at home. But no one would listen. Over and over and over, he tells people in authority this. They believe Kathy, they don't believe him. I want to propose a possible reason why they didn't listen to him. Once they found out that he had been arrested for a shooting death in Oklahoma, despite the fact that he was never charged with that, everybody decided, we can't believe him. We have to believe her. Look at his past. And that is an awful shame, because there are facts and evidence to show you how Kathy behaved. You have her own words to her mother that she pulled a gun on her own son. People in authority ignored Kathy's well-documented history of violence towards others. They ignored her well-documented history of aggression and volatility and impulsivity. They ignored the fact that she owned a gun. They ignored the things she had done to her ex-husband. They ignored that she had stabbed him and burned him and pinned him to the house. This is all in police reports and DCF reports. They just ignored it. And these are just the documented episodes that we know about of Kathy being violent towards others. You saw how she acted on her own Ring video, right? And this is her knowing she's being recorded. So if that's how she behaves when she knows she's being recorded, think about what she might do when she's not being recorded. We also know she beat Collin with a belt in front of her own mother. And when Susan tried to intervene, she tried to claim that law enforcement had sanctioned that behavior. She claimed that Corporal Rentis told her it was okay. Well, you heard from Detective Zanoniani that law enforcement would never sanction such a thing. The day before Kathy died, you've seen the Ring video. You saw that she and Collin had an argument about putting up the bookshelf. You saw that he was disrespectful to her, but you also saw that her reaction to that was to kick him out, which she lied about later too. She claims on the phone with her mom on the Ring video, I never kicked him out. I never kicked him out. I never kicked him out. Watch the Ring video again. Listen to her words. Get out and don't come back, even if you're bawling your eyes out. Beyond that, give me your house keys. She took his keys to get back into the house that he lived in. You can't see it in the state's Ring video that they played, but I admitted a defense exhibit that we only played a short clip from, but it's longer. You can watch it if you don't trust me or don't believe me. But in that clip that you didn't see, but is in evidence, it shows the view from the living room. And it shows her actually taking the keys from Collin and putting them on the hook inside the door. And then her closing the door and locking it behind him. And you may also remember that the key ring that was on the kitchen at Susan's house was just a car key with no house keys on it. Yeah, those were to Collin's car. No house keys. So she kicks him out over him not helping with the bookshelf. Should he have helped her? Probably. But was it so unreasonable to think that if you put up a bookshelf that's not anchored to studs, that it might be a problem? So all of this is going to Collin's state of mind the day before Kathy comes to him at Susan's house. It's something you must consider when you're deciding whether the state has proved with facts and evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin wasn't reasonably defending himself against his mother on September 8th. And would a reasonable person defend themselves like Collin did? Sort of on a separate note, the state has argued that the text that Kathy sent to Collin, threatening all sorts of things, because you know she threatened all sorts of things that were not true, right? Won't go through all of them. But that this text where she says she's going to send all these Ring videos of him supposedly confessing to planning a murder in Oklahoma, that provides a motive for Collin to want to kill his mom. Okay. First of all, you have to believe that the threat was true. Given what you know about Kathy, given the fact that no one's seen any Ring videos of any such nature, and given the fact that Collin has never been charged with anything in Oklahoma, and given the fact that her deadline of 3 p.m. when she was going to supposedly send these to all these people had long passed before she got to Collin, isn't it reasonable to think this is just another thing that she made up? Because if those things existed, they'd be out there. They would have been in front of you. And don't you think Collin knew that that was an empty threat? Knew that no such recordings existed? So this big motive that the state wants you to believe in, also BS. Just another one of her delusional lies. Something else she made up, like she made up things all the time, and that the state's own evidence proves to you. Then you have to think, even if you believe that the threat was true or real beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to believe that Collin somehow made her come to him so that he could kill her. And that's just absurd. Kathy made the choice to go to where he was. And let's face it, Collin had been trying to escape his mother for quite some time, for at least a year that we know of, since September of 2023, when he got put in the Baker Act facility. for something his mom did and lied about when he said, I don't feel safe. And that's what he was trying to do on September 8th when she kicked him out. I mean, on September 7th when she kicked him out. He was trying to escape her. Think about this. All the times that you've heard about Collin saying, I don't feel safe. If my mom attacks me, I'll defend myself. If she comes at me, if she pulls a gun on me, if she punches me, I'll defend myself. Remember, Collin told people that he would rather be in the Baker Act facility than at home with his mother. He told people in authority he would rather be in jail than at home with his mother. He told people in authority he would rather be in foster care than at home with his mother. And the state wants you to believe that Collin's just a brat who didn't like the discipline he got, so he murdered his mom. That's also absurd. Because as the state has pointed out many times, Collin had what they think is a great life with mom, right? So he gets to go on trips, absolutely got to go on trips. He lives in a clean, nice, organized home with plenty of food. Yes. He has a phone, he has an Xbox, he has a computer, he gets to go to college. Don't you think Collin, as smart as he was to be able to graduate early, would know that if he actually were to be placed in the Baker Act facility instead of going home with his mom where he didn't feel safe, or remain in jail instead of going home with his mom with whom he didn't feel safe, or went into foster care instead of going home with his mom with whom he didn't feel safe, he would get none of those wonderful things. None of them. He would not have a phone. He would not have an Xbox. He would not go on trips all over the country or the world. And yet he still said, please re-Baker Act me. Please don't send me home from jail with my mom. Please, I'd rather go to foster care. These are the things you know and that the state has proved. Collin was trying to escape his mom because he was scared. He was scared of what she would do to him, and if she attacked him, what he would do in response. So, knowing all that, let's talk about September 8th. Kathy went to where Collin was. Isn't it reasonable to believe, because let's be clear, the state has offered no proof, zero proof of what actually happened in Susan's house on September 8th? None. Zero proof does not equal proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But isn't it reasonable to believe that Kathy, in her anger, her desperation to make Collin come home, that she picked up a knife and threatened him with it, which is in total conformance with how she's acted in the past? Absolutely, it's reasonable. The state wants you to think, despite any proof, that Collin dragged his mother to the kitchen, somehow kept her there against her will, either by beating her or holding her by the ponytail, and then somehow managed to get a knife out of the butcher block while still holding on to Kathy, such that she couldn't get away, to start this fight over the knife. That's absurd. And it certainly hasn't been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Isn't it more reasonable, given everything you know, that Kathy picked up the knife, threatened Collin with it, and he defended himself, as he's been saying he would do for a year? Isn't it also reasonable that Kathy knew what the outcome was going to be when she picked up a knife and threatened Collin with it. You've heard of suicide by cop? Isn't it reasonable to think that Kathy committed suicide by son? She had never been able to successfully commit suicide before, despite her many attempts. Isn't it reasonable that she pulled a knife on Collin, knowing that if she attacked him, that he would defend himself, and that the end result might be that she died? I'm not saying that that's what was in her mind, because we don't know what was in her mind. I'm saying that it's a reasonable possibility given everything you know about her. It's also a reasonable possibility, a reasonable interpretation, that she attacked Collin with the knife. He has wounds. Dr. Garavan talked to you a little bit about mutual combat and how a struggle over a weapon can result in both people with wounds, which is what you see here. Exactly what you see here. You also, most of you in jury selection mentioned that self-defense is a right that each of us has. And those of you who own guns said that they keep them nearby, often for protection. And I said, protection from what? And you said, if someone comes into my house and attacks me, I can protect myself and my family. So isn't it reasonable that that's what Collin did here? When Kathy came into the house where he was living for all intents and purposes at that point, and that she attacked him with a knife, that he defended himself, as was his right. The state has proved at no level, let alone beyond a reasonable doubt, that Collin picked up the knife and attacked Kathy with it. That means you have to try and figure out, if there's no evidence of exactly what happened, you have to think about what was reasonable. And it makes way more sense, given what you know, that Kathy attacked Collin and he defended himself. They tried to get you to believe that Collin was rage-filled and hate-filled, and all of these malicious thoughts were geared towards his mom. If you believe that beyond a reasonable doubt, don't you think there'd be more than just one wound on Kathy? Sorry, she had two wounds. She had the neck wound and she had the hand wound. Those could have happened at the same time. You don't know whose hands were on what part of the knife during this struggle. If Collin was so rage-filled and had such hatred for his mom, don't you expect that there would be 5, 10, 20 stab wounds? That's something you can consider too. So the state played parts of the 911 call again for you, and they want you to believe that that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin murdered his mother and wasn't just defending himself. You can believe or disbelieve what Collin said. If you don't believe what Collin said, that still doesn't mean that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he murdered his mother. Remember that. also consider that Collin said there was a long fight and she fell on the knife. Knowing his history, don't you think of not being believed by people in authority repeatedly, that yeah, he may have not told the entire truth because he was scared. That doesn't make him a murderer. Especially because when he went to the people who were supposed to protect him, law enforcement, doctors, DCF, and said, my mom attacked me with a gun. My mom pulled a gun on me. I don't feel safe. I'm afraid. I'll defend myself. Don't you think and then believing her when she says absolutely never happened, he's just being a brat. Don't you think he might be a little scared when he's talking to a 911 operator? Not to mention the possible shock because of what he had been through in a struggle over a knife with his own mom. And let's not forget the one wound to Kathy's neck. State wants you to believe that it was some vicious, forceful, rage-filled wound. But remember what Dr. Garavan said? He said that it actually doesn't take much force to go through the soft tissue in the neck. The biggest point of resistance is the skin itself. And that resistance is even less if the knife has a pointy triangular tip, which is what we have here. So, knowing that it wouldn't take much force to inflict that wound, knowing that Kathy has been violent in the past, knowing that she has threatened people in the past, knowing that she has attacked other people, isn't it reasonable that she pulled the knife on Collin, he defended himself, and there was a long fight over the knife? The messiness of that confined space between the island and the cabinet and the stove supports that there was a struggle over a knife. And don't you think it's reasonable that during a struggle over a knife in that confined area, and who knows what positions anybody was in, state sure can't prove any, that gravity may have played a part in that little bit of force that was necessary to cause that wound? As I said, these are interpretations based on what you do know. But don't forget, I don't have to prove exactly what happened. It's the state's responsibility to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin did not act in self-defense. So let's talk about what the state may have proved beyond a reasonable doubt. One, by way of stipulation from us, that there was no foreign DNA under Kathy's fingernails. Okay, that's something you have to accept as true. What weight to give it is up to you. But so what does that mean? That means she never scratched Collin with her fingernails. That's it. Or at least not on the fingernails that they took the swabs from. So why is that important, or why should you consider that? Well, you would expect she would have scratched him with her fingernails if she was actually being dragged into the house or across the living room into the kitchen and being held against her will. No DNA, no scratches. That means no struggle with just her fingernails. So that piece of evidence does not establish anything beyond a reasonable doubt as far as whether Collin is guilty. You know why else she wouldn't have to scratch him at all? Is if she had control of the knife. Because she doesn't need to scratch him and defend herself with her fingernails because she had the knife first. That actually supports that she pulled the knife on Collin first. They've also proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kathy had bruises all over her body. Okay. Keep in mind that the lighting in the morgue, when pictures are being taken for evidentiary purposes, are a lot different than pictures you take with your cell phone. There has been zero proof of how Kathy got those bruises. Dr. Garavan can't date them. He said they could have come from innocuous activities like doing chores around the house, like you saw Kathy doing on the night of the 7th. Certainly no evidence to show that Collin somehow inflicted those. So even though they've proved that there are bruises, they have not proved how those bruises occurred. So essentially meaningless. Or another possibility, reasonable interpretation, is that she got bruises while they were struggling over the knife. The state has also proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin had blood on him. So what? He had wounds. He performed life-saving CPR on his mother at the instruction of the 911 operator. He held towels in his own shirt to her to try and stop the bleeding. You saw the bloody towels. It also supports that there was a struggle over the knife. It does not support that Collin murdered his mother. The blood on his eyeglasses frame, I hope that was clear when I was asking the crime scene tech that if somebody's holding towels and doing CPR and in this confined space, that they might adjust their glasses and get blood on it that way. But what about the blood on the backpack? Does that prove Collin's a murderer? Absolutely not. Remember I asked the question about the Collin's phone being in the car and that Kathy's phone could have been in her backpack and that was Kathy's phone that was used to call 911. So blood being on the backpack doesn't prove Collin's a murderer either. It may prove that Collin, after he tried to stem the bleeding before he called 911, had to go look for the phone to call 911. Or that in their struggle over the knife, before he called 911 in that confined space, that's how the blood got on him. The other thing that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt is that Collin has said over and over and over and over and over and over, I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid she'll attack me. I'm afraid she'll hurt me and I'll have to defend myself. They've tried to skew the statements to make it sound like he just walks around going, I'm going to kill my mother, not if she does something to me first. So I want you to think about this. If Collin really wanted to kill his mother and that he wasn't acting in self-defense, why on earth would he have telegraphed this to every person in authority at any chance he got? He told people in authority that if she attacked him, he would defend himself because he was scared. He was scared of what she would do, much like Susan said she was scared of what Kathy would do. You can also consider that if he, for months, if not longer, wanted to just kill his mom, and this is a little sick, but there were a number of ways he could have done it that would not have implicated himself, especially after he has told people in authority, if she attacks me, I'm going to defend myself and I might kill her. one of the many cruises they went on, could have pushed her off the cruise ship, could have slipped some of her medication, legal or otherwise, into one of her many drinks, could have shot her. If he was as forcefully strong over Kathy as the state wants you to believe he was, he could have forced her into the bathroom in their own home where there were no ring cameras and slit her wrists in the bathtub. And in any of those scenarios, he wouldn't have had to rely on her coming to him, her driving hours to get to him. He didn't want to kill her. You heard him on the body-worn camera footage. I don't want to kill her, but if she attacks me, I will defend myself. The state has proved nothing of significance beyond a reasonable doubt to you, except that Collin and his mom had a very disturbed relationship. And also perhaps that they never should have been living together. You heard about other family members who were periodically estranged from Kathy. These are all adults with their own lives. Collin, who also clearly wanted to separate himself from his mother, was still a kid without the agency or the autonomy to really sever any connection with her, right? He's telling people, I don't feel safe. I don't want to go back with my mom. And yet they kept making him do that. It's kind of like someone saying, say, a zoo worker or a circus worker that's responsible for taking care of a lion in a cage. Don't make me go back in that cage with that lion. It's bared its fangs at me. It's reared up at me. But luckily, every time I was able to get out before it attacked me and caused me harm. And the zookeepers and the circus people kept saying, he'll be fine, he'll be fine. Go back in the cage, go back in the cage, and closing the door behind him. Doesn't mean that the lion is in attack mode all the time. The lion could be majestic and charming to audiences and cute even sometimes. Could seem calm, like you'd want to pet it. But it was, after all, a violent being. And just because the poor zoo or circus worker was forced to go back into that cage time and time again, when the lion finally managed to attack him and he couldn't get out, you can't blame the person who was forced into that cage over and over and over for defending himself. Each one of the authority figures that Collin begged to take him away from his mother ignored him, failed to protect him. They had the power to make the if part of Collin's statements that he might harm his mom not come true. And they didn't. So, been through a lot. Gonna give you one final thought. Remember again that Collin is presumed innocent. Okay? Unless and until the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and facts that he kidnapped and murdered his mother. So that's like saying you have to start with seeing the vase in black. That's the presumption of innocence. In order for the state to overcome that presumption of innocence, they have to provide you with facts such that you can only see the faces, such that you don't see the vase anymore. If you can see both the faces and the vase, that's reasonable doubt. The state has in no way come close to proving to you beyond a reasonable doubt that only the faces exist. They have failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Collin did anything other than defend himself against his mother, and that what he was afraid would happen actually happened. Your verdict has to be not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Members of the jury, we're going to take one more 10-minute recess. I think you need to finish making your lunch selections, because we'll hear from the state in rebuttal, and then I'll go directly into the instructions. So we'll take 10 minutes.
All rise, please.
All my days, on a scale 1 to 10, this was a truly wacky thing. This was absolutely, finally, I am so happy that she was over. I don't even know where to begin. Like, first of all, I am glad that the judge gave the juries a break because they deserve it.
It will be in a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess again. So I need my time again. So we'll be back at about 11 o'clock. So rebuttal, jury instructions, yeah, another about half an hour to an hour, and they will be deliberating by time. But I was like, definitely a minus 10 for that closing. I mean, she is so delusional that it is. Oh my days, I don't even have words. I don't even know where to begin because there's so many points that I want to talk about, and I think I already forgot all of those because it was an hour of delusional things that we were hearing. That there's no other word. She was so the one that it like got me the most was, so she thinks this was an unaliving. I don't even know. So she thinks that mom unalived herself, but basically she made the kid do it. What? It's just like I have no words. I don't know how to explain what we just heard, because what I heard was the defense saying that the mom unalived herself because the kid through the kid, like, you know, when there is an unaliving by cop, so basically an unaliving by son, like you guys were saying in chat. Huh? I don't get it. Someone please explain to me, because I think I am either sleep deprived or this was so nuts that, yeah. And then she got even to the state of blaming the light in the morgue to say that the wounds wouldn't be like that. Are you for real? The light in the morgue. Now we're blaming the light in the morgue. Oh, okay. I can blame everything on everything else then. I don't have to ever to take responsibility for nothing again. So the light in the morgue now is responsible for unaliving Kathy? What did we just hear? Because I just don't know. I'm like, oh, I was yelling, and you guys must have seen my reactions, and I'm so glad that I'm in just a little tiny corner in your screen, and I'm not like flu blown. But even then, it's just wild. I don't get it. I don't understand. I did not understand a word. And then she was saying facts. Well, facts is your client needs to take responsibility for his actions, because it's the second bye-bye that he does, and he hasn't taken responsibility for anything ever in his life, because the second that someone is trying to get him to take a responsibility for something, he either unalives them or runs away. So the thing is, because if you really wanted to run away from her, you wouldn't run away to your grandma's house when she can track him and she knows that she's there. You run away to somewhere that they don't find you, unless you Stephanie. But Stephanie, that was hilarious. I loved it. Um, because like if I wanted to run away from my mom because she was being cray cray, right? I would either run away to somewhere that she would not find me, or I would try to gather evidence of what she is actually doing to me, and then go to the police and actually prove that. Because I'm sure he could probably get his hands on the security cameras if he wants. If he was so smart, he could get his hands on those. It's not that hard. He was smart enough to have a second phone to be able to talk to grandma. So it was smart enough to manipulate everyone thinking that mom was the cray cray. I mean, he made the lawyer believe and he made the grandma believe that mom was the cray cray. So it's just like, and smart enough as well of starting to create a situation where self-defense could be plausible, because he started the story a long time ago, right? Almost as the time that he wanted to live with her, he started raising like all the issues that mom was doing this, mom was doing that, to create possibly a line to by her without by self-defense like he did with dad. So um but it's just, and then that's the fact, right? Because he started doing all of this like mom was the problem, mom was crazy. So then if mom was so crazy, why did the police in Oklahoma and Florida and everywhere around that area, every single policeman we had was a show of police officers in this trial. We had the rookies, we had the old ones, everyone was delusional, thinking that Kathy was a saint. Well, Kathy was not the problem and Collie was, and then now comes grandma and this attorney, Chicken Lips, thinking that no, Kathy was the devil and that she was a horrible person. But yet all that law enforcement missed it. I'm not saying again that Kathy was a saint and she didn't have her bad behaviors. We heard that from the cameras. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that she did not go unalive like she did. No one deserves it. Especially for the fact that, as well, and yet again, it's another fact, it's that Collin did not have any self-defense wound. So how can you claim it is self-defense if you were not in a fight with a person? Because if she took the knife out of Collin, he would have some scratches on him because she was shorter than Collin. So you would kind of crawl up to Collin to grab his knife, because I'm sure he could just do this and Cassie would be jumping up and down trying to grab the knife. So she probably would have to either pull his arms or pull his shoulders or scratch his back or something. So I just don't get it. Yeah, but verbal confrontation, toxic, won't allow you to unalive by somebody else by verbal confrontation, because otherwise would not be anyone in the world left to. Because my days, I work in a shop and there's verbal confrontations with people every single day. If it was because of that, oh, I'm gonna go on a spree if I have a verbal confrontation. So but then I don't think that verbal confrontation is worth of self-defense and aliving. So it's like, I'm not saying Kathy was perfect. um I think he did. I think he must have dragged inside. They had a full-on blowout confrontation. He saw the stabby, grabbed it, and did it. So it is. It's just like, you might have think, oh, I if I don't stop her, she will, bye me. So I'm gonna bye her. But he didn't have any at the time any possibility or any reason to do it. So yeah, exactly. That's his. Yeah, And I was like, and the defense, the chicken lips, she was saying, oh, she grabbed the knife to stabby Collin. Collin grabbed the knife and then went into her instead. So suicide by Collin. But I was like, I see. Oh, unaliving. Oops, my bad. Unaliving by Collin, which is rather interesting. But probably the wound wouldn't be that deep, because then otherwise, then he might have taken advantage and put it harder down. Because I'm sure she would be fighting him, right, like I'm doing, and then he like tried to put it down even further, and I actually did it, and now he's saying it was self-defense. That could have been a way, but still, I don't think that is worth of self-defense. So it's like, probably we are speculating, and that's absolutely fine, and I want you guys to carry on doing it if you want to. But sadly, we will probably never find out the actual truth of how we gonna did it, because I don't think is ever gonna accept responsibility for this. I don't see, even if he gets life with the possibility of parole, I don't see Collin ever accept responsibility for is that he never did in his life. All in this 17 years that he's been alive, he's never taken responsibility of anything. So right now, I think I'm gonna take the counter down, actually, because we don't have counters anymore. I don't think there's gonna be any more objections in this trial, so I need to remove that. That I can set up later. It's no problem.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. It was a little bit quiet there. Our Nightbot was just showing me something funny but very inappropriate for YouTube, and then there's nothing that bad. Don't go there. But it's just something funny on his model things that he was talking about. Oh, I don't think Nightbot has looked at what he's gonna make for tonight. Either, but I do need some food because I'm getting a little bit peckish, not hungry. Also, I might have to take a small comfort break to go to the facilities after when Han Solo starts talking. And then we'll be on Verdict Watch during lunch now. Ooh, it's excited. I'm excited, and I am hoping that is gonna be a good Verdict Watch because I want to watch it because I don't want to go to bed until Verdict Watch is here, but I do need to go to bed because of work. I've got to do this thing, work. Sorry, trying to find a charger. And like, I have this habit of going to this place where I work and then earn money from it. It is a very bad habit. I know. I should not do that. And I need to check on our trial to see how is the jury selection is going as well on over there. Because the last I've heard was only the 17 jurors that got chosen. I don't know if they have finished or not. I don't know if they had what's happening, if they have finished and starting the court tomorrow. So yeah, I need to keep an eye on that as well. So like, this jury is taking its time. Oh, please be seated. Here we go.
Ms. Mr. Levine, rebuttal.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about 6 minutes away from hearing the jury instructions. It's going to be a lot shorter than the first time around. And we're going to finish up with the rest of the PowerPoint. Those two photos there, as you heard Dr. Garavan say, are consistent with defensive wounds. Open, gaping, fresh defensive wounds. Kathy doing what she could with her bare hand to try to prevent that knife from going through her neck. Remember, the defendant, his hands were pristine. No cuts, no bruises, no stab wounds, nothing. Because Kathy never had that knife. So, how did this happy, smiling young lady turn into those last photographs you saw?
A couple of quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
She was quite aware that he was capable of killing her.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Now, how did the defendant act when his mom did something as simple as take away his Xbox and his phone to try to instill some discipline action?
You stood up and said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, you did. I was there.
I was saying, no, I'm not the psychopath. I'm not this murderer.
Why does she think he's a psychopath and a murderer? Sometimes when you protest too much, you're scared of the reality.
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin 1 is, I guess, he's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin 2 is the one that protects Collin 1 in situations where he can't escape from, and Collin 2 is the one that killed someone. Because what's it going to come down to next time?
I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
No, why would I?
Collin, I will let you get to that. Do you think Collin will let you get to that? I can't hear you, sir. But why, Collin? You're strong and individual. Why would you submit in a roundabout way to Collin? When we talk about,
It's the strongest version of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant knows the strongest version of him is the one that kills and murders.
So how is the situation with you and Mom right now? Things calm down?
No,
you guys everybody get along? Where are we at?
No, sir, it's not good. She thinks that I get shot of her. I don't. She thinks that I'm like psychotic, like literally psychopath, sociopath, something like that. I don't know exactly where she's at. She thinks I'm gonna kill her.
She's 100% on the money.
Okay, what about you doing something to her? Are you able to control yourself?
I'm in a constant state of fight or flight, and I don't know. If I think she's gonna do something, even if she's not, I might act.
Oh, he acted all right. This is what the defendant said to his own grandpa, Robert Wallantis, whose daughter was brutalized by the defendant. My grandson was very aggravated at his grandmother and his mother. He said, I am so tired of these two bitches. I'm disgusted. He said, my mom, I keep thinking over and over, I want to slit her throat. I want her to bleed out. I want to smell the blood. I want to feel the blood. I want to feel the life in the blood leaving her body. And that's exactly what he did. And that's just not Robert Wolantis saying that. When you look back at the text message that Kathy sent to the defendant before she came over, she said to her son, my dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. So that just corroborates what you should already know, that Robert told his daughter what was coming her way. And what was coming her way was exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do with her. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what he wanted to do as he left his mom with that gaping hole, just as he said he would. So the talk is done. Now it's time for action. When you go back in that jury room and deliberate, come back, dispense justice in the utmost way. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, thank you for your attention during the trial. Please pay attention to the instructions you're about to receive. Now, if you've been taking notes, you're welcome to continue doing so. But before you make that decision, be advised you will receive a written version of these instructions. Collin Griffith, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that Catherine Griffith was killed by Collin Griffith, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or was second-degree murder or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Collin Griffith may be found guilty of first-degree murder or any lesser included crime. Now, there are two ways a person may commit first-degree murder. One is known as first-degree premeditated murder, and the other is known as first-degree felony murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. Second, that the death was caused by the criminal act of Collin Griffith. And third, that there was a premeditated killing of Catherine Griffith. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. However, the period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. To prove the crime of first-degree felony murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. Second, that while engaged in the commission of kidnapping, Collin Griffith caused the death of Catherine Griffith. And third, that Collin Griffith was the person who actually killed Catherine Griffith. In order to convict the defendant of first-degree felony murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove that Collin Griffith had a premeditated design or intent to kill. To prove the crime of kidnapping, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Collin Griffith forcibly, secretly, or by threat confined, abducted, or imprisoned Catherine Griffith against her will. Second, that Collin Griffith had no lawful authority to do so. And third, that Collin Griffith acted with intent to inflict bodily harm upon or to terrorize Catherine Griffith, or commit or facilitate the commission of any murder. In order to be kidnapping, the confinement, abduction, or imprisonment, A, must not be slight, inconsequential, or merely incidental to the murder. B, must not be of the kind inherent in the nature of the murder. And C, must have some significance independent of the murder, in that it makes the murder substantially easier of commission or substantially lessens the risk of detection. Secretly means the defendant intended to isolate or insulate Catherine Griffith from meaningful contact or meaningful communication with the public. Now, in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he's been accused, there may be evidence of other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder, as I've said, are second-degree murder and manslaughter. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of kidnapping is false imprisonment. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. Second, that the death was caused by the criminal act of Collin Griffith. And third, that there was an unlawful killing of Catherine Griffith by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Again, an act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and two, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove Collin Griffith had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter as a lesser-included crime in count one, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Catherine Griffith is dead. And second, that Collin Griffith intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Catherine Griffith. Now, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is called negligence. Collin Griffith cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that Collin Griffith had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. To prove the crime of false imprisonment as a lesser-included offense in count two, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that Collin Griffith forcibly, secretly, or by threat confined, abducted, imprisoned, or restrained Catherine Griffith against her will. And second, that Collin Griffith had no lawful authority to do so. Again, secretly means Collin Griffith intended to isolate or insulate Catherine Griffith from meaningful contact or meaningful communication with the public. It is a defense to the crime of first-degree murder and all of the lesser-included crimes of first-degree murder if the actions of Collin Griffith constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Again, great bodily harm means great, as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Collin Griffith does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Collin Griffith was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Collin Griffith had no duty to retreat before using deadly force. If Collin Griffith was in a residence in which he had a right to be, he had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand his ground and use force, including deadly force, if he reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The use of deadly force is justifiable if Collin Griffith reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself while resisting any attempt to murder him or commit an aggravated battery or aggravated assault upon him. In deciding whether Collin Griffith was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Residence means a dwelling in which a person resides, either temporarily or permanently, or is visiting as an invited guest. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that the defendant was attempting to committing, or escaping after the commission of kidnapping. If you find that Collin Griffith, who, because of prior threats or difficulties with Catherine Griffith, had reasonable grounds to believe that he was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Catherine Griffith, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Collin Griffith were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged first-degree murder or any lesser-included offense, Collin Griffith knew that Catherine Griffith had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Collin Griffith reasonably believed it was necessary for him to use deadly force. If you find that Catherine Griffith had a reputation of being a violent and dangerous person, and that her reputation was known to Collin Griffith, you may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Collin Griffith were those of a reasonable person in dealing with an individual of that reputation. If you find that Catherine Griffith had a reputation of being a violent and dangerous person, you may consider this fact in determining whether she was the initial aggressor. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Collin Griffith and Catherine Griffith. Now, if you find that Collin Griffith committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, and you also find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a weapon, you should find him guilty of second-degree murder with a weapon or manslaughter with a weapon. A weapon is defined as any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction. If you find that Collin Griffith committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a weapon, then you should find him guilty only of second-degree murder or manslaughter. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe that the defendant is innocent. This presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed and that the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant, on the other hand, is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced during the trial and to it alone that you're to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence itself, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you, as the jury, to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some other things you should consider are as follows. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Did the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Now, the fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Also, expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like any other witness, a juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert witness's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to speak with a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom or discussing his or her testimony with a lawyer. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. As I've said, a juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to become a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt, nor be influenced by his decision in any way. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and weighed with great care to make certain that it was freely and voluntarily made. If you conclude that the defendant made the statement, you must also determine from the evidence whether the defendant's statement was freely and voluntarily made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including, but not limited to, whether, when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened to get him to make the statement, and whether anyone had promised him anything to get him to make the statement. If you conclude the defendant made the out-of-court statement, but that it was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. The following are some general rules that will apply to your deliberations, and you must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. First, you must follow the law, as I am now spelling it out for you in deciding your verdict. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the laws in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision. This case must only be decided upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. And remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them must not influence your decision in any way. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is my job to determine what an appropriate sentence would be if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. And your verdict must not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. It must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that makes you think I prefer one verdict over the other. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. Now, if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder, and it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree felony murder. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state proved either first-degree premeditated murder or first-degree felony murder. Remember, the verdict must be unanimous. Each of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. It must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared. It is fairly straightforward, but the law requires that I show it to you, explain it, and read it into the record. And this is it. It is 2 pages long. At the top of the first page is what we call the caption. That gives you the information about where the case is pending, who is involved, and so forth. It reads, in the Circuit Court of the 10th Judicial Circuit of Florida in and for Polk County, with the case number 53-2024 CF 8410A000XX, and the division assignment underneath, F9. You'll then note the names of the parties pitted against each other. State of Florida, plaintiff versus Collin Griffith, defendant. It is entitled, not surprisingly, Verdict. It then begins, and you'll notice count 1 is on page 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. As to count 1, you'll notice a parenthetical there which reads select only one. That's a simple reminder that you can only have one verdict for each count. There are 4 choices underneath marked A through D with a line out to the left. That's where you'd place your mark when you've agreed on your verdict. That can be a check, X, 4-person initials, whatever you like, so long as it's clear and singular. Those choices are A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. And then at the top of page 2 is count 2. As to count 2, again, the reminder to select only one. 3 choices for count 2, marked A through C. A, the defendant is guilty of kidnapping, as charged in the indictment. B, the defendant is guilty of false imprisonment, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is not guilty. Now, if in count 1, you found the defendant guilty of either first-degree murder or second-degree murder, you'll notice this next section called special findings. And there's a question, depending on your verdict in count 1, there are 2 potential questions here. But the first question you would only answer if you found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder. And that question is, 1, did the defendant actually kill Collin Griffith? The reminder again to select only one. These findings also have to be unanimous, and the reasonable doubt standard applies as well to these findings. So, did the defendant actually kill Collin Griffith? 2 choices, yes or no. Then the second question for count 1, and this is if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder or manslaughter. And that question is, during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a weapon? Again, select only one, yes or no. So, if you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, you would only answer question 1. If you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, you would answer both questions. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, you would only answer the second question. If you find the defendant not guilty, do not answer either question. It concludes, so say we all, this blank day of February 2025, and then there's a place for the 4-person signature and underneath to print his or her name. Now, a separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict rendered as to each. Now, a finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged, except, as I'm about to explain to you in the instruction regarding legally interlocking counts. The crime of first-degree felony murder, charged in count 1, is linked to count 2, kidnapping, and that the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, is an element of the first-degree felony murder charged in count 1. You should first consider the evidence applicable to count 2. If you find that the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, has not been proven beyond all reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree felony murder in count 1. If, on the other hand, you find that the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider the evidence applicable to first-degree felony murder charged in count 1. Now, a guilty verdict on count 2, kidnapping, does not require a guilty verdict on the charge of first-degree felony murder in count 1. You should find the defendant guilty on the charge of first-degree felony murder in count 1 only if you find all the elements of the crime, including the essential elements contained in the crime charged in count 2, kidnapping, were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the alternative crime of first-degree premeditated murder in count 1 is not linked to any other count in the indictment. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to count 2 must not affect your verdict as to the first-degree premeditated murder in count 1. In just a few moments, Mr. Hertel will take you to the jury room. The first thing that you should do is select a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations, much like the chair at a meeting. It is that person's main function to see to it that your discussions are carried out in an organized fashion and to make certain that each of you has a fair opportunity to be heard. It is that person's job, as I've said, to sign and date the verdict form when you have agreed on your verdicts, and to bring the verdict form to the courtroom when deliberations have concluded. During deliberations, jurors must communicate only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. That means if someone steps into the restroom, all discussions about the case must stop until that person returns. You are not to communicate with anyone outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, remember, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, in writing, or by use of an electronic device, or by any use of electronic media. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations, and know that these rules will continue to apply until you are discharged at the very end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions, or any other instruction I have given you during your service, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Now, many of you have cell phones, perhaps other types of electronic devices with you. The law does not permit those things to go to the jury room with you during deliberations. Mr. Hertel will be collecting those things from you. They will be securely stored away in an evidence closet. No one will have access to them. And they will be returned to you promptly upon your discharge. Or if your deliberations aren't concluded today, you will be given them for the overnight recess. I would ask that you put those things on silent or vibrate. I do have other business to conduct in the courtroom. It would be distracting if your cell phones are ringing over there in the closet. If you need to communicate with me during deliberations, please do that in writing by sending a note through the bailiff. Now, if at the time you send such communication you have taken a vote, please do not disclose the nature of your vote to us That has nothing to do with any of our functions. It is your private affair. If you have questions, I will have to talk with the lawyers about your questions before I answer, if I'm able to answer. That could take some time. If you are able to continue deliberating while you await my answer, you may certainly do so. If I am able to answer a question and the answer is simple, I will very likely respond in writing on the same piece of paper that you sent to me. If that happens, please keep that piece of paper with the evidence. It must be filed in the court file at the conclusion of the case. If the answer is more complex, you may be brought back into the courtroom for some additional oral instruction. During the trial, several exhibits were received in evidence. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will assist you during your deliberations. They will all be sent back to the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you, it is important that you follow the law as I have just spelled it out for you in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For centuries, we have agreed to live by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules that we all share. Any objections to the instructions as orally given or any additional instructions requested by the state?
No, Your Honor.
By the defense?
No, sir.
All right. Before I identify our alternate jurors, which is my least favorite part of the trial, and send you back to deliberate, I want to know if any of you are aware of any violation or if any of you have been exposed to any information, anything that might impact your ability to continue serving fairly and impartially. If something you're supposed to make me aware of has not been brought to my attention, please raise your hand. All right. There are no hands raised. You all know your juror numbers, correct? Juror number 1981288, 1981110, and 1980802, three ladies on the far end of the back row. You are our alternate jurors. You will not be going back to deliberate. There are a few things I would like to say to you before I discharge you. So if you would stay behind in the courtroom with us, the bailiff will make sure that some lunch is set aside for you to take with you. You're welcome to do that. So if you'd stay behind with us for just a moment. For the rest of you, we will send back the written instructions, the verdict form, and the evidence to you in just a moment. You may now retire to consider your verdict.
All rise, please. Can you bring your notepad?
Ladies, I'm not sure how you feel. Oftentimes the alternate is quite disappointed to find out they've devoted so much of their time to the system and then don't get to do really the most important job of the juror back in the jury room. Many alternates are quite relieved to find out they don't have to go through that process. Wherever you fall on that spectrum, I hope that you understand that you have performed a vital service by being here. Across the nation every day, in state and federal court, in criminal and civil cases alike, alternate jurors are selected, many times more than one, such as in this case, and more often than you might think, the alternate or alternates are called upon to take the seat of someone who is excused for one reason or the other during the case. That is especially true and happens frequently in cases covered by the media. This case has received significant media attention, national media attention, and the danger that a friend or family member spouts something off about what they saw on the news that rings a bell with you, or folks just approaching you, trying to talk to you. The danger is quite real that jurors become prejudiced during the trial. So that's why we have multiple jurors. Also, the fact that it was over a week-long trial. So I want to make sure that you understand what a vital service you've performed by being here. And here's why it's important. If something had happened to those who are now back there deliberating, and I did not have an alternate or sufficient number of alternates to replace those folks, and the parties could not agree to proceed with fewer jurors than they're entitled to under the law, in this case 12, my hands would have been tied. I would have had no choice but to scrap everything, send everyone on their way, and start all over on another day. And you know just what an expensive proposition that is for everyone involved, your fellow jurors, and the community of taxpayers. So you have indeed performed a vital service. I've been telling you, you cannot talk about this case or look things up. You are completely released from both of those orders. You can talk to anybody you want to, including the people here. They can't approach you, but if you had questions or comments, you can approach them. You're welcome to stay and see what happens. Want to make sure that you get some lunch, but you are also equally free to forget about this case, refuse to talk to anyone, and be on your way. That's going to be up to you. On behalf of the entire 10th Circuit and all assembled here, I humbly thank you for your service. You are now discharged. I think we need to wait on the bailiff because he's going to take you out this back door. So give us just a moment.
I forgot I can talk about this. I can talk now. Well, a little bit until they come back. So first 5 minutes on verdict watch. I am so nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous. It feels like it's me that is on trial, and I'm waiting for the verdict on my case. And it's just, yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna about like chit chats about this case, the thing, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm probably gonna put something on like a parole hearing or anything, so I can have a bit of food, and then we're gonna be on verdict watch for the rest of the time because I just want like in the first hour to try to have something to eat. It's we're on verdict watch. Well, we've been on for the last 5 minutes, but yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. We can chit chat a little bit, and then we can. I'm gonna go have a bit of quick food, and then come back and think. But I will always be on the lookout for any news, looking at any feeds, and looking on the X about the. I'll be literally glued to the screen. To see if there's any news, and if while I'm eating there is a verdict or anything, I will be back for 100% sure. Like I will probably be here by the computer, but I'll just have the camera off because I'll be eating, and that's rude. But I'll definitely be here 100% sure. Nightbot is already started the dinner, so we can start to get ahead a little bit. So I can be here as soon as there is, because we don't know how long it's going to take. Hopefully not that long. I mean, it's not going to take 5 minutes. It's going to at least take an hour, I am saying, because of the lunchtime, because they are going to work through lunch. So that's the plan, and we're going to see. But the jury's instructions were so long. I was almost falling asleep. It's like the judge is a very good he articulates the words very nicely, and is very good reader, and it was a nice pace and everything, but it was just a bit long, in my opinion. You know, I know he has to read because not everyone watches court like we do for fun and entertainment. uh, well, not for fun because it's not fun, but you know what I mean. But yeah, so it's just so we are used to jury instructions and we know basically what is going on, but the jury doesn't. So I understand it's a little bit long, but it is necessary, and for them, because probably you wouldn't be on the jury if you're watch court cases for as in an entertainment. I don't think they want us in in court cases or anything, because we would know way too much, and they don't like that unless you lie. So I on my days of trying to no, I thank you, and I think we are trying to hit case 1 today with you. Yeah, we made it through this case. We are almost done with this case. I'm my days. Thank you. Thank you, Lois. Thank you, everyone. You guys are amazing. Even if it's like we are such a small community and we're growing, and you guys are gonna make me cry again on stream. Is that what you're trying to do? I think that's what you're trying to do, is trying to make, how can we make Katia cry on stream today? Ooh. You guys are so generous, and just spending your time here with you, with me, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. I appreciate so much everyone, even just pressing the like button and everything. I appreciate you all. It's even if you have me just lurk while you're lurking and doing your stuff, that means a lot to me, and is I oh see. we'll get there. One day we'll get there for sure. Okay, you guys are amazing. I am. Thank you. Thank you a million. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. I will stop saying thank you. I'm not. Yes, I can see you folding the laundry. Well done, Stephanie. Go, Stephanie. Well done. At least some. Yeah. Well done. If you wanted some more laundry to do, you can come over and fold ours. Yeah. There's some that Nightbot hasn't done it. Joking. But so now I am gonna put the parole. Excuse me, 1 second. I must choke myself to unaliving. So I was gonna put some parole hearing while me and Nightbot are gonna do food very quickly. Well, we finish the food very quickly, and I'm gonna put the parole hearings. But don't worry, yet again, if there's any news, any movement in court or anything, we'll jump right back to court and we'll not miss a bit. But I don't think we're gonna have a verdict just yet, but we might have a question. We might have something going on. So I'm gonna put this right where it starts. So we are back to Louisiana Parole Board. I think this is parole hearings that I want to watch, and then we'll start from there, and then we'll have lunch, and then yeah, exactly. So let's just watch some parole hearings. Hopefully the sound will come through. Just making sure. Okay, 1 second. Just make sure where does it start. This is from the live stream yesterday, so that's what we're watching. Wow, come on, just start already, people. Okay, there we go. Hello. There we go. Oh, we have a ceiling fan, guys. We have an OnlyFans. Sorry. Oh, that's hilarious.
Good morning.
There we go.
Parole's called
I'll be right back. I'm on here.
Today is Monday, February 3rd, 2025.
Yes.
The time is 9:00 a.m. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. We are a 5-member panel today. Seated to my far left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate left, Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. To my immediate right is Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. And to my far right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. I'd like the staff here at headquarters to please introduce yourself for the record.
Desmond Thompson. Carla Williams.
We also have Whitney Troxclair, Ms. Gail Garian, and Francis Abbott with us. Our first remote location is at Raymond Laborde Correctional Center. Would you, the staff, warden, and your staff, please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Stephen Bordelon.
Deputy Warden Nikki Shinbear.
Raven Heath, classification.
Melissa Joshua, records.
All right, thank you. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And our first case there is Mr. Wilkins. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself for the record?
My name is Robert Wilkins.
What's your DOC number?
My DOC number is 581134. Date of birth, September the 9th, 1976.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Let me, before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge the folks who have joined us by Zoom. We have here in support your brother, Raymond Wilkins. He'll be speaking on your behalf at the appropriate time. In opposition, joining us by Zoom from the Calcasieu District Attorney's Office, we have Natalie Connor, Harry Fontenot, and Jacob Johnson, the Assistant District Attorney. Ms. Fontenot and Mr. Johnson will be speaking at the appropriate time. Also joining us is Harry Fontenot, Sherry Willis and Julia Fontenot. And at the appropriate time, we'll call on them for their remarks. So, Mr. Wilkins, let me just put some identifying information into the record, sir. You're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 62-year sentence. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish in 1914. Possession of marijuana, you received a 12-year sentence. Possession of cocaine, a 12-year sentence. And manslaughter, a 40-year sentence. So your total sentence is 52 years. You have a parole eligibility date, which was September 22nd, 2024, and your good time release date is September 28th, 2037. Is that information correct, sir?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Wilkins, before we get started with our interview, we'd like for you to tell us what led you to prison, why are you in jail, and why do you think we should vote favorably for you today for parole?
Well, what led me to prison started long before I actually got here. It was a lifelong addiction to alcohol and drugs, namely cocaine. I've made a lot of bad decisions on my way to get here, which ultimately took an innocent man's life. It's something I still struggle with, and a lot of people, I'm sure, wouldn't believe it. I do bear that guilt and that responsibility on me every day, and it will be with me for the rest of my life. There's a lot of things I've had to look at personally, a lot of things I had to admit to myself, a lot of things that I had to work on dealing with my issues. A continuous effort to acknowledge my faults, my shortcomings. I understand what I've done, and I take full responsibility for it. I understand the precious life that I robbed from individuals because of my decisions and because of my selfishness. There's nothing I could ever say or do to replace that precious piece that I took from somebody. But I'm here to let them know that I am sorry. I'm sorry for what I've done. I did not have to do it. And everyone is suffering because of my actions. Again, that guilt and that responsibility will lie on me for the rest of my life.
All right. So why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
if we talk about in terms of rehabilitation and never being in this situation again, that's one thing. Like I said, there's issues that I've had to deal with. There's stuff that I've had to admit, stuff I've had to work on, and stuff I've continuously strived to work on. It's about going forward and never returning backwards. And I'd like to think that I've shown a valiant effort in that department. I'll always be an alcoholic and drug addict. That'll never go away. That is a struggle that I've had since I was 10 years old. It's something I will struggle with for the rest of my life. But I do have right over 10 years of sobriety. And that is something I could say I have never had in my life.
Okay, thank you. Warden Wardlaw, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Wilkins?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I sure can. I'll speak about what Robert's done since he's been here. Currently he's a Mint 2 trustee. He works in maintenance as a plumber, does an exceptional job with that, works real hard, and is always willing to work. And also he serves as our inmate counsel substitute for our disciplinary procedures here. So he floats between the two of them, and he's very active with the law library and stuff, and helps out a whole lot right there. He since he's been here, he's taken a lot of good classes that he was, definitely needs to have. He's thinking for a change, Cage Your Age. He's completed the victim impact class. Looking at it, I did see that, he still needs to get that living in balance phase 2. And we can definitely see about getting him into those, finish up that class as well. He's done pre-release. And I do want to point out, since he's been incarcerated here, he has no disciplinary history at all. So that's really impressive as well. Speaking, like I said, again, what he's done here, he's definitely applied himself and done everything he possibly can while he's here. We had a good interview. I was glad that he brought up about his substance abuse problem, and realizing that he's always going to be an addict. So I would definitely recommend that he continue that if he was granted parole as well. And he does seem to have a good support system and a good plan as far as whenever he does eventually ever get released. So that's good to hear and see as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
Good.
Now we'd like to hear from the opposition. And Mr. Johnson, I'll let you decide who would like to speak first, and we'll just hear from them in the order that you choose.
Yes, ma'am. If I could, I would like to defer to the victim's family. They are in the conference room at the DA's office first. You'll see the name N. Connor. That's for Natalie Connor. She works with my office. And if the family could speak first, I would appreciate that. And I would prefer to go after them, and they've had their chance to say their piece. So, Natalie, if we could unmute, please. And I can't see all who from the family is there. I do see Mr. Harry Fontenot, recognize him on the screen. And so, Mr. Fontenot, if you would like to speak, I would defer to you. And then if we could go kind of in order with whoever would like to present.
Okay, thank you. My name's Harry Fontenot. I was Tony's big brother. And Mr. Wilkins said he will always be an addict, an alcoholic. He'll always be a murderer. This was a death penalty case, if you read my letter. And we let it go down to second degree. Went to trial one, wasn't unanimous, because once they got to 10, they quit counting. So out of our compassion, we let him plead to a manslaughter. And we let him plead to the drugs, and he got a set time to serve. That's better than being dead or life in jail. So that was our charity to him, where he never showed us any. The contract should be in front of you. We didn't know that the DA signed, scratched out life without parole. But in the next paragraph, it says this thing intends for him to serve 52 years. If he doesn't serve 52 years, I'd like to have the contract voided, because he didn't want to adhere to it, and we want to go to trial again. You do not know what this has done to our family. Mama had a heart attack, she could tell you about. It's suffering every day. Daddy died a broken man. He's all doing good, yeah. But Tony never had the chance to finish doing good. He had his degree. He was working his way up. He did what I said in the letter. He wasn't going to start a family until he had it paid off. Wilkins is a drug dealer. He lured him to the bayou. My brother was in shorts, no shoes, nothing. Lured him to the bayou, got in his truck and slit his throat. There was blood from the crime scene all the way to the bridge. His truck was filled up with blood. He never gave my brother one thought of charity. And my mother and father gave him charity when they let him plead straight up to a manslaughter consecutive with the drugs. And in that contract, it says, with this contract, he is supposed to serve 52 years. Now we're going to be victimized again if you don't uphold that contract. If you find the contract void it. Let's go back to trial. That's all I can say. You see my letter. My sister sitting here. It ruined her life.
Sorry, everyone. I'm just gonna talk a little bit while I'm waiting for my food. We just ordered some food. Just paused the video because I do want to talk a bit because when we were in the middle of the I think it was closings. There was breaking news over here in England, and I don't know if you guys have heard of this case. So I think it was last year. There was a nurse in the UK called Lucy Letby that she got 12 whole life sentences, and she was sentenced for unaliving, sadly, babies. She used to work in a neonatal wing of the hospital in England, and she was accused that um, she accused of an aliving kids by putting air bubbles in their IVs. These were babies, sadly, they were not well already, and they were in the neonatal area of the hospital trying to fight for their lives, literally. So she thought it would be a good idea to be she said an angel or something of those sorts of stop their pain. Okay. Now, she got convicted. She went to trial. She got convicted. She got 12 life sentences. That's it. Angel of mercy. Thank you. I was forgetting the word. And she got 12 life sentences. She didn't even appear to a sentence. So since she got convicted, has been implemented in UK that when you are being convicted of a crime and you are receiving your sentence, it's a legal requirement for you to attend. You cannot say, no, I don't, or I don't want to go. You have to be there so the judge can look at you in your lives and impose the sentence, and also the family of the victim to have a little bit of a comfort of a closing case. So now she's appealing, obviously, her sentence, and she's saying, so we're watching, this is in the background, some parole hearings while we are in jury deliberations, Willow. But I am talking about a case that happened in the UK that is just broke some news about the case, and I'm just informing you guys about it. And then we're gonna resume watching the paroles because I'm waiting on my food to arrive, and it will be arriving hopefully soon enough for me to eat because I am hungry. So that's what we're doing. So she had a panel today in the UK about from a few doctors from international and like very well respected doctors that were getting together to talk about the how she did it and to talk about her appeal. And there was a doctor in that panel that said, let me see if I can find it because it was so absurd that I was Oh, my days, please tell me. Oh, here. Oh, please speak. I've lost it. Let me see. But basically, they were questioning her guiltiness on the case, and actually saying it's not her fault, was bad care and natural causes that the babies were not here anymore. So they said that she did not unalive 7 babies at the hospital, claim experts who say that fresh medical evidence shows natural causes and bad medical care were to blame. Well, yeah, bad medical care that their nurse put some air bubbles in their IV, mister. And then goes on saying that in international panels of 14 neonatologists presented what is described as a significant new medical evidence in the case of the nurse Lucy Letby. And and then said, because she 15 whole life sentences that she got. So I'm sorry, but how? Uh, exactly. So I was like, oh, absolutely, and crazy. Um, it's just like I can't even, because I don't know if you've seen it, but this is Lucy Letby. I don't know if you can see it on the corner, but let me. I'll type on the chat. Lucy Letby. It was a wild case. Last year, I think it was last year or in 2023, one of the years. But I was just like, excuse me, how can you say it was natural causes when there was evidence of her doing it? And she confessed. I was like, excuse me. Like, oh. Oh, and then they on to say in another part, we did not find any unaliving. In all cases, death, unaliving, or injury were deemed to be natural causes or just bad medical care. Like, excuse me? Like, this case literally outraged the nation. It was a very high profile case last year, and everyone was so on about it. And it came as a shock. Absolutely, absolutely crazy. So that was what I was in the middle of closings. I think it was closings looking. And also my request to be able to access a case that is happening in Northern Ireland in May has been forwarded to the judge. So I went through 2 stages, because obviously before they send anything to a judge to consider for you to be able to attend to a trial or a hearing virtually, it has to go and be decided by the judge. But you have to go through hurdles to prove that you are deemed to do it, and as a like independent journalists and everything. So I had to write this almost essay of an email explaining why I wanted to cover this case, and what I would deem myself as media to be able to do this case. I passed those 2 hurdles, so now is in literally in the judge's hand for me to be able to listen to this trial that is happening here virtually and have access. I don't think I'm going to be able to live stream it, but I can watch it and then do a resume for you guys of a catch up on the trial, because by watching it I can take many notes as I can and then do a brief case for you, because that might be the only way to do that. Because obviously I did say, if I can live stream, amazing, but if I can't, I would be just honored to be able to have access to the live stream. So we'll see. I keep your fingers crossed, because yeah. Oh, no way. If you're not on Discord, please join Discord. We are Oh, come on. Oh, that would be amazing. If you are not on Discord, put the link in the description. I'll put the new link in the description, because I don't think the one in the thing is working. Let me grab a new one. Hang on. Consider joining the Discord. one member of away of 3,800. That would be a great celebration. So yeah, make sure you join. The Discord link is in the chat at the moment. But yeah, so I'm working. There's always moving parts like behind the scenes. Nightbot has been working on brand new emojis for the channel as well, so I'm gonna be uploading them either later today. If the court finishes on time, we don't know. We'll see. If not today, tomorrow morning when I get in from work, I'll be uploading new emojis to the channel that Nightbot has been kindly working in behind. It's okay. I know what you meant, Toxic. It's great. It's amazing. So there's brand new emoji. There's already 2 new ones in the chat. So feel free to use the cat and the delusional SpongeBob in chat as much as you want to spam it. It's absolutely fine. And then yeah, so that's a lot. And I need to fix the soundboard. It is in my head, and I need to do that too. I know. So hopefully that will be done by the end of it. I haven't heard any news on the Megan Boswell trial. Things have been rather quiet on that front. If any of my mods want to do a bit of investigation, if there is any news on Megan Boswell jury selection, that would be awesome. Or I can try to very quickly do it, but I haven't heard anything that the jury has been seated or not. But the thing is, if the jury sits it, it will start tomorrow. So, oh please, like, you guys keep me honest. Please do feel free to keep me honest as much as you need to, because someone has to. If not you, who's gonna do Nightbot? Nah, he's not gonna do it. I'm joking. But yeah, please do, because sometimes I do need a bit of a help, because it's a 2-man show, and it is yeah. So we've passed half an hour of deliberation. So by now there's munching on their lunch, and talking about the case. I wonder what is lunch in this court. They did not say to us what is lunch. In the other case, we knew everything. We knew what was the biscuits, and so. Oh yeah, Denise definitely gave us balance for the was Denise and sorry. Willow also gave us a balance because Willow said hung jury. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes to where the I need to keep this safe so I can keep myself honest too. So yeah, so that's where we are on the swing of things. I need to check where Miss Megan Boswell jury selection is, because that's going to be our new case. Oh no, it's okay. I'm here to keep everyone honest too, because the majority it's guilty. Literally, everyone else apart from Denise and Willow have said 2 different things. But that's why I like doing this, because I like to see where people's minds are. Yeah, I got a new notebook, but I keep writing random things all over the place, and I need to get organized. So I just put on a sticky note for now. I know I need to put on a notebook, and then I said the Nightbot keeps doing things to my notebook too. So, hey, so are we are we on the 3,800 members? Yay! Celebration! Yay! So, oh, I am. You guys do not want to see my desk. You know that you guys saw my desk on Sunday, for the members video. It's a little bit worse. So it's. Oh, okay. So, yeah. So, yeah. I have more sticky notes than I should have. Ooh, food is on the way. Sorry, just trying to cover where I live, but food is on the way, people. Yay, the courier's out. So I'm gonna turn off my camera because food is here. We're gonna try to carry on listening to the parole hearings, and I'm gonna do some investigations while I eat about any verdict or any question or anything. Will be right back on the screen. We are not gonna miss one bit, guys. So I'll be right back. And if you are, I know, as like I saw the channel is growing so well, steady, but great, so people can enjoy still the not craziest chats ever. Um so yeah, so the channel is growing, everything is growing, but I like the steadiness and everything. So lurk close by, because it might be a movement from court, and if there is, we'll be immediately there, and I will enjoy my KFC. I'll see you guys very soon.
In my life, and my mom and dad, and I'll let my sister go now if she wants to talk.
My name is Cheryl Willis. Tony was my little brother, and he did not deserve this. Robert Wilkins cut his throat and left him to die on the side of the road like an animal. And my family has suffered every day. The whole time we went to court for years, Wilkins sit up there with a smirk on his face while his lawyers massaged him every day. And we got to see that. This man has no remorse. He can sit up there all beefed up and say he does. He's an addict, and he will be an addict. Please, for the sake of my family, I am begging you to keep him behind bars where he needs to be. Thank you very much for listening to me.
And next up, we have Miss Julia Fontenot. Good morning.
Yes. I'm Julia Fontenot, mother of the victim who was murdered. I'm here to oppose parole for Robert Wilkins. My son has went over a lot of the things that I was going to talk about, but I agree with everything he said, so I don't need to repeat it, but I just want to tell you, plead with you, I implore you, please do not give him parole. He does not deserve it. He assassinated my son. He assassinated his character in court without any proof of anything he was stating. He took something away from us that's so precious to us, and nobody can give it back to us. And every day, I still, when I hear a car drive up in my driveway, I look out there thinking, hoping it would be Tony. And it's been going on all these years, and it won't go away. It doesn't. People say get over and have closure. The only closure I'll have is when I'm in my grave with my son. And I'm not trying to be a smart aleck or anything like that, but I think if Wilkins get paroled, it should only be on the day that my son can be paroled from his grave, then give Wilkins parole. We were misled on the thing like my son talked about, so I won't go into that, but I'm going to close this and respectfully implore you, I beg you, I plead with you, keep that monster where he's at behind bars, because then other people will still be safe. And I thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fontenot. We do appreciate you and your family sharing your comments with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Madam Chair and members, as you laid out earlier, Mr. Wilkins is convicted by a plea of manslaughter, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, possession with intent to distribute marijuana. I don't want anyone to be under the impression, and I know that you guys have millions of pages of documents at all times, that Mr. Wilkins is here because he's an addict. Mr. Wilkins was, in fact, while he is technically a first offender, was in fact, by his own admission, a significant drug dealer in our community, dealing many harmful substances, profiting off of poison, profiting off of other people who are addicts. I am glad to hear Mr. Wilkins say today that Tony Fontenot was an innocent person and that there was no excuse for what he did. I appreciate him saying that today. It was only about 10 years ago that Mr. Wilkins stopped putting up the facade that he was scared of Tony Fontenot and that he acted in self-defense. For a decade through the courts, he dragged Mr. Fontenot through the mud over and over, repeating that he was scared, that it was a justifiable homicide. That's starting from the day he was arrested all the way through 2014 when he finally admitted his guilt. The Fontenot family did show a great deal of mercy, endorsing a plea for something less than second-degree murder. Mr. Wilkins was originally tried and convicted of second-degree murder. That matter was overturned on appeal. It was sent back for a new trial after a number of delays, a lot of wrangling. The matter was set to finally proceed to trial, and on that day, Mr. Wilkins requested and the family agreed to allow him to plead to 40 years for manslaughter, plus an additional 12 years to run consecutively for the 2 possession with intent convictions. And in that contract specifically, it's on page 5 or 6. I'll pull it up from my materials here, but it outlines that it was the design of the parties that the defendant serve the entirety of his term at hard labor with the Louisiana Department of Corrections, the entirety of his 52 years at hard labor with the Department of Corrections. I would then reference Judge Savoy in his trial transcript at his sentencing. Judge Savoy now and at that time was certainly a very experienced judge, was someone who I would say was a pretty down the middle judge, certainly not always with the state, not always with the defense. He's now a retired Court of Appeal judge, but very experienced, and he dealt with this matter, and he opined, and which I think is appropriate, that it was his opinion that Mr. Wilkins, given that he knew the facts of the case, he had overseen all of this wrangling, serve each day of those 52 years. And in fact, he made a remark that he didn't think that was quite enough, that he thought a life sentence would be most appropriate. Again, the Fontenot family provided a great deal of mercy to Mr. Wilkins for something less than life without parole. And that's because they were under the belief, understandably, that when someone signs a contract, that their own intention, the defendant's own intention, be to serve the full term of that 52 years, that ought to mean something. And we understand that there are good time laws and things like that. But here we are, a mere 10 years after the defendant accepted guilt, after 10 years of denying that he had any guilt in this matter, asking for your release. We don't believe that 20 years on a 52-year sentence is nearly appropriate. And so we would just say that we would beg of you to vote disfavorably. 20 years here for this particular killing is not significant enough. The family's been through one trial in which their loved one was just dragged through the mud quite cruelly. We're on the verge of another. They agreed to this plea with a good faith understanding of what 52 years looks like, even if there's some good time credits involved. Look, Mr. Fontenot is an accomplished lawyer. He's in fact the head of our public defender's office in Calcasieu Parish, so he understands the metrics that go into good time and all of those kinds of things. And what no one should have to expect is a 20-year sentence being the result of a 52-year sentence, when 40 of that is especially for manslaughter. I would say in this case that mercy to the guilty is in fact cruelty to the victims. I would say as a practicing prosecutor, when one is dealing with murder cases, or one is dealing with something else like a first-degree rape that has a life sentence, and you're trying to figure out if there's a reason for a plea, things like the 20-year rule can provide a moral hazard and can provide real confusion when you're talking with victims and survivors' families of what something like this looks like. In fact, I'm wrestling with that today. And so I would ask that you vote disfavorably on parole. I'm glad to hear Mr. Wilkins is doing well in prison. However, when he was out in our community, he was dealing drugs, he was causing harm, and he needlessly killed Tony Fontenot. I'm glad he's admitted that now that Mr. Fontenot was innocent. That should have not taken nearly as long as it did, but we would certainly very strongly oppose any parole release in this particular case. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate the DA's participation. All right, Mr. Wilkins, your case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to take the lead on the interview, and I do have a few questions. So we've already established through this process you've served 20 years. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old are you, sir?
I am 48 years old.
And you do have a good time date, which I think we said in the beginning, September 28, 2037. You mentioned that you took victim awareness or victim impact. I believe you have training in that regard. Tell us, what did you get out of that class?
That was a good class. That was an eye opener. That was actually putting yourself in someone's position. We had a facilitator who shared her personal story of loss, and it was gut wrenching. It really was. It was an eye opener, and it just kind of it was a self reflection of how someone else is affected by your personal actions. So victim's impact was another eye opener as to the hurt that I've caused because of my actions.
And we've heard many times this morning from those who spoke in opposition about your plea agreement and your contract that you made with the victim's family and the district attorney's office. How do you feel about that now?
Well, as I know and the district attorney did speak about it, there is certain laws that would prevent a flat time because I am a first offender. This issue had been brought back to the court, and the court properly denied that a flat time for this would be improper, and it was also held up by the Third Circuit Court of Appeal. There's just so much I don't want to say. I really want to be respectful. It is about hearing their voice today and acknowledging my guilt for what I've done. I believe it's fitting for the position I'm in.
All right, I won't probe any further then. So when I look at your record, I agree, I'm really impressed with your 0 disciplinary reports. How did you manage that in 20 years? You don't get to do that.
That was part of the self-reflection, the shame that I felt. It's a moment of clarity. The shame that I've actually felt for the things I've done, the people that I've hurt, not just for this reason here. A lot of people in my life that I hurt. It was because of my selfishness. So that's a big motivator. The guilt and the shame is a big motivator for change.
Okay. And I noticed, I think I saw in the record, your job is in maintenance right now, but you were attending Ashland University and you quit. Why did you quit?
Yes, ma'am. I lost someone very special to me, and I never recovered from that. And it took the wind out of my sails. It was a devastating loss to me, and that was the reason for that. It wasn't academic or any other than losing someone.
Okay. I don't see that I have any other questions. Let me just tell you, though, that you do have, in addition to the opposition we've heard this morning, you do have opposition from law enforcement, strong opposition to any early release for you this morning, so you need to be aware of that. I don't have any other questions. My colleagues have any questions? I don't see any other questions, Mr. Wilkins, so I think we should be prepared to vote. But first, I want to hear from your brother. I see Raymond, are you on the line with us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Sir, tell us what you'd like us to know about your brother.
First, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the Fontenot family for their loss and the pain that my family has caused them. But my brother he is the picture of what the system was designed for, to reform those who offend out in the real world and to teach them. He's taken the time and the effort, put in great effort to learn new behaviors and new ways of thinking and acting so he could be a productive member of society if he ever got a chance to be released. And he's the picture perfect ideal candidate of what reform is. He's done everything that it was asked of him, and he probed even further to find out what more he could do to be a better person before his release date. And he's expressed to me many a times the routes that he wanted to take when he got out, such as joining a local Narcotics Anonymous association so he can spread his story to those to hear it, so maybe he can stop someone from being in the same position that he was. My brother is not anywhere near the person today that he was when he went in. He's the man that he should have been before his issues with the drugs and alcohol. He's the man that we all knew he could be today.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilkins. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this morning.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Wilkins, I think that we are prepared to vote. I'll be voting first since your case was assigned to me. It's a difficult case. I think you've done very well in prison in the environment that you're in. I see you've kind of moved around a bit and you've done well. You say you've been sober for 10 years. Congratulations on that. I still am really impressed with the fact that you haven't had any write-ups in spite of the different places you've been, because I know that's very difficult to do. I agree with Warden that you need to do the living in balance too. However, you know, and I think you still need to pursue that. When I look at the totality of the record, the contract that you signed in 2014, and listening to the district attorney this morning and the victim's family, I agree that 20 years is insufficient based on the agreement you made with the victims in the state of Louisiana. So for those reasons, my vote today is going to be to deny you parole. Mr. Tillis.
I commend you on your service that you've done there in changing your life. And today's vote for me is going to be the same. I concur with Ms. Renata.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Ms. Renata. I believe that you need to adhere to the plea agreement that you made of 52 years.
Mrs. Ledoux.
I appreciate Mr. Johnson's excellent discourse on the case and how it panned out on early stages. I think you're a different person today than when you came in, but my vote is also to deny based on the length of time served.
Mr. Freeman.
And I concur for the same reason.
All right, Mr. Wilkins. Keep on the path you're going. I think you're on the right track, but today your parole's been denied, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Warden Law, that concludes our business at your facility this morning. We're going to sign off at 9:31. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Renata.
Morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're now at Rayburn Correctional Center. It's 9:35 a.m. on Monday, February 3rd, 2025. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Warden Travis Day.
Kristen Herbert, records. Tracy Taylor, classifications.
Good morning, and we have Mr. Anderson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Stan Anderson, 110504.
All right, Mr. Anderson, let me acknowledge some folks we have with us here today. We have folks from the First 72, Miss Mia Lowy, who will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll call on her to do so. In opposition, we have a representative from the District Attorney's Office in Jefferson Parish, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time also. First, Mr. Anderson, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Anderson, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 30-year sentence as a habitual offender. You were sentenced in July of 1998 for attempted first-degree murder. You have a parole eligibility date, which is August 1st, 2021, and you have a good time date, September 11, 2027. Does all that sound accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, before we hear from everybody who wants to speak and we do our interview with you, we'd like for what led you to jail? Why are you in jail? And why do you think that this panel should vote favorably for you today, to vote in your favor?
Yes, ma'am. Night of the crime, it was a traffic stop, me and the officer. When he pulled me over, all the officer was doing was his job. I'm the one that got combated with the officer. Right after he went to ask me my name and called in, my license plate. But one thing led to another, and we got up into a physical altercation. And as I was breaking away, we both shot at each other simultaneously. I'm running away in fear. But they were totally my fault because I'm the one started everything with the officer. The officer just was doing his job. But as I go through my classes and all that, I understand why I did the things that I was doing. I didn't know I had anger issues and all that at the time. I'm going through life having all sorts of problems, not really knowing myself. For me, going through these anger management classes and that type of stuff just opened my eyes to a lot of things in my life in the past. Like the last class I just took, the CERT or substance abuse class, they say, well, 92% of the criminals that commit crimes, they be on some type of mind-altering drug. And that right there had me thinking my pastime of getting in trouble. Every time I got in trouble, I was under the influence. And I was glad I took that class. That opened my eyes. Ma'am?
I'm glad you took it too. Why
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
think we ought to vote for you today? Why do you think so?
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
Why do you think we ought to vote to grant your parole today?
I feel that right now I'm the best version of myself. I'm not the person I was when I come in. I'm just not. A lot of things I've done, I know now that I was wrong. I was just doing the wrong thing, following the wrong people, being around the wrong crowd and stuff like that. But since I've been incarcerated, I did the best that I could to rehabilitate myself. Looking forward just to try to do the right thing and make the right decision for my future. Ma'am?
All right. Well, thank you, sir. We would like to hear from Warden Day now. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Anderson?
Yes, ma'am. Stanley's been at RCC since 2008. He's a healthcare orderly, and he's been in there since 2009 in the infirmary, assisting with the patients in there and the nursing staff. As far as Stanley's character, always very nice and really have no issues with him. He's always very respectful to staff when I'm around. So looking at his disciplinary history, he does have a property destruction in 2017 where he was
tying some extra weight on a weight bar, and he got an infraction for that. And had another contraband where he had some extra items in his locker and under his bed. But you know, like I said, he works in the infirmary and does a good job in there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'd like to hear now from Miss Mia Lowy, please, with the first 72.
Good morning. Thank you so much to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. Stanley Anderson. My name is Mia Lowy, and I'm the Director of Client Services at the First 72 Plus. We are a reentry organization based in New Orleans, working to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison. We've been working with Mr. Anderson for a bit, since last April, I believe, to create a solid reentry plan for if he is released. Mr. Anderson interviewed and was accepted into our transitional housing program. So this program grants him 90 days to live in our transitional house free of charge, while he works intensively with his assigned case manager to gain employment, open up a bank account, meet all of these milestones, so that way when the 3 months is over, we are able to send him off into the world as an independent person, living, working, and having stable housing. So the case manager will provide Mr. Anderson with employment support, will help him create a resume, connect him with any job training programs he's interested in, apply for jobs with fair chance employers. We're actually opening up our cooking school in the coming months. And during his incarceration, Mr. Anderson has obtained his GED and completed an immense amount of programming. He expressed interest in attending our culinary school. So we believe that this program will provide him with the knowledge and skills to obtain a job in the restaurant industry for completion. Mr. Anderson will work with our economic empowerment team to open a bank account, create a budget, and begin saving to afford that apartment after his 90-day stay has been completed. Our public benefits clinic will help Mr. Anderson apply for food stamps, Medicaid, SSI if needed. We will help him obtain any missing I-9 documentation, such as a birth certificate, a state ID, or a social security card. Mr. Anderson will be set up with an appointment at the FIT clinic, that stands for the Formerly Incarcerated Transition Clinic. So that will get him in with a primary care physician to get a checkup and any prescriptions renewed that he may have been taking during his incarceration. His mental health and substance use has already been addressed. He's completed an assessment with CADA. So he has already been input into their system, and he will be completing counseling with them upon returning home. We have a few social support groups as well. We have a 9 Steps to Staying Free class, which is a weekly peer mentorship class for formerly incarcerated people, supporting each other through the barriers of transitioning back into society. It addresses a lot of the same topics that classes, while they are incarcerated, do. So things like victim awareness, mental health, responding versus reacting. We have a family reunification program. Mr. Anderson is really eager to return to the city and meet his 3 grandchildren for the first time, as well as reconnect with his 3 sons. This program helps mend any familial relationships that are fractured due to a loved one's incarceration. Mr. Anderson will also be enrolled in our 5-day life skills class, which will help him readjust to living in New Orleans. These classes cover navigating public transportation, learning any renamed streets, answering the conviction question during a job interview, and setting attainable goals for the first year post-incarceration. So our team is really, really eager to welcome Mr. Anderson home and support him through this transition. He has one of the brightest spirits and best attitudes that I have ever had the pleasure to interact with. And I believe that he will really, really succeed and blossom when he comes home. So thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I hope that you will take my words into account today.
Thank you. All right, could we hear from the DA's office, please?
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. And we're opposed to Mr. Anderson's request for parole. Looking at his criminal history, he had a prior first-degree murder that he pled to manslaughter and was incarcerated. Has a number of resisting and battery on battery offenses. And in this particular offense, he struck the officer and resisted arrest by flight. Then he pointed his weapon at the officer and discharged the weapon, shot at the officer. That's completely unacceptable. Looking at what he's done since he's been incarcerated, I find his programming is pretty limited. He took anger management back in 14 and 15. He took 100 hours. Then he's had living in balance in 2016 and 17 and thinking for a change in 22. He's had no victim related programs. That's very concerning. Looking at his certificates, he got a certificate in 23 for some 8-week course in self-discovery, self-motivation, and positive affirmations. And then 2024, he received a certificate for the Trauma Healing Institute. I still feel there's more programming that he needs to do prior to him being released, particularly victim accountability and other victim courses that he could have. And since the last hearing in 2022, all he's had was thinking for a change, which was in December of 22. He completed that and the certificates I mentioned. So for those reasons, we're opposed to his request.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Mr. Anderson, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. Would you answer her questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning.
Before I start asking you questions, I'm curious about something. Warden, do you have a classification person and they're available to you? I've got a question about his credits for programming. On the master prison record, it says 75 days. And reviewing the different programming, we have a copy of his program completions, and there are many, many hours that have not been attributed, it looks like.
Yes, ma'am. He's a habitual offender, and habitual offenders were not eligible to receive credits until 11/1/17. And it looks like he completed most of his classes before 11/1/17. I was actually just talking about this before, and I wanted to check it when I get back to my office and make sure that all of them that were supposed to be credited are credited. But I do see he would not have been eligible prior to 11/1/17.
That has solved the mystery in my mind.
But I will check it when I get back to my office.
We just spoke prior to the hearing.
Yeah, there's so many laws that change that's hard to keep up with. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, I want to acknowledge that you have said some statements that are very accurate. When you said that the officer fired his weapon at you, and then you fired back, that he had a right to, you were a felon and you had a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is such a dangerous job, and you were already, had already spent 10 years incarcerated for a manslaughter, and you should not have had a weapon on you, and you acknowledged that, and I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little concerned about your conduct record. When I see someone who's had 13 write-ups, but the problem is they've been more recent and consistent. You said you were working towards rehabilitation. Why don't you address some of those write-ups for me? How did you get them, and what were you thinking? Why am I seeing all these write-ups? 13 write-ups, and some as recent as 2020, 2019, 2016, 15.
We tied up on 9 pounds, adding weight to the ball. And
the 19 was a 30W.
Okay, 19 was 30W. Well, a friend of mine asked me for he had a head cold. He asked me that I had some sinus pills. I told him, yeah, I'll bring it for him. I grabbed the minister, told the people, walked down into the kitchen, and I gave him that. And what the other one, what year it was?
What's the contraband? 2019. What was the contraband?
That was one, where they was doing a shakedown of his property and his locker. And he had one large plastic container, that wouldn't have been sold in the canteen, and it had some fried chicken in it.
Okay. Okay. So those are no crimes of violence necessarily, so that's a little more palatable for me. What was the circumstance of your first manslaughter? Was it drug related or?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It was me being in the club, and I stepped on this guy's feet. I told him, I actually told him I was sorry, and I went on with the girl who I was with, and maybe about 30 to 45 minutes later, she came back with 3 other guys, saying, "Well, there he is right there," and they all jumped on me, and so the bouncer in the club, they stopped us and they pulled us outside the club, where the fight continued. And they all crowded me and stuff like that. And a friend of mine helped me get them off of me. And I was able to get a weapon from my friend and commenced to doing what I did, hurting the individual.
Commence doing what you did. What did you do? So
I mean, when I took the shot at the victim, I killed him. Being under the influence.
okay. I'm gonna defer to my other colleagues as well. Any other questions?
Yeah, how many total years have you been incarcerated?
27. I'm actually doing my 28th year right now.
So you did 10 for the manslaughter charges?
So?
Did 10 years for the manslaughter?
I think it was 7 years and 9 months.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think, is the panel prepared today? Is this what I do? I am.
Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry, but past actions are a strong predictor of future behavior. Two murders concerns me greatly, especially with the time distance between them. I'm thrilled that you're doing some good work. I appreciate that you're not a terrible problem in the system. And most of all, Ms. Lowy, I commend you significantly for the work that you have done for reentry. An excellent job. I've not met you or heard from you before, and I read over the report. It was very detailed, and I hope those same services are available at any point that he gets out. Today, my vote is to deny parole based on past criminal history.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Staley, last time I voted to grant you parole, and I'm looking at it, and I don't see any more write-ups since then. But now you get out. If you go take those classes, you're going to get out in a year. And I really think you would benefit from those classes to refresh your memory on what the classes were about. So today I'm going to vote to deny, because I think you'll benefit from those classes and it wouldn't add, I mean, you'll be out within a year.
Mr. Tiller.
My vote is to grant with the conditions of taking those classes.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to deny based upon your past violent criminal history, law enforcement opposition, and you do need the class in victim awareness.
Mr. Anderson, today my vote would be to grant after you complete the victims program and any other recommended programs by the warden.
However, sir, you've received two votes to grant, 3 votes to deny, so the outcome of today's proceeding is that your parole application has been denied, sir. Good luck to you, sir. Try to get enrolled in that victim class. Whatever class you can. Thank you,
Yeah, in
sir.
all your classes, you'll get out.
Good luck. Board, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at your facility, 9:55. Thank you so much.
Whatever.
Oh, yeah. All right. Good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Today is Monday, February 3rd, 2025. The time is 10 a.m. Would the staff there at Angola please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Ashley Olivo.
Reginald Lambert, classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records. Taylor Rackett, classification.
All right, thank you. And let me acknowledge the folks we have who've joined us. I'm waiting on my list. I think we have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Mr. Myers is here in support and opposition. We have the Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Wilson. We also have representing the victim, Terry Kennedy, Dane Kennedy, Susan Frierson, Connie Hoover, and Juanita Godwin. And those who've indicated they'd like to speak, we'll call on them at the appropriate time. Mr. Wise, first, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Ivan Wise, 87590.
All right, Mr. Wise, you're classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. You were sentenced in June of 1977. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but it appears there's going to be some movement in court. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is actually real. I don't know if it is verdict question. I don't know. Just keep an eye out on the feed if you are lurking away. We just thought of coming in, but I don't know. Just keep an eye out. Keep a ear out. For more information. I mean, as soon as I know more, I will be saying. I am back on camera, even though I have a hair. Sorry, I had to pull that hair. It was getting to me. But at least from what I am seeing all over is that there is movement in court, but we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated as soon as there are actually movement and something going on in court. We'll jump back to the feed and check it out. Night, but we'll talk about that later.
And you had a parole eligibility date, which was determined to be August 1st, 2017.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Wise, before we get started, would you take a moment to tell us what you did, what led you to prison, and why do you think this panel should vote to grant you parole today?
Well, I was out at the bar in Slidell, met Marsha at the bar. I hadn't seen her in 5 years. I went to school with her in Slidell High. We hitchhiked to my house, to my truck. My boss had it down the road a little ways. We got my truck and went to my house. We got in an argument. I don't know what started it or whatever, but we got in an argument, and next thing I know, she's dead, and I took all the evidence and scattered it around the parish. I told the sheriff about it. I told him everything, and they bonded me out for $25,000. I stayed out 6 or 8 months. And I was arrested in 76 and tried in 76. So it wasn't very long that I was convicted behind that. I'm sorry about the whole thing. I don't understand what happened today. I still don't understand. I know what happened though.
So why do you think we ought to, vote to grant you parole?
Well, it's been almost 50 years. I think it's 48 right now. I think 49. I feel like I've done enough time. That's the way I feel. I'm a first offender. I've never been involved with the law in any kind of way. This is the only time.
All right. Well, I tell you what, let's hear from the warden. What can you tell us about Mr. Wise?
Yes, ma'am. He is, as we stated, serving a life sentence for second-degree murder. He lives at our trustee camp, Camp F. He currently works as a tier walker at our death row area. He's had a total of 5 DV reports, with the last one being September of 2002. He has completed victim awareness, inside out deaths, thinking for a change, 100 hours, anger management, victim accountability letter training. His tiger risk is low. He hasn't enrolled in any of the vocational programs that we offer. He does have, although in the past, looking at his record, he has worked with the carpentry crew here at Angola in the past. And I did ask him why he got out of that trade per se, and he said he was just ready for a change. That's about all I can say for Mr. Wise today.
Thank you, Ronaldo. We appreciate your input. Mr. Myers, could we hear from the Parole Project, please?
Good morning, Terry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Here to let the board know, should this board grant Mr. Wise his parole today, Parole Project is prepared to offer Mr. Wise long-term transitional housing and reentry support. I'm also here to answer any questions that the board might have.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Myers? All right, I don't see any at this time, so we'll move on to the opposition. First, we'd like to hear from Ms. Terry Kennedy. All of them, I believe, are with Mr. Wilson. So, Mr. Wilson, if you have a different order, I'll defer to you if you'd like.
No, ma'am. Just if y'all bear with us, we're dealing with a wide-angle camera that keeps going in and out. So we're going to have everyone that needs to speak will just step up to this camera that I'm facing right now. Does that work for y'all? If y'all can.
Yeah, that
see
works
me?
fine. Yes, that works fine.
Ms. Kennedy, if you just want to come right up here and just look directly into that little circle, I think that should work.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Terry Kennedy, and my sister, Marsha Norris, was murdered by Ivan Wise. She was horribly beaten and strangled before she was shot in the chest. Ivan always repeats, which he did not today, but every other time he's repeated that he trusts her up like a deer to carry her. He put my sister in the dirty water of Bayou Bunfuka. He hid her from us for 2 days. It was so horrible not knowing where she was, that the horror of hoping that she was tied up somewhere, held captive and not killed, but we knew because she did not call about her children that night. She had always called. And just the idea of him trying to blame her, he has done that several times, told lies and tried to blame her for that he killed her. My sister was a good mama. She didn't get to raise her sons or to be an aunt to my children. David and Jeremy have suffered because they were not raised by their mother. And this is the picture of my sister with her 2 kids. that's what she looked like right before she died. My heart has been broken every day since April 3rd, 1976. Our lives have never been the same. Her voice, her laugh is never here. Someone, my sister, is always missing. My heart truly aches with the pain of her not being here. Every year I dread April 3rd. I am so aware of the date coming up. Mentally, it affects me, thinking of what she went through that night. Marcia being all alone, being beaten by Ivan, then seeing the gun, helpless. What thoughts were going through her mind? It torments me. I watched Ivan at the trial. He sat there with a smirk on his face. He didn't act like he was sorry for what he had done. He didn't act like he is now. Please don't let him out of prison. My sweet sister is never coming out of the grave. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Please don't let him out.
Carrie, I did have one question. How old was your sister?
She was only 23.
23, and how old were the two boys at that time?
18 months and 4.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Could we hear from Dane Kennedy, please?
So very briefly, so apparently there was a school pew pew incident in Sweden, where 10 people have lost their life. So I just really want to keep an eye on it and see exactly what happened. I mean, it's just very sad. I mean, Sweden of all the places, um, never heard of this before. It's never as like I'm sure it has happened in Europe before, but I've never seen Sweden. Sweden is just one of um places that nothing really happens apparently apart from PewDiePie coming out of Sweden. That's the only thing I know that happened there, and the Swedish meatball and IKEA. All right, 3 things I know. Not a lot, but it's just they're not talking right now. I was hoping that they would, but I mean, this is just crazy. That is like an infestation is happening all over the world. I mean, it is absolutely horrible. I mean, they're not talking. We're gonna go back to the parole hearing, but I just thought it would be interesting to share just very briefly with some pictures on it about it. Still nothing on the case. Still haven't heard anything that's happening or not happening. We are an hour and a half in of the deliberation time, and still nothing. There was a false alarm, but yeah.
I entered this family 24 years ago, and I've seen and heard the trauma even until today. We have to relive it every 3 years. I've watched, I've listened, I've read reports. I'm not here to speak to Ivan's case record because obviously it's right there in front of you. The criminal justice system did its job, gave him life, eligibility for parole. But even today, as I watch Ivan Wise has no remorse. He still does not take accountability. The testimonies are there historically, and still today he said before you being a liar. Sociopathy does not go away. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then we have Susan Frierson.
Good morning. My name is Sue Frierson. The victim, Marsha Norris, was my niece. I was the person who discovered that she was missing. She didn't come home after going out with her girlfriends. And I walked over to her house because I had a book she liked to read. Marsha liked to read. And when I got there, the babysitter said, Marsha didn't come home. I said, what? Why didn't you call somebody? Let us know what. They said, well, we went to sleep and we didn't know. It was like a sledgehammer hit me in the head. I couldn't believe that those kids, they didn't call someone. That was not like Marsha. She didn't go off and leave her babies and not come home to them. And I immediately called her mother. Her mother was at work. And I called her mother. And it was days before her body was found. She had been shot, tossed in the bayou, tied up. This is a sad story. It's something that we live with every day of our lives. As her family, we live with this every day. This man was found guilty by a jury of his peers and sentenced to life in prison. We would like to see him say life in prison. I'm sorry we feel like this, but we miss this person. We miss Marsha. And we're having to live without her. Her boys have lived without her, basically all of their lives. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Frierson. And Mr. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Renatson, the members of the board. Just at the outset, I want to state that the district attorney and the district attorney's office strongly believes that the members of this board are reasonable and will see the facts as the jurors did. Now, I know that you've reviewed the record in this case to the extent that it's been prepared to you by the parole board. My comments will be brief, but I just want to read something, and this is from the packet that's been provided to you. From the trial facts, in addition to the defensive wounds, the victim had blood clots behind her eyes, which suggested she had been strangled before death. An electrical cord was tied around her neck. Wise shot Marsha as she was laying on the bridge, as evidenced by some bloodstains on the pavement. Finally, he tossed her in the water. Now, I think it's very evident. You can listen to what Mr. Wise is saying, that this was an accident, or his dismissive claim a minute ago to you offensively that, quote, the next thing I knew she was dead. That's not what happened here. You can look at the trial record and you know what happened, the same way as the jurors understood what happened in this case. He wanted something from her that she wasn't prepared to do for him. And when she didn't do it, this is the way he reacted. He savagely beat her, strangled her, then shot her through the heart and threw her body over a bridge. But for an ill-conceived and unjust window in the 1970s parole laws, this defendant wouldn't be before you today to cause further pain for the family of his victim. The district attorney asks you to cure this injustice and keep Ivan Wise exactly where he belongs for the rest of his life. He has already gotten his break. He should have received capital punishment for this abominable crime. Now, I mentioned just a second ago, and I'm going to bring it up again in closing, his own statement, next thing I knew she was dead. That's the way he sees this. That is not the words of someone you can trust amongst law-abiding citizens. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We appreciate the input from the DA's office. Mr. Wise, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
Was that the district attorney speaking then?
That was Butch Wilson from the district attorney's office. Would you answer Mr. Tillis' questions, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to say something first.
No, sir. You're going to answer Mr. Tillis' questions.
Okay.
You don't have the opportunity to rebut. Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Mr. Wise. How are you?
Good morning.
I heard you say at the end of your statement, opening statement, that you you knew what happened.
Yes,
I read your case several times and, I'd like to ask just, when you guys left the bar, you were going back to your house?
yes, sir.
Okay, what caused the fight?
We got in an argument about children. I don't understand what, we were arguing about, really. She was, separated from her husband. That's what she was doing out that night. They were fixing to get a divorce and all that.
So when you got back to the house, after a while, you got into an argument with her?
Oh, yeah, within 10, 15 minutes, yeah.
It must have been pretty serious.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what happened? What caused it?
Well, like I said, we got in an argument about children.
Oh, okay, I have no more questions.
I do. Mrs.
Yeah, I've got some questions. You've been very flippant when you've described that really you just think you need to get out because it's your time to get out. That's really all this amounts to. You've served enough time, and what you did and how you did it and how brutal the crime is has absolutely, in your mind, nothing to do with it. It has a lot to do with it with me. Because I've read what you did to this lady, and then, you know, she was 23 years old. She had the whole rest of her life. She had 2 little boys, which is why I asked her age. 18 months and 4 years. Chances are the 18-month-old child probably won't have a good memory of his mother. And I'm sure she was a very loving mother. And you never have mentioned in any of this stuff, victim impact. Tell me about victim impact, what you think this did. Because you didn't talk about that either.
No, it hurt both their families and friends and my families and friends. It hurt everybody that was involved in the case. I understand that.
That's very descriptive. You know, in victim impact, it's almost, it's not cliche, but you hear it so often without any absolute reference as to what they mean with the ripple effect. But it's also generational obliteration. I mean, for those children, their mother just dissolved that night. She just didn't come home. And then for the family, the ripple effect is, yes, like, you know, she doesn't pick up the phone every day and call her sister and say, hey, I just wanted to check in on you. Those are the kind of like everyday things. Mom, what you cooking today, that they're used to seeing her do. Those are the everyday things that when you talk about the ripple effect, it's also just the daily occurrences that you're used to that person doing. These children were used to a mother's hug and kisses. That when you did what you did in such a heinous way, you stole that from these children. So I didn't hear anything from you other than I need to get out because I've served my time, and there you go. So that I guess what this was a statement, because I really don't have any questions for you because you haven't answered any questions.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Wise, I was going to ask you about your training and victim awareness also. I don't think I need to do that at this point. Were you under the influence of anything other than alcohol at the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it?
There was some pills, smoked a joint or two.
What kind of,
Mostly drinking though.
what was the pills? You remember the pills?
I can't remember what they were.
But I mean, you know, was it speed?
I think it was. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So all that mixed together. Okay. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr.
Sure.
So,
I wanted to ask one more question.
okay.
Did you take any drug abuse classes? I see you didn't take any while you were there.
Sir?
Did you take any abuse classes, drug abuse classes while you've been incarcerated? Have you?
I don't think so, no. No, sir.
Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis.
My vote's gonna be to deny because of, the opposition of the family, DA and, the sheriffs.
I wanted to say something about that district attorney. He
No,
told.
sir. No, sir. No, sir. Mrs. Stapleton?
And I concur with Mr. Tillis, and I would like to add, and also due to the heinous, gruesome nature of the crime.
Mrs. Ledoux?
Denied based on lack of remorse.
Mr. Freeman?
Lack of remorse and family opposition.
And Mr. Wise, I do agree with my colleagues. The last time I saw you at your hearing, I noted, and I told you then, that I was dying because of your lack of understanding of the impact of the crime and how important that is for success in the community. And none of that has changed. So my vote today is to deny, and it has been unanimous, sir. Your application for parole has been denied. That concludes our business there at the penitentiary. We're going to sign off at 10:24.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We are now at Dixon Correctional Institute. It's 10:35 a.m. on Monday, February 3rd, 2025. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff please introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Board. Dusty Bickham, Warden.
Lisa Jenkins, classification. Jade Babineau, classification.
Ashley Bradley, records.
Alvin King, reentry. Jamie DeVal, mental health. That's it, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Got the A team today. Good. Thank you. And we have before us Mr. Franklin. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is David Franklin. My DOC number is 359-959.
All right. And you are represented by counsel this morning. Good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself?
Good morning, Robert Lancaster here on representing David Franklin. I'm with the LSU Parole and Reentry Clinic.
Okay, thank you. Here in support is also the Parole Project. We have Mr. Kerry Myers. We also have Mr. Franklin's brother, Lewis Roach, who will be speaking in support. And here in opposition is representing the DA's office in East Baton Rouge Parish is Tracy Barbera, and we'll call on her at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Franklin, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 60-year, 11-month, and 30-day sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish. First was possession of a gun with obliterated serial numbers, attempted first-degree murder, and then as a habitual offender for attempted first-degree murder. You have a parole eligibility date, which was August 1st, 2021, and your good time release date is November 14, 2058. Is that information correct, Mr. Franklin?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lancaster, first we'd like to ask your client to give us some background information about why he's in prison and why does he think we should vote favorably, unless you would like to make that presentation.
Ms. Renato, I think Mr. Franklin is prepared to address the committee. It's best that you hear from him.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Franklin, we'd like to hear from you, sir. Tell us what led you to prison, why you're in jail, and why do you think we ought to vote for your parole today?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I would like to first take responsibility for what I've done and would like to let you know that I'm remorseful for what I've done. And I'm in prison for shooting at the police officers. And I would like to show you David Franklin of 98 and 99 compared to David Franklin of 2025. I've taken prisoner rehabilitation programs and non-club prisoner rehabilitation program. One was Cajun Rage. It was a 12-month program. It deals with the mind and thinking and making decisions. And I made all good decisions. I passed that course and I got my certificate that I sent up for a copy of my record, and it come back, no write-up, showing that I made good decisions. I'm using this record as my supporting evidence. I've taken Living in Balance. That's another 12-month program, 12-week program. It deals with the mind, teaches you how to think and make good decisions. I passed that, and I sent for my record, and he come back again. Good decision making, no write-up. I made another one, Living in Balance, Thinking for a Change. That was a 12-week program. I passed that, and I sent for another copy of my record, no write-up, showing that I had made good decisions. And by my good decision making, I get a chance to go eat with the warden once every 90 days. I get a chance to be trustee for 1 day, twice a year at the art and craft festivals. Warden trusts me to walk around with the free people, laugh and talk with them. They don't worry about me committing no crime, and don't worry about me running off. Because over the past 25 years, I have shown to make good decisions. In conclusion, I'm a living example that the prison rehabilitation program do work.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. You've given that some thought. Thank you. Ward Bickham, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Franklin?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, board. As usual, I can talk about how he's done in the prison system, and he's done well. He hadn't had a write-up, it looks like, since he's been at DCI. He came to DCI in 2010. But his last write-up, it looked like it was 07 was a low court, maybe 03 or something. I can't remember, but 04 was his last high court write-up. So he has stayed out of trouble, disciplinary trouble for numerous years. He has a couple of jobs. He works as a helps clean the bathrooms, but also in a hobby shop, which is, he led to talking about being a trustee for a day or twice a year at our arts and crafts show. DCI hosts the arts and crafts show, and being that he's a hobby shop orderly, and some of that hobby shop is what's sold, we do allow him to be a trustee for those days to kind of be out there and help with that. And he does a good job. He's done some good programs. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lancaster, would you like us to hear from those who are here in support? When would you like to make your presentation?
If it pleases the committee, I can make my presentation prior to your vote.
Okay. We'll hear from Mr. Myers first. Parole Project.
Thank you. Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. And we're here on behalf of David Franklin. We were at David's previous parole hearing. As David explained, and his record shows, since he's been at DCI, he's had no disciplinary infractions. He's had the same job for 15 years, which shows his stability. He's trusted by the administration and the staff. We believe David would be an ideal candidate for Parole Project's program. Not only would he have our support, he has the support of his family. David is now in his mid-60s. He has served 25 years of this sentence, and we believe David is no threat to society. We would just ask that this parole board consider these factors today and grant David's parole.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Roach, could we hear from you?
Okay.
Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear
Okay.
us?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, David is my brother, my younger brother. I mean, and David has always been a hardworking, reliable plumber. He's got skills. He made a mistake. I mean, it's crazy, and our land says it might have been. I think he's learned his lesson. He's going to have full support. Okay, he's not going to have any problems fitting back in. For me, our father, our family, we all want him home. We're all going to support him. And we talk every Sunday. And from the conversations we have, he's grown a lot. He's grown a lot. And I would appreciate, if he gets consideration for release. He's paid his debt, I think. Um, he's never been a bad person. He made some mistakes like all of us, but I think that shouldn't be a death sentence. But I hope you guys give him another chance. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Roach. Okay, at this time, before we hear from the DA, Mr. Lancaster, we'd like to hear from you.
Or Mr. Knotts and members of the committee. The law clinic represented Mr. Franklin when he had his hearing back in November of 2022. And we're here today continuing our representation of him. David's record indicates that the time is right to release him now for a number of reasons. One, as the warden mentioned, is institutional compliance. Throughout his 25 years of incarceration, he only has 7 write-ups. The last in 2007 was a low court write-up. The last B court write-up was 20 years ago in 2004. He's a pride member here at Dixon, so he's recognized for being an inmate that shows leadership and compliance with the rules. He has a low Tiger score, so the risk assessment used by the Department of Corrections indicates that he's a low risk should he be released. His work ethic in prison demonstrates that he's a hard worker. As the warden mentioned, he does have 2 jobs. He asked David what he does in prison. He said he's the mop man, and he's had that job for 15 years, also orderly of the hobby shop. The factors that were in his life in 1998 and 1999, the time of these crimes, where he had a series of really bad decisions, have been addressed. He's had 100 hours pre-release in 2021, Cage Your Rage in 2022, Victim Impact in 2022, Life of Recovery in 2021. He was denied parole in 2022, and he didn't let that in any way stop his progress. And he's committed himself to additional programming since then, which I think demonstrates his real focus and determination to prepare himself for release, but also to continue to address those issues present in his life at the time the crime occurred. In 2023, he completed Celebrate Recovery and Drug Dealers Anonymous, both programs related to substance abuse, teaching discipline, clear thinking, understanding consequences of action. In 2023, he also had Thinking for a Change, which is a program to address thinking, and that lack of thinking is really what led to his criminal behavior in his life prior to prison. He's also had Living in Balance in 2023, Nurturing Parent in 2023, so a significant amount of programming. As far as employment is concerned, he did receive a DCI Service Recognition Award in 2024, indicating the institution's view of his contributions. Also, OSHA Career Safe Training in 2024. as well. He has significant support now, as Mr. Myers mentioned. The Louisiana Parole Project is prepared to assist him for as long as necessary. He has very strong family support. He can live with his father in Baker, join the family's plumbing business there. And being in East Baton Rouge Parish in Baker, the Parole Project continue to have significant input into his reentry. Also, in addition to being 64, very healthy, capable of work now, he has the ability to gain employment, do work, earn money. He did pay into the Social Security system prior to his incarceration, so in a few years he'll also be able to qualify for those Social Security benefits, and so he will have a significant support system on his release. So for these reasons, we request that the committee grant his release on parole so he continue to serve his sentence under community supervision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Before we start our interview, we'd like to hear from the DA's office, please.
Good morning, Chairman Renata, other members of the board. Thank you for hearing me this morning. I've heard Mr. Lancaster and Mr. Franklin say many, many things that I know weigh very heavily in your decision-making this morning. Institutional compliance is huge. Family support is huge. He has a transition plan. Mr. Myers and the Parole Project do wonderful things. I do need to bring it back, however, to what brought him to the Department of Corrections to begin with. We have a man who was on supervision at the time he committed not this crime, but these crimes. We have two separate dates of incident here, and I would ask that you remember what was going on. In the first incident, he had a problem with a family member, and he told that family member when the police arrived, he would shoot them. If the police arrived, I will shoot them. The police arrived, and he did fire at them. He escaped. That was the first incident in December of 1998. In the second incident in May of 1999, imagine these law enforcement officers, what was going on in their mind, how they were putting their life on the line that day. They were going to locate and arrest a man who had an outstanding warrant for attempting to kill a police officer. So they went to that house and went into that bedroom, and Mr. Franklin came within inches of facing multiple counts of first-degree murder. One of the officers, the bullet came just within a couple of inches of his temple and went into the door frame where he was standing. So again, this was not when the crime occurred. This is when the crimes occurred. He's done excellent things in prison, and I admire that. I respect that. However, we still have a man that has served less than 26 years of a 60-year sentence. And I would ask you to please make him serve more of this sentence before he is released back into society. And I'm speaking on behalf of the law enforcement officers. I know each of them did submit a letter into the record, and there's no doubt in my mind that each of you have reviewed their sentiments, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we did receive the letters and we have reviewed them. Mr. Franklin, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions, please?
Okay, Mr. Franklin, morning. What was going on that day? I mean, the first day, what led to all of this violence?
Well, somebody said the police were coming, and I made a bad decision to take off and running. I fired some shots as I was running.
Did you tell the people in the house if the officers came, you were gonna shoot them?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And tell me this, okay, you was dating Nedra Turner?
Yes, sir.
And Priscilla Turner, that's her daughter?
But yes, sir.
Didn't you have charges against you stemming from her at one time?
No, sir.
You didn't offer her $50 for sex, and then y'all got in a fight. And then when the police stopped you, you had two guns.
No.
That's not what the rap sheet says, and it's not what the report says. Okay, you on supervision, you were revoked 2 times for absconding, and you were eventually revoked for this new felony as was stated, you were on at the time that this offense was committed. Were you on drugs?
No, sir.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how a man could be in this shootout and all of this, get shot 3 times, still jump through a window. Usually they either totally drunk or on some good drugs. So you wasn't on any drugs when this happened?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, all right. Have you ever had a history of drugs?
No, sir.
Okay. As they say, you've done excellent in prison. There's no doubt about that. Do I have any other questions? I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
I'd like to ask about the educational achievement. Have you taken your GED?
I have not taken the actual test for my GED. I've taken the high set test for 3 of the subjects and passed. And I got 2 left before I get my GED.
So you've got 2 more sections to pass before you complete it.
Yes, ma'am. Science and algebra.
Okay.
So Ms. Ledoux, he did on January of this year, actually, he passed writing, social studies, and reading. He failed science by 1 point. He got a 7 and needed 8. So he's correct in needing science and the math section.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions by my colleagues. I think that the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Franklin, you're one of those cases that you've done great in prison and you're doing a great job. But now you got to serve your time for the crime you committed. And I mean, as Ms. Barbera stated, we're very lucky there wasn't 2 or 3 deputies that were killed. It was very reckless, very crazy, and I mean, and it was intentional. You just wasn't going to jail until they stopped you. So, due to law enforcement opposition and not enough time served, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote's going to be to deny also, not enough time served.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with that, but I would also add that you have lied about previous charges that we had, that you did try to rape a 14-year-old, and that led to an argument, and they found 2 weapons in your vehicle, and it was pled down to indecent behavior with a juvenile, and then it was pled down to possession of a firearm with an obliteration of a serial number. So, and you denied that completely. So I can concur with all that, but then I'm going to add that to it.
Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Franklin, I do agree. I am so pleased to see. I mean, I saw you the last time and we indicated that you needed more programs and you did do more programs since your last hearing. You've done some really good programs, Thinking for Change, Celebrate Recovery, and others that's going to assist you. But I have to say that because of the victim opposition, and I agree with the district attorney's office, is just at this time insufficient time served on the 60-year sentence. So keep doing what you're doing, Mr. Franklin. We'll hope to see you again as soon as you're eligible. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. For business, it's 10:57. We'll sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Franklin, I'm gonna need you to stay in here. I gotta print a paper out.
Okay, so that is basically the end of it because there's 10 more seconds, or I don't know if they come back in. Yeah. So that's the end of that one. So we can move on to the next one. You guys seeing my recommendations of videos? Ooh, it's only an hour of revocation hearing. I don't know how to say that word yet. I can't speak. There is still no word from court. I'm trying to check like 100 million 100 million sources, but there's still no movement. It's been officially 2 hours and 6 minutes of deliberations. So there's a few people are dropping out of the race, sadly, but there's always another option. There's always the next trial to keep on. But thank you very much for everyone that has participated in the verdict game we play here. That's a new thing that I want to keep up. I like it. I really enjoy doing this. But yeah, so I was just listening to the next set of hearings, I guess, and see who else got in trouble. Now, this one
Order.
is the ones that they were out on parole and they got caught doing something that they shouldn't. So this is they try to carry on with the parole, but so they have to go in front of the board to be able to. So let's do it.
Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. It is 8:52 a.m. on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. Colleagues on the panel, seated to my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis, to my right, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. I'd like for our staff here to introduce themselves for the record. Sure, I'll be
Francis Abbott.
And our first remote location this morning is at Orleans Parish Prison. Good morning, sir. Aaron, is there anyone in the room with you? You're on mute. We need to get you to unmute the microphone.
Probably shouldn't have touched that, but is it working fine?
Yes.
Okay, good morning.
Would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
My name is Aaron. Ma'am?
Name and DOC number.
Okay, got a lot going on in the background. My name is Aaron Sank, DOC number 627602.
Pronounce your last name again?
Serenade.
Serenade, okay. You heard the introductions. You're here for a revocation decision this morning. Do you have any paperwork there with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, there's a parole revocation questionnaire that you were presented at your preliminary hearing. We're going to put it up on the screen. I'd like you to verify if that's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So, according to the information contained in that questionnaire, Mr. Serenade, you were not eligible for appointed counsel, nor did you request one. So, are you prepared to proceed this morning?
Absolutely, ma'am.
So I'm going to read the violations against you, after which you should enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and first of all is condition number 3. And it states, the condition states that I will live at the address on this certificate, referring to your parole certificate, good time certificate. If I must move from the address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so. In addition, I will not leave the state of Louisiana without written permission from my parole officer. The allegation is that you absconded from supervision in April 2024 and your whereabouts were unknown until you were arrested November 29, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Guilty. Then we have condition number 9, and that condition states that I agree to visit at my residence or place of employment by my parole officer at any time. I also agree to searches of my person, property, residence, and or vehicle when reasonable suspicion exists that I am or have been engaged in criminal activity. The allegation again is that you absconded from supervision in April 24 and your whereabouts were unknown until you were arrested November 29, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 9?
Okay, so that coincides with violation number 3?
Yeah, yeah, because the allegation is that you were not available for visits at your residence or place of employment.
Now, my plea guilty.
And last has to do with your fees. You've not made any supervision fee payments. And as of December 9th, 2024, your arrearage is $1,073. So how do you plead to violating condition number 10?
I plead guilty.
All right, so, Aaron, you also pled guilty at your preliminary hearing to all 3 violations. Tell us what was going on with you.
Well, when I paroled out to Algiers, and that's in the West Bank of New Orleans, and everything had been going good. Everything was going pretty good, but I was having a little trouble getting to work, and I made a mistake. When I left from my prison sentence, I was on fire for God. You know, I was on fire in my faith. I was deep in my faith, but I made a mistake, and I put something before God, and that was my wife. And so I didn't know what I was coming home to. I thought I had an understanding of what I was coming home to, but what I should have done is I should have came home and used the resources that were available to me, and I should have established something for myself and for my family, which I didn't. And I came home to a kind of tricky, kind of dense situation, and you know, things wasn't really in control. Things was kind of out of hand, and financially we weren't stable. And you know, trying to take care of things at the house. My stepson was into some stuff in the streets and stuff, and I was trying to get him out of it and mentor him out of it. We eventually lost our home, and we had to relocate. So when we did so, we went to South Louisiana, to where I'm from. That's where you may see in the records where I had changed addresses to 464 West 47th Street, Cutoff, Louisiana. Okay. And once again, the situation wasn't what I thought it was. My father has land there, and he has a camper that was on the land. So when we moved there, I was under the impression that I could just pay a couple $100 and get the lights turned on. But the storm previously had tore away all of the property. So the camper that was placed on the property needed an elevation permit to be able to get electricity put there. And so it was over like $2,000-3,000. It was $2,600 from what I can recall. And it was just my wife, she catches the Social Security check, and being in the rural part of Louisiana like that, it's really hard to work if you don't have a vehicle. We didn't have a vehicle, so we were living off of a generator, and we did that as long as we could. Her son was murdered, and so we were raising her granddaughter. And so, like, at a certain point when that became kind of harsh living conditions, where Mr. Beckdell was checking up on me, I had sent them back to New Orleans. So I sent them back out here, and I stayed down there for about a month, still trying to get it together, and I couldn't. And I started to, I believe in honesty being the best policy. I just want to be honest with you guys, because I feel like we can have a better understanding then.
Yeah, well, so let me interrupt you, please. When did you move to Cutoff?
I moved to Cutoff probably early November of 2023.
23.
Yes.
Okay, and so you were being supervised then, and this says that from April of 24 is when your officer had no knowledge of your whereabouts. So where were you in April of 2024?
Well, because of the situation with not being able to get electricity and living in like a privatized state like that, I came back out with the help of the Muslim Reentry Initiative. It's a nonprofit called MRI. I had moved back out here in New Orleans, and I called Mr. Becknell, and I let him know, like, hey, I'm sorry that I didn't ask permission. I'm sorry, you know, that I didn't previously, you know, let you know. But I moved back out to New Orleans, and it was bleak. The situation was bleak, and I needed to move. But I'm
So
here.
why did you not make contact with the parole officer?
And that was what he said. He said, hey, man, you're doing better than most people. You contacted me, but you need to go and sign up. And so I didn't sign up. And with all of that said, it was no one else's responsibility but my own. I don't have anyone to blame before you guys. I don't have any excuse. It was as simple as just go and give an address and we wouldn't be talking today. And that's the most foolish mistake.
But Aaron, you're a fourth offender. You've been on supervision before.
I've never been on parole before, no ma'am.
So you've never had a parole or probation officer.
I had a probation officer probably about 10 years ago.
So you had a probation officer at least 3 times?
No, only once.
So you're a fourth offender though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how much time have you done in jail ever at once?
5 years.
Was that for this particular time?
From the incarceration that I'm on parole for, yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned your wife several times. Where is she today?
I was hoping she would be here. Kind of a little disappointed that she's not. All's well.
You still in New Orleans? Where is she?
She stays in New Orleans East. My wife is a CNA of 30 years. She's a 45-year-old lady. She's never been in trouble before. I was hoping she'd be here to speak on my behalf, but all is well.
Yeah. All right. So you pled guilty. What were you hoping was going to happen today? You pled guilty to violating your conditions of parole.
I understand that I'm not eligible for a technical revocation. And I understand that today it's very likely that I'm going to be revoked. I'm just praying for favor in the sight of God, and I'm praying for leniency. But in life, we have to learn how to take accountability for our actions. So as I said, I don't have anyone to blame for not signing up when I came back to New Orleans. So I'm praying for leniency, but I understand that the situation may leave me with.
So you mentioned you couldn't get to and from work. What was your last job that you held?
I worked at police for 3 days, and the manager she had a lot of corrupt stuff going on. And
where was that at? Say that again.
Wendy's. And
Wendy's.
That's when I moved back out here from Cutoff. I worked at Wendy's for 3 days, and there was a lot of stuff going on. There was a lot of drugs and stuff at the restaurant. I worked there for 3 days, and I was like, I don't want to be around this.
So you got a lot of excuses there, and you got to grow up a little bit, I believe.
I have no excuses, ma'am. I should have done differently.
You do have excuses. That's all you've been telling me today is excuses after excuses. And, you know, I'm concerned about you. You know, I understand your situation where you had to move from the West Bank and cut off and all that, and, you know, having difficulty with transportation and what have you. I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Tillis has some
What
questions.
do you plan to do if you're released again?
I developed a little bit of a drug problem towards the end. And if I'm released again, I don't want to go home just yet. And I had to help my wife understand this. I don't, right now, I can't walk out of these doors and go and get high. But if I'm in a rehabilitation center, then that's a step forward for me, because then I can walk out at any time, but it's a choice of mine. But if I just go straight home, I don't want to live this life anymore. Like regardless if it's right now that I get released or if I get released in 2029, I don't want to live this life anymore. I've lost everything. I've lost everything being in prison. My last incarceration, my sister died 12 days before I got before I was released. I just don't want to leave this anymore. Like I have a little girl whose dad's been murdered, and so she tells me one day she doesn't have a dad. That broke my heart. Like I showed her that responsibility. Like I don't want to be a disappointment to my family anymore. Like I don't want to be a disappointment to myself, and I don't want to be a disappointment to God anymore. I don't want drugs as part of my life anymore, but I still am worried about my struggle with it. And so if I'm released today, I don't want to go home. I want to go to a rehab.
All right. What about work release?
This would be fun. I think that would be similar to it because at least I would be exposed to the world. I just don't want to go home just yet.
I don't ready to go home either. I think that you need to have something lined up for a job and a way to support yourself, a way to support your family. I do believe there may be some availability of a work release program where you might be afforded a substance abuse education at least. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
For a long term?
If I knew exactly what to do with my life, I didn't have a greatest upbringing. If I knew exactly what to do with my life and I had guidance, then I wouldn't be here before you guys. And so whatever suggestion you have.
Stop. We're trying to give you some help. I'm going to vote. My vote today is in lieu of revocation that we send you to participate in a transitional work program, work release, for 9 months. After you're released from, and hopefully it'll be one that has some substance abuse education so you can address that issue. After release, you're to have a substance abuse evaluation and comply with any treatment plan that is recommended for you. Now, I'm just one vote, but that's what I want to do. Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mrs. Ledoux?
You know, Aaron, I think we're giving you the best shot to get straight that you can get at this point. My vote is also to send you to a transitional work program, requesting that if they can find one with substance abuse education to do that. You do need to do some follow-up. I really hope that you have the opportunity to make some better reentry plans, look for a place that you can settle down and get your life together, okay?
Good luck to you, Aaron. That concludes our business. We're going to sign off. It's 9:09.
Thank y'all. Oh, baby.
Apologize, some technical issues on our end. So the Committee on Parole, we are reconvening on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. We're now at Terrebonne Parish Jail. And you are Mr. Tyler?
Yes.
Morning. Do you have any staff there in the room or by yourself?
I'm by myself.
Okay. Well, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name's Travis Tyler. My DOC number is 744874.
All right. Let me introduce the panel to you, Mr. Tyler. My name is Cheryl Renatza. My colleagues this morning, seated to my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis, and to my right is Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. We're here for a revocation decision this morning. Do you have some paperwork there with you? A parole revocation questionnaire?
Oh, yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, is that your signature down at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
All right, so based on the information in that document, Mr. Tyler, you're not eligible for appointed counsel, nor did you request appointed counsel for this revocation proceeding. You ready to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to read the allegation against you, after which you'll enter a plea of not guilty, and then we'll talk about what happened. So, Mr. Tyler, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4. And that allegation is that you committed the offense of simple battery of the infirm, which resulted in your arrest by the Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Office on November 24, 2024. Agent Collins confirmed that the charge of simple battery of the infirm.
Sorry to pause a little bit, guys, but a lovely mod, Toxics, just sent me some news over. And now I'm checking 3 things at the same time because I need to carry on reading the Blake Lively and the Baldwin thing. But you guys remember, I think it was back in December, end of November, December, we covered the Ole Miss trial out of I want to say Mississippi. Timothy Sheldon, that the one that the jury ended up hung after many hours of deliberation, and they never came to, and he got declared a mistrial, and they were deciding if they're going to try or not. Guess what just happened? Because during the trial, it was also kind of circumstantial evidence because a body was never recovered. They just came out that the body of the person that wasn't alive has been recovered, because they found a necklace that Ole Miss used to wear all the time, and now I think the investigation is back on, and I think now if they retry Timothy Sheldon, I think the case is going to be a lot stronger than it was when it first went to that. So that is a great, interesting development on a trial we followed here. One of the many first ones that we covered almost gavel to gavel. And that's where Nightbot started as well, helping out on the channel. So it's a very sentimental case for us. I don't know if we're gonna cover it again, because again, the time zones, and I don't know if I want to listen to the same trial again, but we'll definitely keep an eye close to it to see still what's going on and what happens, because it is on our analytics. But I thought of just letting you guys know of it. And yeah, I will go back to listen to whatever the neckbeard guy did. I don't know what he did.
Is a misdemeanor, not a felony charge. But how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Oh, guilty.
Okay. Well, your case this morning, Mr. Tyler, has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm fine.
What happened, Mr. Tyler? I mean, what's causing these violent acts?
Oh, the reason I did that is because the lady cursed me out, and I got really angry, and I couldn't help it. I flashed out, and I didn't mean it. I'm gonna have to work on my anger issues about that, and for the future, I'm not gonna flash out like that anymore.
Were you on drugs or doing drugs?
No.
You don't do drugs?
No,
Have you had any type of other problems?
no.
All right, I read where it took two people to pull it. You must have been very angry. Two people to pull you off of her?
Oh, my brother was there and he had a baseball bat, but I assume that he struck her with the baseball bat too. No one really got that when they arrested me.
Okay. Your brother hit her?
No,
Who did your brother strike? With a baseball bat? You say your
no.
brother was there?
My brother had a baseball bat. I think he struck her with the baseball bat. That's why she had a lump on her head.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
Mr. Tyler, you do have anger issues. Your original charge was aggravated battery. So you say you never had a substance abuse problem?
No,
You've never done drugs?
no.
The record doesn't agree with your statement. The record I have before me.
What record?
The record I have, the information that's been made available to me indicates that you may have a substance abuse problem.
No, I just got out of Cottonport.
Yeah, I know. You got out you were detained rather in November. You were released in October of last year.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I don't have any other questions, Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Tyler, when you were incarcerated, did you have any classes? Where were you incarcerated?
Raymond Laborde.
They have a lot of classes. Did you take any kind of classes when you were incarcerated previously?
I took 3 good time classes.
What were they?
Living in balance, anger management, and the pre-release.
So the anger management didn't really stick, huh? Didn't learn anything from that?
Oh, not really.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tyler, I think we've concluded our interview. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
Mr. Tyler, I think you need some more classes to take, and especially anger management. And my vote today is going to be to revoke.
Mrs. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on violence against victims.
And Mr. Tyler, I do agree. You pled guilty to violating condition number 4. I agree that you need some additional classes to help you with your anger issues. So my vote today is to revoke your parole. So today, sir, your parole's been revoked. Good luck to you.
I don't need my parole revoked. I wasn't really looking for that.
Well, that's just what happened for you today, sir.
Can I please have my parole not revoked? Yep.
Go stand right here.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little bit more nervous as time goes by. It's 3 hours and 36 minutes, guys. There's literally a radio silence. The camera moves sometimes, but there is nothing much going on. There is nothing on social media, nothing on news about it. There is literally no movement whatsoever. There is a lot of craziness. It is a lot of paperwork, but 3 hours for paperwork. I mean, we are about going from 9 people in the game to 3 in about 20 minutes. So that's gonna be a big drop. So it's just yeah, I think yeah, definitely she is Stephanie. She's definitely like yeah, no, bye. I yes, but I think they ate while they were deliberating. So okay, so technically we are still, but we did start counting as soon as they out because they can deliberate while they're eating, because the food was brought to them. So we don't know if they did deliberate during eating or not. So we are counting that, but yeah. I I don't know. I'm getting nervous because the longer that it takes, the more possibility is either for a not guilty or for a hung jury. I mean, it can even overlap to tomorrow. Yeah. So it can overlap for tomorrow or go all night tonight, like he went with the CNN case. But if he goes all night tonight, you guys are gonna have to hang out with Nightbot, and I probably will check out when I wake up to go to work. What exactly happened in the trial? But I do want to be here for the verdict. um, like the thing is, if they go for tomorrow, I mean, I think Megan Boswell trial will definitely start tomorrow because they had already 22 people out of the 25.
Good morning. Ma'am, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number. Your microphone's on mute. Can you unmute it?
My name is, hi, good morning. My name is Anissa Sylvester, and I don't know my DOC number. I left my paper just now in the back because y'all screen had cut down, and I had brought me back to the back, and I had left my paper.
Hey, well, hold on. I'm gonna help you out. Now, how do you pronounce your first name?
Anissa Sylvester.
Okay, pretty name. I couldn't figure out how to pronounce it. Let's see. It's like your master prison record. What's the last 4 digits of your social security number?
0077.
All right, your DOC number is 770002.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it do. Thank you.
Let me, Ms. Sylvester, let me introduce the panel to you. I'm Cheryl Renatza. This is Mr. Tillis to my left, Mrs. Ledoux to my right. You have some paperwork there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am, but I left it in the bag.
Okay, well, look on the screen. Look on the screen. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Based on the information in that document, you're not eligible for appointed counsel, and it's my understanding you have not requested appointed counsel. Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to read the allegation against you, and you'll need to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll talk about it.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and specifically condition number 4 in that states you engaged in criminal activity, which is evident with your arrest by Houma Police Department for domestic abuse battery. On October 17, 2024, you pled guilty to the amended charge of simple battery, which is a misdemeanor. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
That's guilty, I guess.
Okay. So your case this morning, Ms. Sylvester, has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Your plea was guilty?
No, well, I thought I had to plead guilty because they took me to jail and I was doing time, so I pleaded guilty. But I'm really not guilty on the case of my charges. But I thought I had to plead guilty. I didn't know. That's why I pleaded guilty in court.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I had just came home and I was going to rehab the next day. And my dad had some drugs out or whatever. He have a drug problem. I have a drug problem. And I was staying with my dad. And the lady downstairs, if she hear us fussing or anything going on, she don't like me. And she always calls the police. It's not her first time. Because me or my dad don't have a phone. So I kept telling my dad, put the dope up. You know, I'm trying to, you know, get myself together and pack my clothes to go to rehab. I was going to Avenues the next day. They arrested me. And he just kept ignoring me and stuff like that. So I blew his dope off the table and he tried to get up with his cane and hit me. But I ran and went to the bathroom. And by the time I went to the bathroom, the police was there. So it's like she called the police soon as I came. We stayed around the street from the police station. So it was quick. It's like she just called the police on me. And she always calls the police on me. It's not the first time. I never hit my dad, though. I never hit my dad.
You didn't hit him?
No, I did not.
Okay. While you were incarcerated, have you ever taken some classes on anger management or anything?
No, I've been since I've been out of jail, since I got out in 22 from these charges. I'm in on probation. I've been in and out of rehabs and sober livings trying to help myself with my addiction.
Wait, but I'm saying prior to your release, were you taking any classes or abuse treatment?
No, sir.
Haven't. Okay. Have you been in some other brawls with anybody? Fights?
No. Yeah, like when I was young, that's when I first started coming to jail. I was fighting. I used to fight a lot, but with people my age. No, I never fought my dad. I don't fight old people. I don't disrespect my elders.
I see. So why do you think we shouldn't revoke your request today?
Because once I leave here, if y'all do let me go, I have plans to go back to Lake Charles, and I have a job lined up for me. And I have my manager. She was my manager, but she's my friend now since I've been knowing her, and she's been helping me when I'm down there. She helped me get jobs and helped me get on my feet and stuff like that. So that's what I was going to do once if y'all could let me go. I'm gonna be moving back to Lake Charles, and I can get on my probation down there, work my probation and stuff down there.
I see. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Ms. Sylvester, while you were incarcerated there at Terrebonne, have you had any write-ups?
Yeah, just one.
And when was that, and what was it for?
For disturbance with a girl.
They didn't write you up for a disturbance. They wrote you up for rule number 10. Do you know what that is?
No, ma'am.
That's fighting. And did you go to lockdown?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
But I did not hit the girl. She just went and told them that I hit her, but I did not hit her.
Yeah. They found you guilty in DB court. It says that they reviewed the camera footage and saw you. So I'm not going to argue that point. I just about that. Thank you.
So let me ask you, Anisha, why were you at your dad's?
Excuse me?
Why were you at your dad's house?
I was staying with my dad.
What was the address?
Magnolia Street, but I don't know the address.
Is it? Who lives on Prince Collins Street?
Yeah, we was staying there, but they moved, he was in a camper, so they moved him to Magnolia Street after that.
Yeah, to an apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the police report, the story that your father said to the police when they got there that day is quite different than what you said. That he let you in to take a shower.
Yeah.
Bought some groceries in the refrigerator and.
I don't know what he told them because I wasn't there. I was in the police car.
Well, the point is that his story is very different than yours. That's my point.
I'm sure it is.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tice.
At this time, my vote is to revoke.
Is this Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on rule number 10, while incarcerated, waiting on revocation hearing.
And my vote also, Ms. Sylvester, is to revoke. You pled guilty to violating the conditions of your supervision. So today, ma'am, your parole is being revoked. We wish you well. I hope you get to take advantage of some classes that are available to you. Good luck. That concludes our business today. We're going to adjourn. It's 9:47.
All right, so that concludes that one. We are skipping through them. Good thing we have a lot of them to do. There's pardon hearings, but they're not as spicy as the parole or the revocation ones. There's another parole. I prefer watching parole and that one. I'll watch this one. It's a revocation, another one, but it's longer. Seems that we have more people to talk about and see who is lying and who is not lying. So, yeah. So let's see this guy, and still nothing from court, and there's no information whatsoever. So, yeah, I don't know if the judge is gonna let them deliberate until gone hours, but it's 20 to 3 right now. So yeah, we'll see what happens, if they gonna carry on more than that, from more than 5 o'clock or not. It would be nice if they don't, because I would like to conclude this matter now. But here we go with this.
Good morning. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole, and we're here to talk about a few things this morning. We're going to be dealing with some revocations and requests for parole. The time is 8:49 in the morning. Today's date is December the 4th, 2024. My name is Steve Prater. I'll be acting as chairman today. To my left, we have Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And so that's going to be who's on the board. If I could get the staff here to introduce themselves, I'd appreciate it.
Jeff Martin, Sherelle Bieber, Carl Williams.
Okay, thank you. And as I said before, we're at the headquarters, DLC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and we're going to be handling some different cases today. All right, the first case that we're going to be handling, it comes from St. Tammany. And is there any staff from St. Tammany in the room there? Mr. Richard, is there any staff there? Could you introduce yourself, please, sir?
Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Okay. And are you the only one there besides me? Okay. All right, Mr. Richard, we got some paperwork to deal with you, some administrative things. Are you looking at a sheet of paper that has your name on it by chance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is it? What is your DOC number on there? Do you know that on there?
Yes, sir. 598267.
Okay. And you signed that talks about the fact that you or you're not entitled to an appointed lawyer and that sort of thing. Did you sign that and agree to all of that?
Hold on, sir. Let me read right now. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you agreed to the things that you signed and checked on that particular sheet of paper, correct? Okay, all right, we're going to, we'll begin the hearing now, but so that you'll know, we have some folks that want to speak because this is a public hearing, public meeting, and so they have a right to speak. And then we're going to, as a board, we'll determine about the status of your revocation request. Before we handle the revocation, we'll hear from these folks. One is Travis Richard. Is that the way you say your name, Richard or Rick? Okay, Richard. Also present is Angel Boudreau, who is not going to be speaking. And then Steve Everly, the parole officer on Zoom, who will be speaking. So we'll go ahead and get started. I think Travis Richard just walked in and got settled down, so I hate to spring it on you so quickly. But if you would, sir, would you go to the podium and tell us what you have to say and try to limit it to, 3 minutes or so?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. My name is Travis Richard. I'm not only Neil Richard's son, I'm one of his victims in the original case. I will not only be speaking for myself, but on behalf of the other victims left behind on this issue. We came together to make a statement that I submitted to you. I want to read it in the hearing. I'm someone who believes in giving people seconds, that they can change and give them the opportunity. However, my father has chosen time and time again to not
I can't understand what you're saying.
responsibility for his actions and express remorse. He has chosen to not take advantage of his opportunities that were given him. My father has had many great faults concerning not only the duration of incarceration, but his full term date as well. The breaks I referred to are simple clerical errors, which led to him receiving triple jail credits from time waiting under incarceration to get sentenced in his triple jail credits. Simple clerical errors, which led to his full term date changing from September of 2035 to July of 2032. On top of that, he caught another break from yet another simple error made on the day of sentencing, where the assistant district attorney said the dates of offense incorrectly in the hearing, in which they would be sentenced under an old law, determine how long he would stay under incarceration. Instead of the 100% that he was, the judge intended, he only served 50% under the old law. Due to this, he only served 12 to 12 and a half years under incarceration, instead of ending 25 years. While I have not spoken to my father in over a decade, as children, we are subjected to emotional, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse at his hands. Upon his incarceration, I am thankful to say that the physical and sexual abuse was over. However, the emotional and psychological abuse was not. While I did not have any communication with him, my siblings were unable to cut ties until the last few years. Through them, he attempted to manipulate and create divides between us. Given the many abuses we've endured at his hands, we were not able to bond as normal siblings would and overcome things such as this. Knowing this, he attempted to gain sympathy for himself by blaming one of us or another, depending on who he was speaking to. And due to having cut all ties with him, he had to resort to other types of manipulation and torment for me. The way he chose to do this was through my employer. I have worked at the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office Reentry Program from December of 2012 to February of 2022. While with the reentry program, I worked with incarcerated people, assisting them with creating and maintaining second, third, and even fourth chances and starting new lives. This is a role that I'm extremely proud to say that I played in people's lives. During that time, he found out that I was working there and regularly attempted to initiate transfers to Lafayette Parish. While I did not know the precise amount of times, there were many occasions where I would see his name and information pop up on potential transfer so that he could come and be there where I was. And then which led to me having to explain to people who did not know the situation I worked with over and over again why he could not come to Lafayette Parish. My father has been given chance after chance to change his life and do the right thing. However, time and time again, he has chosen to remain the same person who is responsible for the abuse endured by myself, my siblings, and all of his other victims that could not be here today. Since he's been released from incarceration, he has violated the conditions of his parole placed on him as conditions of release to protect society. In doing so, he has abused the court and this board's trust. We have no doubt that if he were to have his parole reinstated, that he would continue to be who he has always been, an abuser.
Right.
My father has spent his life proving that he is a danger to society. It is for this reason that we ask, myself and the other victims, ask you to revoke him and send him back to prison, as the judge in his case intended for the duration of his sentence. This is also why we ask you to deny him any credits that he may receive for his time while on parole, and also the time that he has been waiting under incarceration for this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Just so that you're perfectly clear, we don't deal with time calculations and all that. So your last request is not up to our board. It'll be up to the Department of Correction. We'll take what you have to say.
Yes.
Seriously, and we appreciate you taking time to come down here. Mr. Richard, we hadn't gone over the violations yet that you're charged with because we wanted to hear the outside person since it's a public. So I wanted to hear from them first. And now we want to hear from you, and then we'll hear from your parole officer. Okay. And you're charged with not necessarily a crime, but you're charged with violation of some rules that you agreed to, and they're on that sheet that you had there. You signed a sheet that said that you were, when you first got out of jail, that you were going to abide by certain rules, correct?
That's it. The sheet that he's talking about for the contract and sex offender.
Yes, sir. Correct. Got out of jail, you agreed to certain things, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what you're here today, from my understanding, you violated Rule 4, which has to do with drugs and alcohol and criminal behavior, and also number 13, special conditions that a sex offender has to abide by. And so that's a separate issue, but that's a violation of your rules. So 4 and 13 are what we're dealing with today. And we're going to hear in a moment from your parole officer, and then we'll hear from the board as far as questions and all. Well, what number 4? What do you plead to that?
Well, I claim to that, sir, is that I got addiction. I got a alcohol addiction. I'm addicted to it. My parole officer had me going to attend the AA, which had help. I was also I was starting to seek because I'm 65 years old, living on $1,600 Medicare, Social Security.
Sorry by interrupting our watching of the creep guy in stripes, but just got a notification, not about the Collin case, about the Megan Boswell case. So jury is almost selected. So states, we are expecting openings to be tomorrow. This is going to be a fun trial because it's gonna be done also on Saturdays. So better wrap up. Saturdays will be in court. So it's gonna be a great time. And President's Day, there's also gonna be court on that day for this trial. So there is no rest for the wicked on the Megan Boswell trial because she made someone suffer. We have to suffer with her. So I'm just checking when it is President's Day because I don't know. Um, Maybe someone in chat could tell me if you guys know when you hear before I can find. Oh, Monday 17. Okay, so that trial, yeah. So just again to reiterate, Megan Boswell trial. It's going to be a sequestered jury. We're going to have trial court on Saturdays. And we're going to have court as well on, yes, thank you, Willow, on the 17th of February, which is President's Day, but court it's going to be then. I think they want to maximize the usage of the jury since they're going to be sequestered. I think that's how you say it. So, yeah. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna love it. 6 days of trial and 1 day for the rest for the wicked. So that is gonna be amazing. Maybe Saturdays might be a shorter day, might not be the whole day, but I mean, we'll be here still. We'll still be covering gavel to gavel. We'll do Saturdays, we'll do overtime, and you guys are more welcome to come and spend time with me, or just put me in the background too. That's serves too as well. It's fine. I don't mind. Let's carry on listening to what this guy has to say for himself. Probably not good, but yeah.
So I just got my Medicare, and I was starting to look for mental health because there was triggers emotionally that was bringing me back into drinking again. And I was going to AA in the big book, Life Principles, and I was starting to get control of it. Like I said, I got addiction. It's almost a disease because of being hereditary from my mother. That last one where he caught me drinking, I was celebrating. Had caught a flat tire because I going down to home and got a job. $25 an hour, 65 years old. So I stopped by a friend's house to fix my tire. He cooked and had a couple of beers. So we was just celebrating. And I came back home and I admitted to it. But I had to get up early that next morning to start my work. I was looking forward to this job because it was going to
Guys, sorry again for the interruption on this very interesting guy. This talking, I don't know where he's talking. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to him because I was just looking at the feed and heads are appearing on screen. There's literally people coming by the cameras in court. So there is movement in court, and this is actually not a false alarm because I'm actually seeing with my one eyes, well, 4 eyes because I've got two helpers. But there is movement, actual movement in court. I don't know if it is a question. I don't know if it's a verdict. I don't know what's going on. So I mean, there is not much I can change to the feed, but there is not much at the moment. But there's people coming forward through the cameras. I have got my tablet here. I'm looking at the feed. I've been doing all there, but we still don't know if it is a verdict. We still don't know if it is a question. So the clock will carry on ticking. I am watching the feed like a hawk. It's like I don't want to give you too much information. Okay, I'll go to court. All right, Denise, I'll go to court. Here we go. We'll go to court. I'm behaving. Oh, see, did you saw that? Did you see that? That was a head. Sorry. I'm getting too excited. The clock is still going. It's still gonna go. I'm not saying thanks. You guys saw it, I hope. I'm not saying thanks for once. For once in my life, I don't think I am saying things. If I am saying things, please correct me. But I don't think I am. So there's still no word of what it is. Clock is still ticking. It's just past 3 hours of the deliberations. Literally, there's only 2 people 1, 2, no, wait, hang on. Let me look at the list. There's 1, 2, 3, 3 people. Yeah. No, 3, 4. 4 people in play for the prize. So we'll see. I mean, it's exciting. I don't know again still if it is a verdict, a question. I'm trying to find on the very reliable Twitter. I'm joking, don't rely on Twitter for news. I'm just go there because Kathy just posts there all the time. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of I'm watching on the feed chat, we know which chat this is. I don't think I need to say, but there's a lot of trolls. So there's one that's saying that this is 5 minutes behind, he was found not guilty, so that person lives in the future. That must be interesting. I would like to live in the future too. We still don't know what's going on. It can be a question. It can be just the jury already saying that they are deadlocked, they are not coming to a sense, and they need either further instructions or I don't know. But I don't believe in 3 hours they would. But that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there was some movement and now it's quiet again. But we'll stay here for a minute to see what's going on. If anything comes through in terms of news from court, either in form of the chat. Or I'm looking down because I'm looking at the chat because sometimes they post what it is on chat just to see what it is, what's happening, is if it is a verdict or not. That's why I'm looking down, that I'm keeping an eye on chat. But I mean, I'm again kind of nervous. You guys really think he could be not guilty? I mean, I know Denise thinks he's not guilty because she's the only one right now that thinks not guilty. But I mean, those people, for example, I can say so. I, Vamos, Denise, Lois, Stephanie, and Willow are the only ones that's still on the game. So you can't change your guess. But if by the time now that we are looking that it's more than 3 hours they've been deliberating, would you change your guess if you could? Would you keep the same? Do you really believe that he's guilty? What do you guys think? Just let me know if you can, if you want, obviously. I don't know if Pickles is hearing. Oh, there's another head. There was another head. Sorry. Me excited that I'm seeing heads. Oh my days. I think I'm losing my marbles. I think I've lost it a long time ago, but no one has said anything about it. I'm fine. So there is definitely. Yes, I'm not the only one that sees heads. Yes, Pickle sees it too. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm getting delusional. So I know I want to play the verdict music. Let me play the verdict music, please. It's like I don't have it ready. I should. Let me go grab it. I'll grab it and make sure that I am ready to play the. Ooh, it's like, oh, there's more heads, there's more movement. That means that something is happening. So I don't know if it is the same head or a different head. Again, there's still no word, I don't think, on what it is. Checking Twitter again. I keep calling him Twitter. I know it's called X. I'm an old person and I want to change. I know there is movement. Ooh, that was shining, wasn't it? That's amazing. And I'm still gonna call it Twitter. I'm gonna forever to call Twitter. I think everyone is gonna call it Twitter for the rest of the remainder. So I don't know if you heard earlier, but I did say now a new case in the Megan Boswell case that court is going to be on Saturdays and on President's Days as well. So yeah, just make sure that you guys are aware. If you want to hang out, I'm still going to be streaming. I'm gonna have to change some plans that I had for the weekend in terms of streams to be able to cover the case, but that's absolutely fine. It's absolutely amenable. And yeah, we'll go from there. If in terms of our game, if all the remaining people are within like, well, oh, sorry, I thought something was moving. Sorry. Mr. Scarab. You can change, but be aware that she only in 14 days you can change your back, Stephanie. But that's absolutely you can do. I was gonna say, if there is more than one winner on our game, obviously both of people are gonna win the prize. So that's absolutely fine. But in this is in the case that they decide that he's guilty. If they decide that he's not guilty, obviously there's only going to be one winner, and then that's going to be Denise, because she's the only one that has said not guilty. But we shall see what happens, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, we saw ahead, but they not done much more. Maybe they are setting up, they're calling people back into court and getting people in, setting up, getting Collin over. Well, it's not too far probably. And then oh, another head. They are definitely oh, another head, another person. There's more people in court. Oh no. Oh, sorry, I'm getting so excited about this because there's a possibility of a verdict. I'm not gonna sing, don't worry. I need to stop. I need to stop drinking. Pop. I need to stop drinking so then that has sugar and it makes me go crazy. Not that all the sweets I've been here eating. Sweet candy. Sorry, thank you, Nightbot. Ooh, that was Collin's head. It looked like it, you know, with all the hair. Because, sorry, the other guy's. Ooh. I know, I am stressing out too. I want the verdict. I know they are quickly moving. I want to play my music, guys. Sound. Oh, and the sound went out. Come on, the thing. I want to know. Yes, exactly. I want to drink wine too, but I can't do it now on stream. The music is ready, but I don't know if I should play or not. And stop the timer as well. I don't know. That's so complicated. I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna stop the timer yet. Ooh, another head. Why am I so nervous, guys? I'm so nervous. I'm like almost shaking. No. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I know. I'm trying. There is nothing. Oh, camera's moving again. Don't stress, got you. I am. There's sound again. Here we go. Maybe. There's a possibility, guys. There's a possibility. And I still haven't heard anything from court yet. Cameraman is giving exactly it is. Teasing us, and I was just like, it could be a jury question. All this excitement, and could be a jury question. You know, guys, that right? You're all very well aware that we could be very enthusiastic and. Yeah. Okay, here we go. We are watching this judge now. Is this it? Is this when we found out the verdict? Is it? I think we are waiting for the jury to come in. Oh my god. Okay, no one clip that, please. I mean, I don't know. Oh, apparently, we had confirmation from Kathy Rousson. It's a jury question. Oh. No. Oh, I think they don't know something. But we can learn a lot by this jury question. We learned a lot that I think in the defamation trial. So yeah, we learned a lot from the question from the defamation trial about it. So I need to get my notepad ready so I can write down the question and then we can examine to the T. Yeah, definitely jury question has been confirmed. So yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, see whose face? Chicken lips. Pickles. Um Nah, I don't think he's gonna be able to hide Lois because he's gonna have to stand to listen to the verdict, and he's way taller than the blockhead. So, um, um, so just still waiting. It's gonna be a jury question, guys. I'm so sorry. I was so hyping, but you don't know what kind of question it is. It could be the type of question that they're asking. We don't know how to fill the paperwork, or a question that gives us more than the indication they're all leaning towards two. So it can be very good question, or it can be a very, you know, unserious question like the jury in the defamation trial had about, well, yes, because the law and crime person Kathy Russo has posted on Twitter and on the chat on the feed. So I'm not 100% sure, but I would say 98 because she could be wrong too. But uh yeah, so I'm like 98% sure that is a question. Oh, chicken lips has crossed by. So
Present with Ms. Thornhill, Mr.
yeah.
Hendry. Mr. Levine is here for the state. The jury has a request. It's been reduced to writing. It's dated 2/4/25. It reads, Judge Abdoni, we are requesting court transcript from Susan Detman's neighbors, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones. Sincerely, juror 1980896. Mr. Levine?
I'm amenable to any request, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Well, Judge, we're not real time, and I don't believe that a transcript is available for that. I could be wrong.
Well, I don't think we provide transcripts because it's required to be done in open court. All I can do is permit a readback or a playback, but I don't think there's a recording. So is that correct, Madam Court Reporter? No playback? All right. So the bar has recommended certain instructions in this instance. First, the standard instruction directs or suggests they be told that transcripts are not available, but that they may have testimony read back to them. And then I can combine that with the instruction that talks about how long it's going to take the court reporter to prepare it for readback, and then tell them to discuss their request further. And if they're not able to resolve their question about the requested testimony by relying on their collective memory, they should write down as specific as a description as possible of the part of the witness's testimony they want to hear. So I can do that, or I can say no, just flat out no. So Mr. Levine?
I'm fine with either one, Your Honor.
Judge, if I could have a moment.
All right.
All right, so
I hate to say no because there's obviously something they cannot collectively remember, but
Judge,
you have the look of you want me to say no on your face.
I do. I should not play poker with you.
No. Well, I should not play poker with anyone because I'm not very good at it.
I hear that because I also am bad at that. At any rate, at this point, I think because it's such a general request, if you tell them that transcripts are not available and leave it at that, and then if they come back on their own with a more specific request, maybe we can entertain the idea of asking them if they, letting them know it would take a while to have a readback done, and if they can narrow down their request further, that would be helpful. So basically, baby steps. Start with no transcripts are available. Please rely on your collective memories.
Mr. Levine?
Could you please read their question one more time?
We are requesting, I think that says court. We are requesting court transcript from Susan Detman's neighbors, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones.
I'm fine with the court doing whatever he feels appropriate under the circumstances.
Is there some prejudice to taking 2 baby steps first and saying transcripts are not available? A readback may be possible, but we will need you to be more specific regarding your request or the portions.
How about 2.5 baby steps then? If you're not willing to tell them just no transcripts are available, please rely on your collective memories. Then add the step of a readback may be possible if you can narrow your request further. Just so that they don't come back and say we want all testimony of both witnesses read, because that I think is a problem, because then we could get into having a readback of every witness's testimony.
All right, so let me cobble something together out of these various instructions. How long? Well,
30 minutes.
Okay. Whether they, no matter what they want?
They were short,
Okay.
right?
Yes, they were
They
fairly
weren't
short.
the longest witnesses in the world, but they also weren't the shortest. Judge, as I'm saying it out loud and as I'm writing it down, I'm thinking though, if we ask them to narrow their request, then that might risk the possibility of highlighting a certain piece of testimony over any other piece of testimony. So I go back to my original request of just saying that no transcripts are available.
Mr. Levine?
If we're gonna say there are no transcripts available, I think it should be included, but a readback may be possible.
Any response?
I'm thinking, it's like I said, it obviously would be helpful to know if there's a particular area that they are asking for a readback on. But then, like I said, that could highlight one portion of one witness's testimony, and they may miss some other part of their testimony if we just have a partial readback. But on the other hand, they're asking for both witnesses' transcripts of all their testimony. That tells me they're sort of fishing for something, which I don't think is appropriate for a readback.
So I'm not sure which.
So at this point, I think I'd rather you just say there are no transcripts available and leave the ball in their court as far as what they want to do beyond that. Usually in this circuit, the judges err on the side of not over-explaining, not over-offering. So I think that might be the best way to approach it.
All right, well, the instruction suggests that I can be somewhat generous in my response, but ask them to be as specific as they can. So I intend to advise them transcripts are not available, to discuss their request. If they can't resolve it with their collective memory, then they may request to have testimony read back. to them, and that if they decide to make such a request, it should be as specific as possible.
That's acceptable to the state, Your Honor.
And over your objection,
Yes.
that's how they will be instructed. So let me just finish here. All right, so my intention is to advise the members of the jury you have asked that transcripts of testimony be provided for you. Transcripts are not available. However, a readback of testimony may be granted at the court's discretion. I now direct you to return to the jury room and discuss your request further. If you are not able to resolve your question about the requested testimony by relying on your collective memory, then you may request to have testimony read back to you. If you decide to make such a request, it should be as specific as possible. All right. We're ready.
Okay, I think we are back on Verdict Watch. Officially, we've been carrying on so let's go through this, guys. So they asked to check to hear back the transcript of the church lady and the Lanai lady testimony. Who are they? So they are the two neighbors of Susan Deathman, the grandma of Collin Griffith. That porch lady was on the porch, looking at what was happening because she lived her life in a porch looking at the neighbors and looking at what was going on. And I don't know who saw it, so don't quote me on that, and hopefully the jury is not listening to me. So she saw one of them, either the church lady or the Lanai lady, saw Collin Griffith dragging mom inside by her hair. So what does that mean? That gives me that someone is holding on the kidnapping charge, like Denise was saying, and that is linked to the first degree and enlivening charge. I believe they are the co-operator. So if they get the transcript or they don't get the transcript, that could be a good indication of the guilty or not guilty thing, or on the lesser. And I think that's where they're going to go because of the kidnapping, because I don't think they believe it is kidnapping in terms of dragging the mom and everything else. But they do believe that he unalived her and it was not self-defense. That's my opinion. Now, why they cannot have a transcript? Because basically what the court clerk she's doing, if she's typing, she's not typing exactly word per word or what they're saying in court. It's on those specially typewriters. If they are saying whatever is happening, and that doesn't types automatically takes time for that to be transcript, so it's not available yet. What they can do is take time, go through it, and then get it that's available for the jury. But that will take time, and I don't think they would do that today. Here comes the jury.
Members of the jury, you have asked that transcripts of certain testimony be provided for you. Transcripts are not available. However, a readback of testimony may be granted in the court's discretion. I'm going to instruct you to return to the jury room and discuss your request further. If you are not able to resolve your question about the requested testimony by relying on your collective memory, then you may request to have testimony read back to you. Again, that would be granted in my discretion, if at all. Now, if you decide to make such a request, it should be as specific as possible. You may now continue with your deliberations.
All rise, please.
All right, so basically what he was just there saying that sadly it's not possible to have the transcript done. Now, what do I think is going to happen? I think they're going to go back talk about for the next 15 minutes. And I think in 15 minutes, we're going to hear from them again, either with a verdict or either hung and the. What's happening?
I will also tell you, I don't know who told Mr. Hertel, but the jury verbally told him they want to end at 4:30 today. I did not ask him to have them put that in writing because they might change their mind. They know to tell him they want to go home for the evening. So I just left it at that. Any objection to that, Mr. Levine?
No, Your
No, sir.
All right. Don't go far.
Yeah, true, Judge. Don't go far because I think we are going to go back. So, wow, another shocker. So, jury wants to go home in an hour because it's 3:21 p.m. in Florida right now. So they want to go home at 4:30. So that's in about an hour and 10 minutes. So either we're gonna have a verdict in an hour and 10 minutes, or they're gonna go home and tomorrow we carry on with deliberations, which is good news because you get me for the next hour and a half. Because I was gonna say, I said that well, if they actually come through, because I just said to Nightbot saying that in about half an hour I wanted to go to bed to you know, to relax and unwind before I have to sleep. But if they all go home in an hour and a half, if they do keep it, we'll see how it goes. I will stay with you guys a little bit longer. Yes, Kay, I have work tomorrow, but it's absolutely fine. I'll be okay. I'll just drink more coffee. No, I'll be absolutely fine. I can always get Nightbot to do it if I feel like I'm too tired or anything. I can just ask him to do the rest of the stream, and I know he will do with no questions. He's amazing. You guys know that. But I think I'll be fine. I think I'm gonna just do another conflict break after I'm talking and we talk about what just happened and keep an eye out. So I think they are gonna go for the lesser charges. So, all right, I'll keep you posted. Thanks for hanging out, Pickles, and I hope work stops keeping you away from the stream. No, I'm joking. So I was like, I understand the jury's tired. It's a long day. It's a lot for them, and it's so yeah. So that's happened. Um, I think it is. I will wait. I will wait. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. Just 1 second. Sorry, I was just asking Nightbot to do me a drink, a water, and I wanted a specific cup, which I'm weird. So, but yeah, so I think they're gonna come back with a verdict very soon. I have this feeling that after this, what they like literally almost shut them down. Just sorry about that if you heard Nightbot asking our assistant to turn on the light. Um, but yeah, I think they're gonna come back with a verdict very soon. It was interesting. They want the most damaging testimony possible that there was in the state's case, because it's the two neighbors that were literally living across and saw some of the things happening. True that both of them had they had different testimonies and they contradicted a little bit each other, but they both saw the mom coming to the house and them having an argument. So that might not be looking good for Collin, and that is my opinion. So I don't know what you guys think. Are you I think verdict will come soon. I think it is gonna be another ahead already. I don't know if I should change or if we should just hang out here and not saying anything, but I do want to stretch my legs. So I don't know. This is making me think a lot. We are past the 3 hours and a half mark. So sadly, Willow is out of the race. So it's just Lois, Denise, and I Vamos in the race for the win. I think, yeah, I think verdict is gonna. I think we need exercise music. I need to do some exercising. And I definitely need some walkabout. It is a tight race. It's been a crazy race. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore about this case, about this transcript asking. Because like I said before, even the question was, you can tell a lot about where they are with the question, but that question threw me off. Willow, there's always the next case. Keep trying. You'll never know. Last case was case 101. So, Nightbot, which brain? I don't know which brain is shutting down if I don't have one. Yeah. So it's interesting. I think I need to think about this and like, yeah, I need to see what my mind is at. Don't worry, I'm still gonna keep the feed on my tablet like I've had to see if anything. As soon as there are movement or more heads in courtroom, we'll be swapping back for sure. So for now, we're gonna carry on listening to the hearings that we were. Oh, this guy is still there. I forgot about this guy. We're just gonna carry on listening to him for now.
I was looking forward to it because possibly start making restitution payments to these victims that he's talking about. Because going through AA classes, we realized that we have to make amends for the people that we hurt. And that was my.
Let me interrupt you for just a second, and I understand all those are part of your statement. Are you guilty of violating number 4 or not?
Yes, sir. I was drinking. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're guilty of that. And what about the next, violating the special conditions that you agreed to as a sex offender? Are you guilty of that, or not guilty, or guilty with a statement, or?
Special, which ones you want to talk about first, sir? The change of address requirement?
Yes, to that, and
I'm not guilty of that. Yes, sir. I'm not guilty of that because I wasn't changing my address. Going to that, I'm not very bright at these.
We're just gonna put down you're not guilty of violating special conditions. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I'm not guilty of that. No,
Okay,
sir.
not guilty of either thing.
No, because I didn't change my address, sir.
Okay.
There was no change of address. This was a company paid hotel room for training. The company paid for this.
Okay.
I was only for 24 hours.
All right. Let's hear from your parole officer now. Okay, and we'll hear what he has to say. We know how you pled on this, and we'll give you a chance to explain this when we're all through, okay? How does that sound?
I appreciate it, sir, because
you can have your statement after your parole officer. So Mr. Everly, could we have Mr. Everly?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. We are here today because Emil Richard has failed to abide by the terms and conditions of both the good time parole supervision he signed on 3/15/23, as well as the sex offender contract he signed on 3/20/23. He has failed to refrain from using alcohol, and he has failed numerous times. The last resulting in him going to a residence at 306 4th Street in Slidell and driving home. I did not catch him driving, but I showed him on an ankle bracelet where he left the residence and got home. I was home right after he got there, and he blew a .15 BAC. And his attitude was, well, sure, I had a few beers there. It's not really a big deal. It is a big deal. I can't hold him not accountable for his actions and hold everyone else accountable for theirs. Furthermore, he provided a taxi when the subject that resides at the 306 4th Street is a friend of his. He was driving him around, and he said he didn't pay me anything. But when I spoke to the subject at the person at the residence, he stated, "Oh yeah, I gave him $60 for driving me, around to get my vehicle registered." So he's acting as a taxi. And the biggest one is he left on the 9/22 of 24. He went down and stayed at the Quality Inn and Suites on Industrial Boulevard in Houma, which is 287 feet from the Oak Lawn Junior High School. According to his sex offender contract, he's not allowed to be within 1,000 feet of a school, daycare, freestanding video arcade, or public pool, because his victim was under the age of 13. The victims were under the age of 13. His attitude on that was, well, I had to go to work. And I said, you were told you got to tell me when you're not staying at your residence. And he failed to alert me that he was staying down there. I only knew about it because of his ankle bracelet, his electronic monitor we had on him. So he has many violations, and he has lied at a lot of turns. When I saw him at the jail recently, he stated, well, I didn't drive home. My friend drove my truck, drove us home, and then had someone come pick him up, which we know that was false. We know I was right behind him. I was probably about 8 to 10 minutes behind him because I was looking at his ankle bracelet. And I got there, and so he lies at every turn. I don't know what more to say.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate you taking time to be with us this morning.
Question for him.
And we'll have, yes, Mr. Brown.
Hey, Evelyn, how did he stand on his sex offender classes?
He was attending the sex offender class is at the residence where he stays, 60207. So he was attending those, but it's all the other stuff. When I would say, are you drinking? No, I'm not drinking. Well, I'd find a beer can in his room. Well, what is this? Well, I had a beer. I had one beer, and there was multiple beer cans in the trash can. And I told him, you can't drink. Stop drinking. I put him in a second time. I put him in AA, 3 AA meetings per week. And I got the first one, and then I haven't seen anything after that. So I don't know if he was attending them. He didn't provide documentation showing where he went to those.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll have a chance to discuss the things with Mr. Richard. And I think this is Mr. Barras, the lead questioner on this, and then the rest of us who are also familiar with the case, we will have a chance to ask questions, and you can give your statement then. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Barras.
Do you think you have an alcohol problem?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. I do. Yeah, it's an addiction, and attending the AA classes, I realized that they were coming back again with my past, and I realized that very much so. Attending the AA classes along with what they call the big book, which is we use the Bible because 12 steps are all biblical related. I was making progress. I was understanding my problem. Right. I was trying to get grip of it.
I'm interested in the violation with the alcohol use where you tested a 0.15 after driving with the probation officer. That's serious. That's very serious.
I understand that, sir. And I tried to explain to him that I had 2 beers. He came to my residence to test me approximately 20 minutes later. I had drank another one. Because I was getting my hard hat, my duffel bag, all that together and clothes ready to leave that morning and jump in the shower because I had to be up for about 2 o'clock in the morning to leave. So 3, I think it was about 3 o'clock in the morning to leave. So no, I had one before he got there. So that's why it was high. I know better than to drink and drive because I knew it would be a major violation. But I was caught up in the moment of finally my life would excel to where I could move on and have a decent living and be able to, like I said, to start paying back restitution to these people that are severely hurt. You know, that I had people out there that were counting on me, that depends on me, that helped me along the way ever since I got out. And I realized since being in here that I severely failed them. I failed the board. I failed Mr. Steve Everett. And I'm just looking for a chance to prove to everybody I can do this and be right. For years, sir, since I got out, I'm a month and a half ahead on my bills. I'm 2 months ahead on my parole fees. I was attending North Shore Technical College in Lacombe for industrial electrician. They invited me to join Alpha Kappa because I was 3.6 grade average. So I was excelling. I was looking forward to it, and then I realized that I couldn't do what my skills allowed me to do, which was carpentry, tile work, because that's all service inside a residence. And I'm not allowed to do service work inside residence, as well as carnival work and taxi cab. That's all employment. I understand that. That's why I was going back to what I knew the best for all my years, was the oil field. I had worked in May and June for Danoff Services, working offshore. The agent knew that.
I got another question for you.
You know, so yes, but I do have an alcohol problem, and I need to work it, and I'm willing to go ahead and pay for the class to go for treatment myself, and because I don't think it's fair for the state of Louisiana to pay for my disease, my addiction. And since I got insurance, I'm quite capable of paying for it now.
You realize that you can't use that as an excuse to violate the conditions of your parole.
I understand that, sir, about, you know.
But it looks like you started out well when you first got out and you were doing what you were supposed to, but then you started using alcohol and marijuana. Why did you started out well, but why did you start doing it at that particular time? And then it looks like you had multiple violations after the officer told you you can't drink. You still kept drinking and you still kept testing positive for alcohol. Why?
Well, sir, that first violation was what they call that, CBD gummy or something.
Uh-huh.
I just got out and I wasn't familiar with these. I had hurt my back because I got a network with 8 people I work for. So I fell off a ladder trying to put some sheetrock up in a house we were rebuilding, and I hurt my back. My roommate at that time had one of these gummies. So he said, try this, it's going to help you, because I had to go back to work that next morning. So I took that. When Agent Brenda came a couple of days later, he asked if I had did anything. I said, I took one of these CBD gummies, and I'm not sure if it's going to show up or not, Brandon. Something you buy in the store, if I'm right, huh? He says, that's still a violation. You can't be using that. I said, well, I didn't know, because I thought it was, you sell it in these convenience stores now. I didn't know it was a violation. As for these other ones, when he had, the first time he caught me drinking, I was at my house watching a football game. And me and my roommate, who's not on parole, we were having just a beer watching football game. That's when Steve came, and I was informed I couldn't drink. I said, fine. I understand that. I didn't realize that. I thought I couldn't be drinking outside the home or go inside a casino bar to have a beer. That's where I was reading it. So I refrained from drinking. The next time that I tested was when he sent me to the DRC center, because he said I wasn't doing enough to try to get employment. He wanted me to get a full-time employment, even though I was working part-time. So when I went to the DRC center, I had taken a bunch of cold medicine the night before, and it came up as testing for alcohol. And I cleanly told him, I said, Steve, I said, I'm not the most intelligent guy in the world, but I'm not going, knowing that I got to take a drug test the next morning, go drink like that to violate myself. So I'm not like that. So he got me on that one. And then the next time he called me was when I came home. And I had a few beers and came home and tested positive for that.
All right, that's all the questions I had.
Okay. Ms. Stapleton, you-
Okay, so the level 4 violation for the sex offender contract, where you're at the quality end, which was well within the parameter that you were not supposed to be around the school. Is that another one you didn't understand?
I was fully aware of the 1,000 feet rule, ma'am. Like I said, when I was down there in May and June going offshore, I didn't see no, what you expect to see is school signs, speed limit, school zone signs. This 287 feet, this is actually a football field. So if you stand one side of the football field to another football field, on the in the end zone, you're gonna see clearly the end zone on the other side. When I drove into the Quality parking lot, I didn't see no school building at all. Nor
Let
did
me just interrupt you there. So, generally where you have a football field, you have a school, because they generally have their football fields.
No, man, what I'm saying
So does
is,
that make sense to you that you could kind of put the two together?
no, man, what I'm saying is when you stand, if this is.
I understand that when you stand on one end, you don't see the school. I understand. I'm just saying, would it have made sense to you that seeing a football field kind of leads you to believe there's something like a high school or middle school nearby? Does that make sense to you?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am, you misunderstood me. When I say when you stand on the football field, you can see the other end zone. That's 300 feet.
Okay.
And when I drove into this, if this was 300 feet, I didn't see the school. I didn't see no building. I didn't see no sign saying school speed limit sign or school zone signage. I didn't see none of that for 300 feet. That's why I wasn't aware of it. Had I been aware that there was a school right there, believe me, I would not have stayed there. I would have gone and slept in the parking lot of that business.
Okay, well, we'll move on past that. And then the other one was, you said you got caught up in the moment. Is that was caught up in the moment for the drinking? Is normally I was doing good, I get caught up in the moment and I forget what I'm supposed to do, and then I start drinking. Is that what that was leading to? Is that what you were talking about when caught up in the moment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, celebration, and
right. That's what I got. That led to the drinking.
Yeah, the desire, that how do you call that? You got that desire to drink, and you always look for, I guess, an excuse or a reason for it. It's like drug use. You look for a particular reason or an excuse to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I caught when you said, caught up in the moment. It led me right out here, celebrate, and then that led to the drinking. So it was a deliberate act. I mean, you were caught up in the moment. All right, that's all I had, those two questions.
Yeah, it was, I guess it was knowing that I shouldn't have, and I said, well, here I finally got it, and knowing that this particular company, Gulf Island Fabricators, they drug test twice a month for the first 90 days. So I would have been well aware I couldn't have been drinking at all, because this was an opportunity of a lifetime for me after being incarcerated and then finally able to get out and move ahead. This was God sent. This was God blessing right here. And there was no two ways around it for this opportunity.
Let me ask you a question. I think it's my turn. You said that when your parole officer followed you home or got there afterward, a short time after you got home, how many beers had you had that evening?
Well, after I got back from that, I had 1.5.
How many total for the whole evening?
For the whole evening?
Yeah.
See, two at Mr. Lenny's house, and then 1.5 when I got back.
3.5 beers through the whole evening?
Uh-huh.
and you registered .15.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yeah, Steve asked that same question, and I told him, I said, well, I haven't been drinking. So it's gonna really show up quite a bit quickly on me. Because I'm not a very big guy. I'm pretty slim. So that's the only thing I could see that it would show up that much, that quickly.
All right, Mr. Richard, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I'll take that as your statement. Okay, is the board ready to vote?
I mean,
Okay.
I like to talk about this taxi cab service he was talking about, sir.
Okay,
I
you
mean,
can, I thought you'd had your statement on that, but go ahead. Yes, sir, you're right. Tell us
Yeah.
about that and be succinct and uh, just give us a brief explanation of that, okay?
Okay. At that time, he needed a ride. We have a working relationship. He helps me out. He's almost like my son because he's in his 30s. So we have a working relationship. On this occasion right here, his truck had blew up or quit working, so he needed another car. He works in Baton Rouge. So he asked me if I could bring him to go to the bank, go to DMV, get his license plate, and finalize the deal on the car. And I said, I could do that. I said, but I'm out of gas. I don't have no gas at all in my truck. But I still had to go to DOC center and to my AA classes. Because my truck is a 3/4 ton heavy duty truck. So he said, look, don't worry about it. I got you covered. My boss has given me some money to buy this car. He says, I can put gas in your truck for you. And that's where this money came up.
Okay.
You know, I wasn't charging him for taxi service or anything because it's illegal for me to be employed as a taxi service to begin with.
Okay. How many AA meetings have you been to total?
I've been to a total of 18.
And how long?
Huh?
And what length of time?
Give me 1 minute right here. It's the AA meetings. The first one when he told me to attend was 8/21. So I went on Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays, every day of the week. That was 8/21, 22, 23, then 28, 29, 30. Then in September it was 9, 4, 6, 7, then 11, 12, 13, and then 18, 19, 20. All the same places, and since I was wearing ankle monitor, he could pull this up and see I was there from 6 o'clock to 7:30.
But you were still drinking during that time you were going to AA meetings, right?
No, sir. I relapsed a couple of times during the week. Yes, sir. I admit that.
Okay. Then the answer to that is when I say you're still drinking during these AA meetings, your answer is yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, I think we're ready.
During the week, I did.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anything else you want to say briefly? I think we've given you your statement and letting you have time to express yourself. Is there anything that we need to know quickly?
Quickly, like I said, according to the way it's written, I didn't change my residency.
Okay. All right, we've been through that. Let's have, I think the panel is ready to vote. Mr. Barron?
Well, Mr. Richard, it looks like you have a part-time understanding what the conditions are and following them.
No, sir.
You've had several chances, but by the parole officer telling you don't quit the drinking, and it just, you go back to the same excuse of, I have a problem. And that's a combination that won't work on parole. So I vote to revoke your parole today.
I vote to revoke your parole for the same conditions of Mr. Balrog, but also the sex offender contract under number 13, A, B, and C that you violated that going near a school.
I concur with all of those, and you are hereby violated. Your parole is violated. Sorry to tell you that. Have a good day. That's concluded here at 9:25.
Bye bye, Mr. Creep. Go back to jail for a little while. Jed, I'm talking. No, but I'm talking, yo. Oh my days. I think we are both getting tired. Both getting the Lulu over here. I'm just skipping ahead to the next case because that case was a little bit of a weirdo. Oh no! Your name has been blown, Nightbot. Sorry. On the chat. Oops. Oh well. It's fine. I think he's done that multiple times, so yeah, I think we
Good morning. How are you doing, Mr. Scott?
I'm doing all right. How you doing this morning?
You're doing okay. Okay. What you're looking at right here is the board that's going to be deciding whether to revoke you or not. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman. Okay, to my left is Carolyn Singleton. Stapleton. I don't do names good. I know them very well, but I just don't do names good. So I apologize for that. And Danny Barra.
Yes, sir.
Okay, he is on my right. And we're going to be talking to you this morning about your revocation here. We're continuing as a committee, and it's 9:37, and today is still December the 4th. We started earlier with some other cases. Okay, what we're going to do today is I'm going to read a list of the charges that are the rule violations that are against you. And I want you to tell me if you are guilty of these, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Okay, but let's confirm who you are first. Tell me your name and your DLC number.
Working the sky, April 16, 1990, 625319.
Okay, and you have a sheet in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sheet talks about the fact that you're not entitled to an appointed attorney, but you could hire one if you wanted to, and all of those. There's a number of things on there. Did you sign and agree to everything that's on that sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, what you are charged with this morning, as far as the rule violations, because when you get out of jail, you got these certain rules you got to abide by. And so we're saying you didn't abide by these rules, or possibly you didn't. So I want to hear what you got to say. So either tell me you're guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay. The first one is rule number 4, whereas you got to refrain from any criminal activity. And it says you failed to refrain from criminal conduct as evident by your arrest on 5/21/2024 for the following charges: home invasion, theft of a firearm, and theft. Are you guilty of violating that or not?
Yes, sir.
Guilty?
Guilty, yes, sir.
Guilty with a statement? Is that what you want to make a statement on that later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. The second one is rule 4, which is also the same thing, and under the same rule violation. It says you failed to refrain from illegal use of drugs by testing positive for the following substances on 1/4/2024, methamphetamine and THC. Are you guilty or not guilty of that?
Yes, sir. I'm guilty. And I was like that.
Just tell me guilty with a statement, and we'll get into that later. Is that what you want to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And the next rule violation is number 5. And it says you were arrested and charged by the Baton Rouge Police Department with theft of a firearm. And rule 5 says you can't be around guns. So are you guilty of theft of a firearm or not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Now guilty.
Not guilty on that one. Okay. And then the last one says you have not been paying, or you're not up to speed on your parole fees, and you owe $1,258. Is that guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Okay, you guilty of that. Okay, we appreciate that. Well, we have some folks that are here to speak on your behalf, and then we'll turn it over to questioning by the panel here, and then we'll make our determination. So the first person that we want to hear from today, while we're here in Baton Rouge, the first person we're going to hear from is your girlfriend, Shamika Richardson, if I'm saying that right. Correct.
Yes, sir. You is.
Okay, and while you're making your way to the podium, do you have any staff from East Baton Rouge that's in the office with you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Murphy.
Introduce yourself, please.
Lieutenant Murphy.
Okay, Lieutenant Murphy, thank you for accommodating us this morning. Okay, now it's your turn. Now it's your turn, Shamika. Would you give us your statement, please, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you come to the podium right there, and that way we can see you good.
Yes, sir. I feel like, since Berkeley been out, I feel like he's been doing what he's supposed to do. He's have a stable home. I've been taking him back and forth to work. He's been doing right by his kids as far as making sure the birthday parties are.
Sorry guys, interrupting. I don't know what's going on, but we are going back to court because there's heads rolling around. Sorry, not not the heads rolling around, but there's heads moving. There's several heads passed by the camera, so I just decided to move to the. Oh my days! There's not heads rolling around. There's probably. There's heads going by the camera, guys. I'm tired. It's been a long night. Forgive me my mistakes. I don't know if it is anything. If it is, I think I need to stop having candy. I think that is a given. I think I'm gonna put the rest there is left over in the drawer and leave it for tomorrow. So jury was in court for about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, with a question about the transcript. On for sure candy for me tomorrow. That I'm gonna live on those tomorrow. With a question about the transcripts, it's been a little bit, and now there is more movement in court. I've seen a couple of heads moving around. I don't know if it is them setting up things again. I decided to just move to there so we can just keep an eye and make sure that I am not seeing things again. Hopefully not. But yeah, so what do you guys think? Do you think is another question? Is it verdict now? That would be quite sweet, having the verdict. That would be good. Because then we could close Collin case for now, and then we'll do his sentencing whenever he comes around to it. And I wonder if we do sentencing, will Grandma talk on his behalf or against him, or on behalf of her daughter? That would be interesting to see and to know. So I hope it is a verdict, or is that confirmed, Stephanie? Did you confirm that? Please tell me that is verdict. Please tell me that that's confirmed, because I so want the verdict. Okay. No, you got me excited there. I was like, I want to be verdict. I mean, I think I saw movement. I don't think I'm imagining. Am I? Oh, that's a big responsibility. That's definitely a big responsibility. I think I saw movement. I saw some heads rolling around, but that was in the corner of my eye because I was actually paying attention to what was going on screen for once, because the gentleman in the board was trying to say the girl's name, and that was funny because people tried to say my name all the time, especially my last previous surname, and that was very, very funny to watch. So we'll just carry on watching to see if there's actually any movement, or it was just me seeing things again. And if it was, I would be very concerned. But I don't know. I don't know if it would be a verdict or another question. Maybe it's a question that like they cannot come to a sense today. They want to go home, have the evening to think, or to just like relax, and maybe tomorrow with a fresh head they can come and carry on deliberating. And yeah, but the interesting thing was I did not check the court's website today, but in terms of checking if there was any schedule for tomorrow, but I think they were pretty confident that it was going to finish today. I think the jury was, but I mean, if they have a verdict, they can just come do the verdict, clear the courtroom for whatever the courtroom is doing, and then start back up again to after what they were doing. I don't know. I guess we'll see, because they're gonna have to come back tomorrow if they don't decide on a verdict today. There was some movement in court. I saw some heads floating around in front of the camera, and I am just checking that it's nothing that we need to check on. So that's why I've changed to the feed, because I thought I saw some heads, but now I'm not so sure, because I might have seen things. And I hope not, but we'll see. Because Ali started with just one, and then it started to get more busy, and then that's when we went into full court all of a sudden. So I decided just to jump to court before I get told off by Denise again, just to check it what it is. And yeah, we're gonna carry on talking until. Sorry, it was a notification, but for nothing. Yeah, there's been less than 45 minutes, so that's what I was saying. So if they cannot get the transcript like they wanted, they might have made a decision. So yes, he did. And if they come before 5 hours, you are one of the winners. Well, if you have the same, if they say is guilty, but if they say it's not guilty, with this time that we have would be the niece. But if it is with the time that we have now and it is guilty, we have two winners. We have I, Vamos, and Lois. If we have a guilty verdict, if there's a verdict, if transpires that we're only gonna start until 4:30, I need to make a decision, because the count tomorrow, I'm gonna have to reset the counter from what it is. I'm gonna note down how long it is, and then we can compile a lot together. And then I have a decision to make. If I'm restarting the counter tomorrow, is everyone back in play, or it carries on? I need to make that decision overnight. I need to consider and ponder everything. And yeah, I'm inclined to it, and everyone gets back in play, and then we'll see again. But if they go over 5 hours, no one will be a winner. But probably, I don't know what to do then. But that's probably what I'm gonna do. If we flip to tomorrow, I think the clock is gonna reset. So you all win. Well, I can give you all the prize. It's but if we do go to tomorrow, I might reset the clock in terms of the entries, if you know what I mean. So basically, everyone is back in the game, and then we'll start the same process again. But then at the end of the day, I will compile the time of the day plus tomorrow. Not much, because you were here for the jury question, weren't you? I think you were. I thought I saw some movement in court, and I decided to swap to the feed, but I haven't seen any movement since. So I think it might have been my head thinking there has been some movement. So I'm just waiting to see if there's any more movement, any other thing, to see if it happens. Otherwise, we're just going to go back to the parole hearings, and if anything, we'll just jump back and again. But I don't want to keep going backwards and forwards. I want to hold off a moment to see if anything happens more. So that's what we're doing, and we're just chit-chatting really about what's happening with the clock. If we go over tomorrow to deliberations continuing this one, because the clock is on the screen. I'm gonna note down whatever we stop today, and tomorrow I'm gonna have to reset that clock, because I can't pause it and then restart tomorrow for some reason with this one. But then we can do the combination of the time, and that is absolutely fine. And I was thinking of what to do with the guesses, because if we do laps to tomorrow, do we restart everyone's guesses, or we just carry on and sadly not have a winner? But that's probably what we're going to do, is probably reset everyone's guesses. So from tomorrow, all your guesses will be valid again, but I'm still thinking about that. I'm gonna have to take in consideration all the evidence in the case. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna have to deliberate on it and just see what happens. Um, so right now there's still nothing happened. I think I have to imagine it, or I mean, I want them to come back so badly that I'm starting seeing people in court. I think that's a little bit dangerous because there's nothing happened on the feed. So is the feed even on? Ain't gone. Yes, the feed is on. So it's not my problem. We'll just give a couple more minutes and see if anything happens. If nothing happens, we'll go back to the parole hearings and carry on there until they do come back. But because they should probably be back in about 20 minutes anyway, because the jury did say, gave the intentions to the judge. Well, they said to the bailiff. The bailiff said to the judge that they were thinking of finishing a 4:30. So that will happen today, and then we're gonna carry on tomorrow with the deliberations. In terms of what else is happening tomorrow, I haven't heard any news about the Megan Boswell case. I haven't heard if they have seated a jury or not. What's going on? But hang on. There was some news about an hour ago of this case. Let me have a look. It's just the same trial that says 17 potential jurors are selected, but that was just old news in a way. 1 second. No, not really much. At least that I can see. If anyone wants to check on that for me over on your side, because on my side is nothing happening, but I don't think my VPN is working today because it's not updating. So yeah. So there is nothing. There's no really movement at the moment. I mean, I'm gonna go back to the parole hearings and carry on waiting and keep an eye on the court feed and make sure I don't see heads rolling around again, because I've been seeing heads too much. Okay, sorry. I just thought, oh my days, I do definitely need to change this to the parole hearings and stop talking.
Taken care of and stuff like that. He has been strict on me about spending time with him as far as abiding by the parole. The what do you call it? Like the time frame of how y'all tell him to be in the house. Like he was very strict with me on that. I feel like he's been trying to way better than what he was doing as far as like getting a better job so he can provide better for his family and also to be able to make those payments. He was talking and enrolling into the Hope Ministry off of Winburn to help him get certain things done that I could not do, but he was incarcerated when he was
Okay, I got a question.
Yes,
sir.
How long have you been knowing him? How long have you been his girlfriend?
Well, I've been officially his girlfriend since February, but we've been knowing each other on and off since he got out of jail the last time. But I wasn't able to just be there, because I had my own stuff going. I had to get myself right before I could help him. But now I'm doing better so where I could help him and my attention can go towards him.
And you're not the person that he supposedly stole a gun from and hit? No? Okay. That's all I need to.
Any questions?
That was gonna be my question, at the very same.
Thank you for coming down this morning.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll hear from Earlene Patterson, who is mom. Miss Patterson?
Yes. How y'all doing today?
Fine.
I'm kind of emotional a bit.
Take your time.
Yeah, cause he been doing great. He's been excellent from the time he was been doing all the trouble. He doing great. He got baptized. And mama, I'm being mom. I'm gonna be here. And I didn't keep doing better. And then listen to the way he got in. It wasn't his fault. And anything address make me cry. The address, he could come live with mom. So for him to get out of the street or doing whatever, he can come live with me. I'm very strict. I know he grown, I'm growner. So me being mom, I will be on him. Just please give him a chance. And I so appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for coming down this morning. We'll take what you had to say and
Thank you.
take it to heart, and thank you very much. Okay, this case is Ms. Stapleton's case, and if you would you go ahead and get started with the question that you might have?
Okay, what we have here is a statement to police on video and then also a written statement that you went into the home of Miss Flowers and that you came into her house, you broke a window to unlock the door, and you came inside a resident and you went to her purse, you sold a Ruger, you also stole $60 from her purse, and that you hit her in the face. And the officer observed several red scratches on her neck, and she didn't go for any medical attention. And then in the aftermath of that, there was a protective order brought against you that is in effect for 2 years. And it was listed home invasion, theft, and theft of firearms. Those are the charges that we're dealing with today. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, ma'am. It was I was not there at that moment. It was a jealous thing because didn't want to be with her. So she told me off through the phone to like that she was gonna call the police and get me in jail. I mean,
so you're saying you weren't even there?
No, ma'am.
Did they find a Ruger on in your possession?
No, ma'am.
Sure enough brought charges against you. You didn't have the Ruger in your possession.
No, ma'am.
You weren't there at all. There was a traffic stop with an active warrant and you were arrested at that time. So what was the traffic stop about?
My friend of mine came pick me up from work and was bringing me home, and his back of his window was bust. So I guess that was a call from them to stop in the car. So when they stopped the car, they were asking our name, but I had my ID on me. So I have a picture of my ID was in my phone, and I gave him a picture of my ID. He rang in my name and came back to the car, like, about the car. I'm like, what's going on? He was like, well, you got a warrant out for your arrest. I'm like, for what? Like, what I did? And he was like, you got to see what's going on. And he just took me in.
Okay, well, I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Morrow?
Yeah, one of the other violations was that you failed to remain from illegal use of drugs and tested positive on January 4th, 2024 for meth and THC. What you have to say about that?
Yes, sir. I had tested positive at January 2024 this year. But after that, the last record, my last record of my drug test was clean. I have not been doing drugs after none of that last record of me having the last drug test.
So basically what you just said was you did test positive on January 4th, but you've been clean since then?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what about paying your parole fees?
Yes.
$1,258 in arrears.
And that part, sir, I was like, my check, if we get paid every 2 weeks at Park elementary school I work at, we get paid every 2 weeks. So my check be like $500. So after I pay the rent and pay the lights and water, I have too much left. But I will catch up and get those payments down and get that payment.
All right. I see that the victim requested that the charges not be pursued on you. What's if she was trying to get you, why she's taking it back?
Cause it just was a jealous situation of me not wanting to be with her at that time, because I'm always was dealing with Shamika at the time. So she was with her just a point of made because I did not want to deal with her period at all.
What made her decide to, well, you probably don't know the answer. Do you know why she decided to drop the charges? Had you talked to her?
No, I have not talked to her since I've been in here.
She just went to the DA's office on her own and asked him to drop the charges?
No, sir. I had did a 701.
What's that?
A 701 is like they had 60 days for the bill me on my charge, and I never been to court. So I filed a 701 OB for them to have dismissed my charge.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, I don't have any questions. You ready to vote?
Yeah, I'm going to vote today to revoke your parole based upon violations of number 4, which is the illegal use of drugs, of number 5, because there was a protective order put out for 2 years against you, and that's highly unusual. They don't do that without a lot of probable cause. And then number 10, that you're in arrears of your payments.
I'm going to concur with Ms. Stapleton.
Okay, I'll concur also. That'll be the end of this hearing today. Your parole at this point has been revoked, and time is 9:50. Right. Okay, Mr. Richardson, is that you?
You're on mute.
You're on mute there. Try to unmute it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can, Mr. Richardson. And let me ask you something. You're at Franklin Parish, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any staff in the room with you?
Yes.
Would you introduce yourself, staff, please?
Staff, he wants you to.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Would you introduce yourself, please?
You're saying, would you introduce yourself?
Ricky Reeves. Okay, Mr. Reeves, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for accommodating us today. The time is 10:01. The date is December the 4th, 2024. We're continuing our revocation and parole hearings for today. This is the 3-panel board that you will be hearing your revocation. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the acting chairman. Danny Barra is on the left side of me. And of course, we have the staff in the room, and we've already introduced ourselves earlier when we started. Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you have a sheet of paper in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that have your DOC number on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, have you read that sheet and understand it and understand that you're not entitled to an appointed counsel? Do you understand that?
It says that I can get a court-appointed lawyer.
I don't think you can. I don't think you are eligible for one.
You can read, write, and understand.
Okay. Can you read and write?
Yes, I can.
Do you understand the nature of what we're talking about today?
Yes.
Okay, and what education do you have?
Some high school.
Some high school, okay. All right. Okay, according to the Supreme Court guidelines, I'm told that you don't qualify for an appointed counsel, but you can hire one if you would like. Do you want to hire an attorney and reschedule this hearing?
No, not right now, but okay.
Okay, all right. If your answer is no, then we're going to go over a list of rules, and I want you to tell me if you are guilty of this rule, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. And you can give your statement later, but not right now. And these are rules on the contract that you signed when you originally got out of jail and put on parole. The first rule violation is number 2. You've got to have monthly reporting. And from June of 2023 through September of 2024, it appears that there was no monthly reporting. Are you guilty of that or not guilty or guilty with the state?
Not guilty.
Okay. Okay, rule number 3. You have to live at the address that you have given your parole officer. And the same dates, June of 2023 through September 2024, we're led to believe that you did not have an address or you did not live at the address that you had given. Are you guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the state?
I'm not guilty.
Okay. Okay, number 4, you can't be involved in any criminal behavior. You were arrested in Nevada. You were evidently drinking or stopped for drinking at the mall. And it says you gave false statements. You were arrested and a criminal background resulted in an arrest warrant issued from the Department of Corrections in Louisiana, and you were extradited back here. Are you guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement of violating criminal behavior?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay. All right. We will let you give your statement as you are questioned. There's nobody here in opposition or in favor or wanting to speak about your particular case. So we'll turn it over to the board. Ms. Carolyn Stapleton is the lead questioner, and then we will ask questions as appropriate. So Ms. Stapleton.
Okay, so on the first one, you said not guilty, and that was that you have not reported since June of 23 to September of 24, which was over a year. Did you report?
Well, I'm homeless.
Okay, so you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah, I did. I called them and told them I'm homeless.
Okay, well, so they're saying you didn't report and you have to do it monthly. Okay, let's go to number 3, that you actually, your address changed, that it was in Las Vegas, Nevada. Were you in Las Vegas, Nevada, or were you in Louisiana?
I was in Louisiana.
Okay, so how come you were arrested in Las Vegas, Nevada?
I told them that. Well, excuse me. I told them that I was going there on vacation, and then there.
Okay, well.
Hello, everybody. So sorry about this interruption. There is no information at the moment from the court. There is no movement. I am gonna swap with Nightbot right now. I am a bit tired. I need to sleep a bit and chill a bit before I do sleep. If there's a verdict and I am still awake, I will come running and I'll be here with you guys too. But Nightbot will take over now. Make sure that E or someone takes notice of the time that is on the screen, so then tomorrow we can put the correct time. If someone can be on duty with that, I will try to trust Nightbot with that. Otherwise, I can just go to the end of the stream and check that tomorrow. But if someone could, that would be nice. But Nightbot will be here with you, entertain you, and keep you informed with everything. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Thank you very much for everyone's support, and I appreciate every single one of you. And Nightbot will be right back. See you tomorrow, everyone.
You also were arrested for making false statements and obstructing public, in Las Vegas. So they got you for making false statements. And, according to the parole officer here, the things that you told me here sound like false statements. Doesn't sound like you were in Louisiana, that you were in Las Vegas.
Well, yes, but I'm homeless. I don't have no way of. I don't have no money.
Address, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I stay at the address, but okay, the power. We ain't got no power or electricity or nothing.
Okay, well, okay, so was your address in Las Vegas or in Louisiana? With no
At
power?
the time they arrested me, yes.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Mr. Barra, I'm just looking at some notes here from your preliminary hearing. And it says, according to the narratives of the parole officer, Richardson made contact with your brother on 10/23/23. And Richardson's brother reported that Richardson had moved from the residence several months ago. Additionally, Agent Bryan said, according to Richardson's FBI rap sheet, Richardson was arrested on 4/11/24 for false statements to the police in Las Vegas, Nevada. Was your brother being truthful, or he was trying to get you in trouble?
I don't know what my brother was told. I don't know. Somebody could have been and told him anything. I don't know.
Okay. Now, what about the arrest in Las Vegas? Were you arrested in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah. Yes.
And what was that about? How did that come about?
Well, I'm homeless. I guess they figured that I'm doing something I ain't got no business doing.
So what were you doing when you got arrested?
I don't remember. All I know is I was just basically just wrapped up in a sheet. It was covered.
Okay, well, we have movement on the other case. We're gonna switch over for a bit and see whether anything develops. I've got to get this right. Share this tab instead. Bang. Gotta make sure that's properly live. Oh dear. Somebody who likes my accent as well. I thought you liked Katya's accent. Come on, vote. Whose is better? Yeah, I think they will, to be fair. There's a lot to go over. Well, TCA is originally from Portugal, and I'm originally from the northeast of England, so our accents are going to be totally different. And I've been wearing headphones all day, so I've got a massive bald patch here. The feed, yes. Okay, and TCA is just checking whether the feed is live and running. Peaky Blinders. Yeah, smushed hair. I'll just see if bald patch for a dramatic effect. Yes, original TCA, go to bed. Even when she's supposed to be sleeping, she's still doing stuff. It's not good. I'm just checking the other chat to see whether there's anything going on. You see, on this screen, I have the court. And on that screen, I've got the court as well. So when I switch between that and the other smaller courts, then I can see what's going on. Yes, everybody in chat, tell Katya to sleep. apparently Twitter is keeping her up all night. Yes, everyone will be there tomorrow, TCA original. Here's where you can see the gallery. Yeah, I suppose everybody knows your name, Katya, since you use your original name. Oh, we have heads rolling. That's about the second one had in 10 minutes. So, I'm trying to... Yeah. If that doesn't work, a little karate chop to the neck always works. Yes, you figured out my name on chat, which is sad because it's like a secret identity which my other half tends to ruin. But normally, when I tend to take over, I tend to answer people's questions, or I just tend to paint. Or I could just muck about with Katya's stream and add some emojis, which she hasn't added. Great, you're going to spy on me. Originally, this was supposed to be a one-off thing, but I think Katya got used to it. Muck about. Yeah. Mess around is an equivalent. Muckabot. Oh, he's still trying to come up with nicknames, Kate. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back to the other feed. So, has anybody got any questions before I go back onto the other smaller courts? Yeah, I don't know what OG is either. I love it how on the other chat everybody's like, I'm tired and hungry. Let's get this over with. Original. Oh, right. I forgot to do my hair. I see. So we've got original TCA and we've got replacement TCA. So I'm still getting orders from original TCA saying to keep the feed up. So I guess I'm going to sit here for a bit longer. I'll be honest, the original TCA just does not have any chill. She just burns herself out. It's a shame we know that people are walking past the camera because everybody else on the other stream is like, oh, they're gonna walk past. Oh, I had a heart attack. I've made everybody tell Katya to go to sleep. I love it. I tried to read one of Katya's ex-Twitter chats, but it zoomed on and zoomed off so fast. Didn't have enough time to read. I did do some painting earlier on today, but I snapped the model in half, knocked it off, and I was just like, I spent ages doing that. Yeah, it turns out the smaller models take just as much time as the bigger ones. I'll just probably grab it. Well, okay, I have about 1 million figures to paint. If I'm honest, I've got no shortage of things to do. Oh, we got somebody's lovely face on camera. Ugh. My eyes are just amazing. I don't really need a magnifying glass. Katya always comments, it's like, you can see that? I'm like, yeah. I can, with my eyesight, spot a seedling in the ground and know what kind of plant it is. So that's probably how good my eyesight is. Oh, sorry, no. So this is the one I've been working on at the moment, called Jane's R. And it was very difficult. And we're back.
Maybe see their
Your timing sucks, Judge. That looks like a shoe from where I'm sitting. I know it's not, but What do you reckon, TC Original? I think they've been giving something to look up. Who knows whether this will hinge on the entire case of just one element. And yes, I do have paint on my hands. Technically, the other chat agrees with me. Oh, here he is, strutting his stuff.
The jury informed the bailiff they want to recess for the evening. I'm just going to give them some reminders.
The defendant giving Collin an interesting smile there. Don't know whether anybody called that.
Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been advised that you wish to retire for the evening and come back tomorrow to continue deliberations. I'm going to grant that request. I've told you this part of the trial, the schedule is in your hands. Just those same reminders. Please don't talk to anyone about this case or let anyone say anything to you. The folks you are closest to may know that you're now deliberating, and they're going to be very tempted to ask you questions, although I am certain that you've informed them how important it is they not do that. But if they do, just tell them you're still under that strict order, and if you want to, you can talk to them as much as they want to talk to you about it when the trial is over. Please remember not to look anything up. Please remember to avoid those parts of the news that I've told you not to expose yourself to. And I hope that you have a restful evening. Please report back tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please.
Anything before we break for the evening?
Judge, do you want us to be up here at 8:30, or is there no need for that?
Yes, I would like for you to be up here at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because they'll be brought in.
Okay, that was what I
just briefly. So, all right. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Right. Well, I'll see you all at 8:30. I don't know about that. Guy, knows all the timing. An hour 45 minutes. I think I'm going to side with original TCA 2 hours. They'll probably have gone through all the different bits from today. It's just the bits they were unsure of that they'll probably go through tomorrow. So I imagine that's what we'll be seeing. 8:20 a.m. Oh my days. No. Yes. So you will be with original TCA for the first half. And anything past late won't be happening. So you'll just get original TCA. I might pop my head in for fun. Well, I hope you had an enjoyable evening looking at smaller cases. We might be looking at them again tomorrow. I am sure original TCA will tell us what we'll be looking at. So, good evening, Paula. Oh, my days. For some reason, I can struggle to see people's names when they're all the same. I'll see you tomorrow, everyone. Right, I better get rid of that and stop sharing. And good night, Denise. Still trying to end the stream.